Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can you please come in and be seated? The program's going to start in a moment. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can you please take your seats? Thank you.
Điểm là chỉnh ở trên đâu ấy? Chỉnh ở đâu, ở mình hay là
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the U.S.-Vietnam Business Summit. Can you please take your seats? Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Could you please take your seats? Thank you. And while that's happening, a few housekeeping notes. So everyone that's here is sort of consenting to being on our little TV show, as this event is being streamed live to a few hundred people around the region and the world on YouTube and Facebook. So smile if you see the camera. I also want to mention that everyone here is invited to our 25th anniversary of U.S.-Vietnam relations reception tonight, starting at 5:30 p.m. at the Hilton. So the weather is nice. After sitting here for 7 hours, everyone will need a drink, so please come and join us later today over at the Hilton. So it's my pleasure now to introduce the AmCham chair for 2020, Ms. Virginia Foote.
Good morning and good evening. We have some 200 plus participants today from all over the world. So we're delighted to do this event today in the package that we have worked on for the year on the 25th anniversary of diplomatic relations. We're delighted to have worked with the U.S. Embassy here, Ambassador Crittenbrink. Thank you so much for being here today and speaking to us today. We've had a series of events in the course of the year. This is obviously our big one, to talk about U.S.-Vietnam business relations. This is our 4th annual. This maybe is our most special because of the 25th, but we have been working with Dr. Lopp, thank you so much for being here, and have worked on this program for many years with VCCI. I also want to thank 3 very important ministries to our work and to our successes here. Vice Minister Vu is here from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who many of you have known. Minh Vu, thank you so much for being here today. Vice Minister Hai from the Ministry of Industry and Trade. Vice Minister Hai is in charge of the U.S., so many of our problems and successes go to him. He's also head of the TIFA, the Trade and Investment Framework Agreement that we work on regularly. And new to us all, but we are delighted to have you, Vice Minister Dome from MPI. Vice Minister Dome took over the FDI, the Industrial Park, and the Industrial Zone portfolio 4 days ago, maybe, or So it's really a treat for us to have you be able to come so quickly to an event with the American business community, and we very much look forward to working with you as we go forward. I also want to introduce an old and dear friend of ours, former first U.S. Ambassador to Washington, Levon Bang, who will speak to us. And as I said, we have think tanks, government leaders, businesses all over the world, a big group from Singapore today. I hope, I pray, that all of the technology works today. We have live speakers, we have pre-taped speakers, we have panelists coming in from different parts of the world. So I hope that the technology, we've worked very hard on it. The AmCham staff has been suffering through this. We've had expert help, so I hope it all works well. Our first speaker is from, we have been working on this every year with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. They, as you all know, have been able to attend most years. This year, because of COVID, they are attending virtually. So I wanted to, Adam, is he ready? Is Myron teed up? Okay. So Myron Brilliant is the Vice President of U.S. Chamber with the International Portfolio. He helps us do our door knocks in Washington every summer, which of course we couldn't do this year because of COVID. But the U.S. Chamber has been a wonderful partner for AmCham for many years, and we are delighted that Myron is up. It's not too late in Washington, and that he's here to give some opening remarks. So thank you very much for being here today.
On behalf of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, I am delighted to be able to address the U.S.-Vietnam Business Summit. This is our third annual summit together, and it's a demonstration of our commitment to the United States-Vietnam relationship. I want to thank our partners at the outset. Let me acknowledge AmCham Hanoi and Adam Sitkoff, who is the president of the chamber, and Jenny Foote, particularly for their support of this work, as well as, of course, my good friends at the Vietnam Chambers of Commerce and Industry, ably led by my friend, Dr. Lop. In addition, I want to acknowledge the presence here today of Ambassador Crittenbrink in Hanoi and Ambassador Ngoc here in Washington. Both have been giving invaluable support to the business community. We're grateful for their partnership and their strong advocacy on behalf of the U.S.-Vietnam relationship. I remember fondly being in Hanoi shortly after the normalization of the relationship 25 years ago. I remember keenly taking and leading a business delegation to Hanoi in the 1996 timeframe. And I remember my eyes being so clear about the road ahead for our two countries and the relationship that we were going to forge in the aftermath of a troublesome time in the bilateral relationship. Things have greatly improved since 1996. We celebrate the progress of our relationship in the past quarter century. But more importantly, we look forward. What do we want in the next 25 years of our relationship? What are the goals that we want to set out for our governments and our private sector? And how do we get there? These are questions I hope to answer today in our discussion. As we all know, following the U.S. withdrawal from the Trans-Pacific Partnership, TPP, we had some concerns. We had doubts about the opportunity to pursue not only a stronger relationship with the ASEAN region, but with Vietnam in particular. We started talking about perhaps the potential of a free trade agreement between our two countries. There were signals that were positive on both sides. But for a variety of reasons, that did not materialize. That's regrettable from our standpoint, because the potential for increased trade and investment between our two nations is vast. The Chamber has been a strong advocate of this relationship, and we remain one. But we are clear-headed about the challenges before us. We know that last week, the Trump administration announced that it would conduct a Section 301 investigation into alleged Vietnamese currency undervaluation, as well as timber imports. Such investigations have led to U.S. tariffs in the recent past in other areas. The Chamber has some questions about this announcement and some concerns, candidly. First, coming at a time when the United States is trying to strengthen ties to Vietnam and other partners in the Indo-Pacific region that Secretary Pompeo and Secretary of State of our country has launched forward, and we support, this is not the time to undermine relations with Vietnam. This is a time that the business community wants to support even greater investment and trade relations. Second, we recognize that the administration, while legitimately concerned about rising imports from Vietnam, the fix for the administration these imports as part of a consequence of U.S. tariffs on Chinese goods. In other words, a result of made in Washington policies. This is something we need to address in our own context in Washington. And third, shouldn't a U.S. determination that Vietnam is engaging in currency manipulation first come from the Treasury Department and proceed a Section 301 investigation before implied threats of tariffs? These are areas that we have some grave concerns with regard to recent actions by the Trump administration. But I should underscore, having said that, there are still significant market access and regulatory issues that make it difficult for many U.S. companies to do business still in Vietnam. We've seen improvements, but more work could be done. Therefore, what do we want to do? What is the business community's view? We recognize the difficulty of a full-blown FTA at this time. The U.S. Chamber and AmCham have proposed enhancing the commercial relationship through an upgrade of the existing trade and investment framework agreement. We've called and released a white paper at last year's summit that set out a roadmap to achieve real forward-looking progress in this relationship. I think we can all agree that there are many reasons why the last 12 months have been a difficult time to make the kind of progress we all want to see. Our proposal here today calls for a series of narrow, discrete agreements under the TIFA umbrella, including in digital economy, energy, IP, trade facilitation, and other areas. These important functional areas will allow us to upgrade the relationship in practical ways while laying the foundation for deeper economic engagement over time. Our relationship is vital and valuable on many fronts. It is vibrant, it is dynamic, it enjoys the strong support of both governments and the private sector in both countries. Working together, our job is to support continued growth and develop a vision for our future. I know the people in our country and the people in Vietnam benefit from the closer ties that we have forged over these last 25 years. But the work is not done. And I think conferences like this are so important to contributing to not only the vision for the next 25 years, but contributing to the hard work to facilitate meaningful business-to-business relations, which will be good for the people of both countries. Thank you and enjoy your conference today.
Byron, but he's now gone. Our next speaker is Dr. Lop, who is the president and chair of the VCCI, the Vietnamese Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And as I said, the staff and the leadership at VCCI have been a very solid partner for us for many years. We do workshops together, we work on issues together, we've done training sessions together, and we very much value Dr. Lop's leadership. Dr. Lop is also the counterpart for the VBF, that it has the foreign business community and VCCI, and Dr. Lop has held the chair for the domestic companies for many years and is a very important partner in the VBF, which is next week. For those of you looking for the next activity, will be next week. Dr. Lopp has been crucial in organizing that and bringing in the government leadership to VBF. We are delighted to have Dr. Lopp here today. We have done this conference in partnership with VCCI for several years, and we will do it for several more. Dr. Lopp.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are here today 25 years on from the reopening of relationship between our two countries. Who 25 years ago would have thought it possible we could have arrived here, we are here now. Yes, here we are. We rely on the quality of relationship for our personal, economic, as well as a political sense of well-being. Good working partnership are at the heart of that. Vietnam and the US are now comprehensive trade partners. In 1994, bilateral trade between us was 450 million US dollar. In 2019, it was 77 billion US dollar. It's under 171 times increase within the quarter of a century. That's truly exponential. For several years, US has been in Vietnam's biggest export market. While Vietnam has been one of the US fastest growing export market, Vietnam leaders have confirmed that comprehensive partnership between Vietnam and the US will be further developed in effective and sustainable manner. In the interest of our peoples and for the purpose of contributing to peace, security, prosperity in the region and in the world. As we celebrate 25th anniversary of this partnership, the US is renewing its commitment to a strong and independent Vietnam and a peaceful and prosperous Indo-Pacific region. In the 2017 APEC summit, President Trump said that Vietnam is in the very heart of the Indo-Pacific region. He has affirmed that the development of the US-Vietnam partnership is a special fit. It may not be well recognized in the world at last, but it is a matter of day-to-day experience here. That the US relationship stands as a beacon of what determines diplomacy based on the recognition of the mutual interests and underpins by trade and do establishing trust. In the 25-year journey of our bilateral relationship, the AmCham in Vietnam has played significant roles. The chair of AmCham Hanoi, Ginny Ford, is a long-term friend with Vietnam and has worked tirelessly to contribute to this partnership. Thank you, Ginny. Thank you, AmCham in Vietnam. In the next phase of our commercial relation, I see a number of key sectors that might be of interest of business of both countries. I think it is energy, infrastructure, and digital economy, just to name a few. In energy sector, with a rapidly growing economy, Vietnam is facing in an increase in energy demand. It is forecasted to grow at about 10% annually. We thank AmCham for their support to the Made in Vietnam energy plan. It was released in December 2019. This is therefore of strategic significance that American investors continue to work closely with their Vietnamese counterpart in the energy sector in the next step of our bilateral relationship. In infrastructure sector, the Asian Development Bank's estimate that Vietnam needs to invest 480 billion US dollar during 2017-2030, or on average 34 billion US dollar per year in infrastructure. The current infrastructure gap is about 14 billion US dollar per year. This investment in infrastructure is a huge opportunity for private sector companies, especially American businesses, to increase the presence in Vietnam. And in June this year, the Public-Private Partnership Investment Law was passed with hopes that both public and private financing mechanisms, including South Public Partnership model, can help Vietnam successfully move infrastructure projects from concept to implementation. In fact, I will discuss with this topic of infrastructure further in the panel of 2020 Indo-Pacific Business Forum in October 28-29, co-hosted by U.S. Chamber of Commerce and VCCI. In digital transformation, in 2019, 61% of Vietnamese population were using the internet. In 2023, this figure is projected to grow at 70%. With this fast-growing rate of connectivity, Vietnam's digital economy is growing at an unparalleled pace. However, that comes with the challenge too for both regulator and user. And we would like to work closely with the American business partner to pursue sustainable growth in the digital economy and digital transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, to support our growing partnership, the VCCI and the AmCham in Vietnam has agreed to establish U.S.-Vietnam Business Council to regular dialogue. The Council will seek to promote the growth of two-way trade and investment between our two countries, eliminate barriers to trade and investment. We are all honored that so many speakers from US and from Vietnam who are great statesmanship and eminence are joining us today. I am aware that not at least among them will be our memory of the late Senator John McCain, whose widows, Clindy McCain, especially touch our heart in being with us. I would especially wish, on behalf of all of us in Vietnam, to send our love and gratitude to such generosity of spirit. We cannot talk about John McCain without talk about John Kerry. Thank you, Mr. John Kerry, for all of your work as a Vietnam veteran, a senator of the U.S., and Secretary of the State to build relationship over many decades between us. before and after normalization in 1995. Madam Albright, it was during your term as Secretary of the State for the first time ever an American president, President Bill Clinton, paid visit to United Vietnam in 2000. Exactly 20 years ago, it was the same year that Vietnam joined United States in signing an historic bilateral trade agreement, which President Bill Clinton said that it is what we believe. It will be seen a pivotal step toward Vietnam prosperity. It is in this the case. Vice Minister Nguyễn Minh Vũ, Vice Minister Đỗ Thắng Hải, Vice Minister Trần Duy Đông, former Ambassador Lê Bàng, Ambassador Hà Kim Ngọc, Ambassador Daniel Creighton Prince, thank you for your work at building and healing our relationship with the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, online and offline, all of you here contribute in your own way to exciting journey of the U.S. and Vietnam partnership as we continue with the 25th anniversary. Let us take care to foster the U.S.-Vietnam relation towards the next 25 years. We owe it to people who lost their life or their loved ones, but who still have the grace and foresight to show us when opportunity to come. Make the most of it for the people of our two nations as quickly as possible. I am honored that Mr. Zinny Foot, Chair of AmCham in Hanoi, Mr. Chad Orwell, Chairman of Ho Chi Minh City, the AmCham, and Da Nang, we are here to sign MOU. This is the outcome of work we have all done to create Vietnam-US business culture. We look forward to holding our first meeting later in this year and working together to promote the interests of our private sector. Ms. Foot and Mr. Owells, please join me on the stage. Please, thank you.
I'll bring these back to Dr. Love. So next, I'd like to introduce Ms. Lee from Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola has been a wonderful supporting partner with AmCham for many years. Coca-Cola has bottling facilities in Hanoi, Da Nang, and Ho Chi Minh City, and has been very active in Vietnam for 25 years, maybe, or 25 years. So Lee will introduce our next speaker. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, U.S. business community have been proud to be trusted partners of Vietnam over the past 25 years in not only bringing the mutual commercial values for two countries, but also consistently promoting sustainability through our corporate responsibility practice. U.S. businesses like Coca-Cola, though being hit hardest by the COVID-19 pandemic, was always ready to assist the country, the community, and keep our commitment in creating impactful differences for country and people here. Vietnam government has been doing an outstanding job in its response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Today, event once again mark another big achievement of the government and business community in resilience and strongly emerging after all challenges. It is now my pleasure to introduce His Excellency Trần Duy Tong, Vice Minister of Planning and Investment. The Vice Minister joined the MPI in 2002 as a specialist at Department of Economic Zones Management. He has since served in a variety of roles at the ministry and become Director of Economic Zones Management Department in 2014. He serves Vice Chair of Vietnam National Innovation Center, were recently appointed as the Vice Minister of Ministry of Planning and Investment. Part of the new generation of leadership that will have to energize Vietnam post-COVID-19 economic recovery. Please join me in welcoming our friends, Vice Minister Trần Duy Tong.
Excellency Ambassador Christian Bring, U.S. Ambassador in Vietnam, Excellency Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs Nguyễn Minh Vũ, Excellency Deputy Minister Đỗ Thắng Hải, MPI, Ambassador Ha Kim Ngọc, dear Madam Ginny Food, distinguished delegates, representative of businesses community, ladies and gentlemen. Since the normalization of diplomatic ties, the U.S.-Vietnam relations has been flourish in all areas, since economic, politicals, to healthcare, education and environment. As the U.S. and Vietnam established a strategic, a comprehensive partnership in 2013, the bilateral tie has been further enhanced and deepened. 2020 marks the 25th anniversary of diplomatic ties establishment between Vietnam and the United States. It is not really a long journey, but it was remarkable and so impressive. After 25 years, the bilateral tie has seen tremendous step forwards, both multilaterally and bilaterally, based on the respect to independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity. In 2015, General Secretary of the CPV has made his first ever visit to the United States. And after the inauguration of President Trump, Vietnam was the first country in Southeast Asia to visit him, and even twice during his term of office. Ladies and gentlemen, American businesses and U.S. firm has been so active in Vietnam since the early day of the normalization, and they are writing successful story in Vietnam. We can name a few of them: Coca-Cola, Intel. They are laying the firm foundation for further enhancing our bilateral ties extensively and sustainably, as well as has been a greater contributor to the supply chain development in Vietnam. And meanwhile, the United States has been a large investor in Vietnam with registered capital of more than $4 billion US dollar. In fact, the American investment in Vietnam is quite bigger thanks to the contributions of companies and branches of American firms in Vietnam, including ODM, in their supply chains. Meanwhile, the United States stands an export market to Vietnam with registered capital of millions US dollars. I can name a few: Vingroups, Viettels, Vinamilk, and FPT, Anphaseng, Vietcombank, and mobile phones are all the Vietnamese brands that has been so active in the American market so far. Ladies and gentlemen, MPI has been collaborative perfectly with the embassies of United States in Vietnam, AmCham, US ABC, to name a few, and other financial and banking institutions in order to further enhance cooperation between Vietnam and the United States. At present, MPI stands the focal point for US-Vietnam collaborations, as well as the USDFC, in order to further promote investment in infrastructure development in Vietnam to serve better growth in the Vietnamese economy. The Vietnamese counterparts are working closely and actively with USDFC in terms of energy and infrastructure and transport investment projects. Additionally, the United States sent a large ODA donors to Vietnam. In 2015, the Vietnamese and U.S. government signed a MOU on a framework agreement for cooperation on technologies and ODAs. Commitment of the United States has been made the most and utilized productively in Vietnam. Ladies and gentlemen, given the complicated situations in the global stage today and the massive impact of COVID-19, we are witnessing the fragmentations of supply chains and investment chains all around the world. However, thanks to the strong reforms and reinforcements of the government and businesses, Vietnam has been recognized as a safe and favored destination for foreign investor. Given the decrease of 40% expected in the FDI all around the globe, Vietnam still sees a very positive signals of recovery, and the registered and implemented capitals of FDI in Vietnam so far has reached 14 billion US dollar, and up by 2.2% within the first 9 months in 2020, which is quite impressive among ASEAN nations. Against the backdrop, other ASEAN nations are witnessing negative growth rate. With that, Vietnam is doing our utmost to attract more FDI and be prepared for welcoming new projects and companies after COVID-19. We also accelerate our human resource training, continue to build a more favorable and business-friendly environment for investment, and a series of laws concerning businesses, such as the law on foreign investment, the law on investment under PPP format, and cutting the red tapes in investment, as well as the laws on favoring of more transparencies in investment, in public investment, has created spillover throughout the society of Vietnam. And the leverage of advanced technology has now been one of the key to facilitate the Vietnamese businesses to engage themselves in the supply chains and human resource providing. The EVFTA and the EVIPA has been approved and adopted by the National Assembly so as to create more favorable conditions for Vietnam to grow faster. And these two agreements, together with the CPTPP and other related FTAs, shall usher in opportunity and advantages for Vietnam to access greater markets, including those of the G20. And those agreements shall help Vietnam be more competitive and our local firm be more competitive. Together with the World Bank, we are underway to implement the EVFTA and EVITA, and GDP of Vietnam shall be expected to grow by more than 8.3%. And through this summit, we look forward to the continued networking between Vietnamese firms and American businesses. We look forward to the opportunity for us to engage together to engage Vietnam in the global supply chain and for the enhancement of digital economy, medical developments, and electronic payment, to name a few. Those efforts will help Vietnam build back better in further enhancing the innovation centers of Vietnam. With that, I look forward to AmCham's, USCC's to continue your assistance to Vietnam and our bilateral trade relationship. We are in a very positive trajectory in the Vietnam-US relations. That has been serving as an important engine for our bilateral ties, and we should continue the frank and candid and constructive spirit in our cooperation. The Vietnamese government should support the Americans and Vietnamese business community in order to further promote the outcomes of the investment and to deepen our bilateral ties for the sake of our two people and our two nations. With that, I wish you the very best of health and our summit today a great success. Thank you.
Vice Minister, thank you very much for those remarks. And I would say that we in the American business community have been certainly talking among ourselves about the need for a U.S.-Vietnam free trade agreement, either to join a multilateral one or to start one of our own. And we are quite aware that just about everybody else of Vietnam's trading partners have brought into force very successful FTAs. So congratulations to Vietnam for that, and we hope we're next. Our next speaker is Ambassador Ha-Kim Nop, who has worked on U.S.-Vietnam relations for much of his career, if not all of his career. He's ambassador in Washington now, and he too has been organizing in the United States quite a few virtual events on the 25th anniversary and various programs to celebrate the key players from 25 years ago, such as the Minister of Foreign Affairs then, Win Ko Tak, and some of the other very important people at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and in the U.S. government who worked on this relationship. So we're delighted to have him speak next. Adam, are we ready to... Ha-Kim Nop? Yes, great, thank you.
Kính thưa đại diện lãnh đạo chính phủ Việt Nam, đại diện lãnh đạo Bộ Ngoại giao, giám đốc điều hành USDFC Adam Bowler, đại sứ Mỹ tại Việt Nam Dan Crittenbrink, Phó Chủ tịch điều hành,
Adam Bowler, Honorable Ambassador Dan Crittenbrink, Madam Virginia Foot, Honorable former senators, ambassadors, and leaders, Vietnamese and the U.S. public bodies, who have been great contributors to the U.S.-Vietnam bilateral ties, ladies and gentlemen. It gave me great honor to be invited to address the opening ceremony of the 2020 U.S.-Vietnam Business Summit today. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the organizing team, particularly the USCC, AmCham Hanoi, and VCCI, for your strong determination and creativity to make this summit possible at a very significant trajectory in the U.S.-Vietnam relationship. The summit is a testament to how COVID-19 and other rising challenges failed to stop us. Adversely, they even help us reinforce determination of both U.S. and Vietnamese government and businesses in harnessing opportunities for cooperation and development, as well as contributing to peace, stability, and prosperity in each nation and the Indo-Pacific region as a whole. We are so proud to see the two countries promptly pledge support for each other in fighting COVID-19. Vietnam is one of the first countries to engaging in PPE production to meet the U.S. need, while the United States stand one of the first donors of finance and medical assistance to Vietnam, so as to fight against the pandemic and build back better. Particularly, President Trump's gifting of 100 ventilators to Vietnam is a testament to the sincere and productive cooperation between our two countries. Ladies and gentlemen, 2020 marks the 25th anniversary of normalization in our bilateral ties. As stated by Prime Minister Phuc and President Trump in their latest phone conversations, trade and investment stand key pillars in the U.S.-Vietnam Comprehensive Partnership. We have witnessed the tremendous step forward in our two-way trade volume in the past 25 years. At present, the U.S. and Vietnam are both leading trade partners of each other. The U.S. is now a large investor in Vietnam, while Vietnamese businesses have been increasingly active in the American market, thus profoundly benefiting the businesses of both sides and creating millions of jobs for workers of our two nations. Cooperation and exchange between ministries, departments, and public bodies at localities of both sides are now in full swing. I am deeply touched and amazed to receive a brilliant box of appetizing mooncake by Undersecretary of Agriculture Ted McKinney, beautifully made of American wheat and oatmeal, Californian cheese cream, and Vietnamese dragon fruit and coffee bean. It is really a significant gift, the fruits of hard work, cooperation, and friendship of people and businesses of our two countries. With that in mind, I hope that this summit shall present opportunities for businesses of both sides to enhance cooperation extensively and productively, particularly in priorities such as digital economy, sustainable infrastructure, and energy development, as well as orientation for production and supply chains in the region. I am confident that with a strategic vision of both sides' leadership, along with a sincere, constructive cooperation between business associations, including AmCham, USCC, and VCCI, the trade and investment ties between Vietnam and the United States shall continue to grow strongly and sustainably in the years to come. I would like to extend to Excellency and distinguished delegate my warm greetings. May our summit a great success. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. In celebration of the 25th anniversary of U.S.-Vietnam diplomatic relation, the U.S. Embassy and Học Mãi Education Inc. have organized a Speak to Lead English-speaking competition. The competition challenged high school teams across Vietnam to demonstrate their public speaking skills by discussing the role of Vietnamese youth in furthering the U.S. and Vietnam partnership. There are 19 gifted high schools competed in 2 preliminary rounds with topics in related fields of education, commerce, environment, science and technology, and cultural exchange. Yesterday, 5 teams from Cao Bằng, Lạng Sơn, Lai Châu, Đắk Nông, and An Giang have competed in the final round of the competition right here in Hanoi. And the competition winning team is standing on the podium right now speaking to you. Yes, and I am a member of the winning team. Thank you, thank you. And the Speak to Lead competition and today's business summit are just two of the ways in which Vietnamese and American cooperate and share each other's culture. And please take a look at this video clip on the screens.
Times of the year to be here. This year is also very special since 2020 marks the 25th anniversary of U.S.-Vietnam diplomatic relations. The streets are bustling, fall is in the air, and everyone is preparing for the Mid-Autumn Festival. I found a great craftsman in Hanoi's Old Quarter who uses traditional methods to make beautiful mooncake molds. He made a mold for me that celebrates the last 25 years of U.S.-Vietnam relations. Personally, I've always enjoyed the classic mooncakes of Vietnam with their traditional fillings. However, this year I decided to prepare my mooncakes with a combination of Vietnamese and American ingredients. Cream cheese and blueberries are often used in American pastries. And now, these quality American ingredients are available in grocery stores all over Vietnam. I combine these quintessentially American ingredients with the traditional Vietnamese recipe to make my own mooncakes. In these mooncakes, our traditions come together to create something new, dynamic, and actually quite tasty. I'm delighted to see that so many Vietnamese love American agricultural products, just as many Americans love Vietnamese food. If you make your own mooncake this year, please give some American ingredients a try. I wish all of you the best as you celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival with your families and friends. This is a special year for the people of our two countries. I'm confident that our relationship, that our friendship will continue to grow even stronger in the coming years. We are trusted partners prospering together.
Wow, well, honestly, I've never tried the blueberry or cream cheese mooncake, but it looks fantastic, right? And I know Vietnamese people are really impressed by the ambassador cooking talents and also your respect for our traditions. And today, I have the pleasure of introducing U.S. Ambassador to Vietnam, Daniel Crittenbrink, who has been the U.S. Ambassador to Vietnam since 2017. A career member of the U.S. Senior Foreign Service, Ambassador Crittenbrink has been a diplomat for over 25 years with assignments related to Asian affairs, including the Senior Advisor for North Korea Policy, the Senior Director for Asian Affairs at the National Security Council, and Deputy Chef of Mission at the U.S. Embassy in Beijing. The Ambassador has been a great friend of AmCham, a great fan of Vietnam, and he's a tireless advocate on behalf of the U.S. business issues. And as you have seen, he's a great and aspiring mooncake chef. And please join me in welcoming the U.S. Ambassador, Daniel Crittenbrink.
That's pretty good. Thank you, Mr. Wu. What an honor. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Great job. Great job. Well, I hope you can all see we picked the right winner of the English-speaking contest. Seriously, Mr. Zui, that's fantastic. You know, I always start my speeches by introducing myself and saying I have the best job in the world. And today reminds me of why that's the case, but yesterday did as well. See, we've got many of the teams, I think all 5 teams are here, the 5 finalists from the Speak to Lead contest. I had the pleasure of meeting them yesterday. If you're ever feeling down and depressed, I recommend the antidote antidote be, go spend some time with young Vietnamese people, especially Vietnamese students, and that will cure you immediately. We were so amazed by great students like Mr. Zui, who have enthusiasm and great skill. So thank you for that really kind introduction, Mr. Zui. It truly is an honor to be here. I want to start by thanking all of our friends here at AmCham Hanoi for this event. Ginny Foote, Adam Sitkoff, Lile, all of our friends. Thanks for including me. I really, really appreciate it. Chad Oval, it's great to see you here as well. Congratulations to all of you for the MOU signing a moment ago. I want to recognize Your Excellency Chun Zui Dong, our new Vice Minister at MPI. Thank you, my friend. Nice to see you. I was pleased to see my good friend, His Excellency Hakim Nap, Vietnamese Ambassador to the United States. Always a pleasure to see my friend Dr. Vu Tien Lap, Chairman and President of VCCI. Mr. Myron Brilliant, the Executive Vice President, Head of International U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Many other friends. I promise I'm not going to recognize everyone I know here, otherwise we're going to be here all day. But I do want to recognize my friend Win Ming Vu, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs. Nice to see you. My friend Do Teng Hai, Vice Minister of Industry and Trade. Ambassador Le Van Bang, to whom we're so indebted for his work over the last 3 decades on the U.S.-Vietnam partnership. Members of the business community, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I want to thank the U.S. Chamber, VCCI, and the AmCham for hosting this business summit. I know that many of you have traveled from Ho Chi Minh City. Many are participating online due to the ongoing COVID-19 situation. You know, it almost goes without saying, given that we're all here in this big room together without masks, but I really have to note that the government of Vietnam has done an incredible job in managing the COVID-19 response, reacting to the second wave, and controlling the spread. And the United States has been proud to be Vietnam's partner in this fight. I would like to say a warm and heartfelt thank you to all of our Vietnamese friends and officials, especially those in the healthcare industry, working on the front lines of the fight against this virus. Our nations, of course, share a remarkable history. And this morning's event is one of several engagements we have planned for the final months of 2020, the 25th silver anniversary of our bilateral relationship. The United States and Vietnam have become partners and friends in every sense of the word, working together on security, business, health, people-to-people ties, the environment, and energy. As we reflect on how much the United States and Vietnam have achieved together over the past quarter century, it's clear that our progress has been extraordinary and that we have much to celebrate. To arrive at this landmark moment, our predecessors had to set aside their differences, acknowledge our history, and work together to sow the seeds of peace and reconciliation that have developed into the vibrant bilateral relationship and friendship we have today. Today, our nations truly are trusted partners, with a friendship anchored in mutual respect and trust, including respect for one another's independence, sovereignty, territorial integrity, and our respective political systems. Moreover, today, our stated goal in the entire U.S. mission in Vietnam is to support the development of a strong, prosperous, and independent Vietnam. In other words, it is in America's national interest to see Vietnam succeed. Together, we've collaborated to pursue reciprocal trade relations in all sectors, including manufacturing, pharmaceuticals, and food. Trade between our countries now exceeds $77 billion annually. And with Vietnam's growing middle class and strong and stable GDP growth, there is still enormous potential for further growth. Looking forward to the next 25 years, our shared goal and challenge is to seize upon the momentum in our bilateral economic relationship and take it to the next level for continued sustainable economic growth and shared prosperity. There are opportunities for this to happen in energy, infrastructure, digital economy, and global manufacturing, and all are topics of your conversations today. In fact, today's summit is a great example of how we all, the two governments and you, our private sector allies, work hard every day towards that shared goal of prosperity. While we have had great successes, we of course do have occasional trade or market access or regulatory disagreements. This is common in our relationships with all of our major trading partners. And as always, we work together pragmatically to find solutions. As you know, the United States seeks fair and balanced trade relationships and to reduce our trade deficits. My friend Myron Brilliant a moment ago mentioned the recent announcement, in keeping with what I've just mentioned last Friday, that at the direction of the President, the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative announced it would investigate 2 specific issues with respect to Vietnam. I'd like to say a few words about that, to touch on the process and to provide the appropriate context. As has been announced publicly, USTR will look at whether there is harm to U.S. commerce from Vietnam's currency practices and from its timber imports. In terms of the process, USTR has requested input from stakeholders and will carefully review the results of its investigations to determine what, if any, actions it may be appropriate to take. Each investigation proceeds at its own pace, depending on the specific circumstances. And as for any 301 investigation, the United States hopes to conclude the investigation by resolving U.S. concerns without having to adopt any trade actions. As for the context, it's also important to note that in our pursuit of fair and balanced trade, the United States has engaged in comparable investigations with 16 other countries or jurisdictions, not just Vietnam. I have full confidence that in the same spirit of cooperation that has guided our incredible progress under our comprehensive partnership over the past 25 years, that we can and will engage on these issues intensively. I'm confident as well we will engage on other important issues in the bilateral trade relationship, including the trade deficit, market access barriers, including those related to digital services, and taxation policy as well. And our hope very much remains to resolve all of these issues constructively. In fact, if there is anything that I am convinced of after working closely with all of you, your companies and our companies over the last 3 years, it is this. Above all, Vietnam is a pragmatic and forward-looking partner that continues to work hard to make itself a great destination for trade and investment. I have heard many of you tell me that you see opportunities across the board here in Vietnam, in sectors ranging from e-commerce and energy to healthcare, manufacturing, and education. I believe we are still in the early stages of a long-term virtuous cycle where your investments help Vietnam climb the manufacturing value chain and modernize its infrastructure. In tandem with those processes, I think we can all expect to see the Vietnamese people grow wealthier and more interested in buying the high-quality products and services that our great world-class American companies produce and deliver. So in closing, let me again pay tribute to those who came before us, several of whom are addressing you today. Though the accomplishments we have achieved together are nothing short of amazing, as the first U.S. Ambassador to Vietnam, Pete Peterson, once told me at the beginning of my tenure here, they are not by accident. Everything we have achieved has been realized. Everything we have realized has been built on the painstaking work of those who came before. It is the result of decades of focused effort in both countries. It's the result of dedicated effort by many of you in this room, including Ambassador Le Van Bang, including Jenny Foote, and many, many others here. We're very grateful to you all. So, again, everyone in this room has contributed to the growth of this extraordinary partnership and friendship. Each of you will continue to help make our partnership even stronger moving forward. And as we mark this special milestone in the U.S.-Vietnam relationship, we are not only celebrating our shared past, we're also firmly focused on future possibilities. We are very optimistic about our future together, and we continue to believe our prospects are closely linked. Trade and investment remain cornerstones of the comprehensive partnership between the United States and Vietnam, and the potential for shared wealth creation is exponential. We're looking forward to working with all of you and with our many Vietnamese partners on these shared objectives. Trusted partners prospering together for the next 25 years and beyond. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. If you could stay on stage, we want to invite up the 15 finalists from the Speak to Lead English competition for a group photo with you.
These kids are amazing, I kid you not. Come on up, guys. Congratulations to you. Should we take a photo together? Hey, congratulations. And great introduction. Why don't we have half of you come over here? How about I be in the middle? Come on up. Come on up. Half of you need to go over there. Good to see you. Thank you. Nice to see you. How are you? Hey, good to see you again.
You guys got to balance out. Half on each side, otherwise.
I'll move down. All right. Where's the middle?
A little more, a little more.
Here?
There you
Does
go.
that work? Yep. Okay, here we go.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Mot Hai Ba. Thank you very much, and congratulations to all of you.
Good job. Great to see you. Thank you. Nice job. Great introduction.
Thank you very much. Now, as John comes up to stage, I just want to quickly remind people that outside in the foyer, if you're an American citizen, the U.S. Embassy has set up a table to collect absentee ballot votes. If you didn't get your vote in the mail for the upcoming election, they have a write-in one that you can use. You can go outside. There's a table at the coffee break. We encourage all of you to make sure that you vote because your vote counts. Ladies and gentlemen, John Rockhold from Chunmei.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Ambassador. I can't compete with that last 15 people up here on the stage, but I did notice, as Ambassador Bang also noticed, that we need to get a gender balance in this amount of English speakers from the younger generation. Good morning. My name is John Rockhold. I'm the CEO of Chiang Mai LNG project. We are working on a $6 billion energy project with the U.S. Development Finance Corporation and Tu Tuyen Hui. Vietnam has several needs, and the biggest one is energy. We are one of the largest U.S. investors now in Vietnam. As we heard from the previous speakers, Vietnam's large trade surplus with the U.S. is not sustainable. We think that the energy sector can play a major role here and to the path of sustaining trade balance, but even more important, creating hundreds of thousands of jobs as we come out of COVID. Energy projects are large and need support of both governments. I am pleased to introduce the Honorable Adam Bowler, who serves as the first Chief Executive Officer of the new U.S. Development Finance Corporation. Adam has extensive experience in investment and entrepreneurship and involvement both in and outside the United States government. Prior to his confirmation, he led the healthcare innovation of the United States. Prior to his government service, Adam founded 3 very successful businesses and was very widely regarded as a leader in the healthcare and private investment sectors. Adam was raised in New York, and he earned his degree from the Wharton School, where he was actually the roommate of President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. In his current role, Adam has visited Vietnam several times, and I've had the honor to meet him. And he has met with AmCham and a number of us here in the audience. He made a great effort to join us today, and we're hoping to see him later this year. But as you know, traveling is a bit more difficult and complicated than it used to be. So, we are pleased he is joining us virtually this morning, and please welcome Adam Bowler. Thank you.
Good morning. It's my great pleasure to help open this U.S.-Vietnam Business Summit. I can't say enough about the friendship between Vietnam and the United States. As we celebrate this 25th anniversary of our relationship, the investment by the United States in Vietnam has been stronger than ever, and our partnership has been greater than ever. One of my first trips as the CEO of the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation was to Vietnam. And I fondly recall Prime Minister Phuc welcoming me, so many of the business delegations of Vietnam welcoming me, and I built a very strong professional and personal relationship with our Vietnamese ambassador here in the United States, Ambassador Ngoc, and his family. Both of our families have spent time together, I always know where to go to get the best Vietnamese food, and I appreciate the friendship, both personally and between our countries, because I think it's representative of the relationship between the United States and Vietnam, which, if you asked whether it would be possible in such a short time, I think so many people would tell you is not possible. But the United States and Vietnam share such a strong commitment to private market and to the business environment, and that unites us so closely. It's the biggest strength of the United States is our private market, and it's the biggest strength of Vietnam is their private market, and together we make an unbelievable pair. Well, my job at the DFC is to invest $60 billion in emerging countries, and I have to say that Vietnam has been a top priority for us, and a top leader in the Mekong region, which we strongly believe in as a strong sovereign region. And I just want to comment about the relationship of Prime Minister Phuc and his strong relationship with the President of the United States. I know that he has personally told me that he has really enjoyed his conversations in good times and during tough times during this pandemic with the Prime Minister. And Prime Minister Phuc has been a supporter and a friend, not only in good times, but when you need him. And so I want to thank the Prime Minister for that and to reaffirm the President's interest in Vietnam and his appreciation for their leadership. The same qualities that President Trump sees in Vietnam give me great optimism. In my role as CEO of the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation, over the future of our relationship, our two-way trade and friendship. We always have problems to solve. Good friends always have things to solve. But we are focused on our friendship, and it is an unbreakable relationship between our two countries. A few weeks ago, when Deputy Secretary of State Began met with the ministers of the Mekong countries, he delivered some really important points, I think, about what DFC would like to achieve in this region in the coming years. Right now, we have about $1 billion invested in Southeast Asia. We can more than double that in the next 2 years. I hope we do a lot more. If we get more DFC investment in the region, more private sector dollars will follow from U.S. companies and from companies around the world, and that's our goal. If I can add $1 billion or $2 billion more in the next 2 years, I know that will multiply 4 to 5 times in the private sector. Southeast Asia is the heart of the Indo-Pacific region, and I see the Mekong states as the heart of Southeast Asia, critical for the United States and critical for this region. Connections across this region and to the world radiate out from the Mekong region and from Vietnam's leadership in this region. It's important for the region's infrastructure to be built on strong foundation, focused on the livelihood of people in the Mekong to create more jobs and more sustainable business. We want to use the resources and the capabilities that the U.S. government has given us, not just DFC, but Department of Energy, our Export-Import Bank to support U.S. companies in Vietnam, the MCC, the NSC, the Department of Commerce together to focus on this region and to focus on Vietnam and their leadership role here. The Vietnamese people have proven over the centuries that they have the strength and determination to stand firm in the face of any challenge. And they have the confidence and creativity to seize opportunities to improve their lives. And that's one thing that Americans share with Vietnamese and respect and love about the Vietnamese is their determination and their strength. These qualities are evident every time you look at Vietnam's phenomenal economic resurgence over the past 2 decades. You can see it in the energy of Vietnam's entrepreneurs, the competence of your government officials, and the determination of your students and the young people of Vietnam. The Vietnamese people show us time and time again, whenever they reach a critical juncture or decision point, that they move with speed and decisiveness. And we're at a critical juncture now. We have American companies, many present at this conference, who in this time of great regional change see phenomenal potential in Vietnam as a trade and as investment partner. At DFC, we have a number of projects that we're looking at across a wide variety of sectors in Vietnam: energy and electrification, education, banking, food production. If we convert even a small amount of our projects into investments, it will over double our capital deployed in this region. But I want to take things a step further. Your neighbors in the Mekong region and Southeast Asia, we're looking carefully at what Vietnam does in its own approach to investment and market development and how it pursues its economic relationship with the United States. If Vietnam is successful, and I know that Vietnam will be, in creating a regulatory environment and promoting market incentives that drive private investment, market competition, and balanced economic growth, Vietnam will be the model for the region. Vietnam is already the model for the region. They'll further be a leader. And if a regional consensus can be built around these principles, free market, competitiveness, economic growth, this will have a drastic and positive effect on the strategic direction of the entire Mekong region and the extent to which it can grow prosperous while maintaining its strong sovereignty and freedom of maneuver. That's something we're very committed to, including in the South China Seas. In short, where Vietnam goes is where the Mekong region goes. That's what we mean when we talk about Vietnam as a leader and a regional pace setter. We at DFC stand ready to facilitate Vietnam's regional leadership by investing in infrastructure projects that are world-class and built to last. And we stand ready to help U.S. companies that are dedicated to growing America's relationship with Vietnam by providing access to projects and opportunities to allow them show off that the United States is always home to the best, the most innovative, and most efficient technologies that the world can offer, and that we are strong partners to Vietnam. Let me close my remarks on the note that I want to personally express my thanks to our ambassador in the United States. Dan Crintonbrick has been a phenomenal partner to DFC as we built this relationship, and Ambassador Ngoc in the United States. I work with a lot of ambassadors across the world, and our ambassador in Vietnam, Dan, and Ambassador Ngoc are world-class and make a huge difference. It shows what a difference great ambassadors make. I also want to note again and thank the Prime Minister of Vietnam for his support and the government's support. We'll be there, we'll be behind you. I'm looking forward to further expanding our projects and seeing you all soon. Thank you again, and I hope this conference is a phenomenal success.
Thank you very much, Adam Bowler. We look forward to working with you to move some of our key energy and infrastructure projects forward. We're counting on your support, and thanks for joining our business summit this morning. Next up, our next speaker is Mr. Nguyen Xuan Tang, who is Vice President for Corporate Affairs at Suntory PepsiCo Vietnam. Welcome, Mr. Tang.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor today to represent Suntory PepsiCo Vietnam at this U.S.-Vietnam Business Summit 2020. Suntory PepsiCo Vietnam Beverage is a strategic alliance between PepsiCo and Suntory, formed in 2013, but it built on this very successful PepsiCo established in Vietnam since 1994, right after Vietnam and US have a normalization of relationship. We are proud to be a leading company in beverage industry now with 5 plants and 6 offices across the country. Over the last 6 years, we invested more than 500 million throughout the country, generated 2,800 jobs directly with us, and also 1,000 more indirectly in small and medium enterprises, Vietnamese small, medium enterprises, who are our suppliers, contractors, or distributor. We have been building one of the most sustainable ecosystem in fast-moving consumer goods distribution business. Suntory PepsiCo Vietnam was successful because we make CSR, corporate social responsibility, is an integral part of our business strategy. CSR is a key pillar for ethical business. Today, the value of being a good corporate citizen goes beyond the pride and satisfaction of providing simple, altruistic support for worthy goals. Strong and consistent CSR policy have become cornerstone of identity of many brands with customer bases that strongly identify with causes championed by businesses. From ethical sourcing to contractor working conditions to carbon footprint and 1,000 other issues in between. The U.S. business community here is proud of our efforts to give back to Vietnamese and Vietnamese societies, making the economic and social environment better for all of us. Suntory PepsiCo Vietnam is a proud member of this community. The people at this summit are doing wonderful work. They are implementing environmental friendly policies in the workplace, raising awareness of young generation about the water resources saving, helping disadvantaged children, underprivileged people, empowering women, finding smarter ways of using precious resources, improving road safety, teaching financial literacy, reducing poverty, and so much more. Besides being consecutively listed in the top 100 largest corporate income tax payers in Vietnam from 2016 to 2018, Suntory PepsiCo Vietnam Beverage CSR program focus on water and environment. Our Mizuku, or I Love Clean Water program, has provided education on water preservation for nearly 25,000 young students and installed close to 70 filtration and sanitation systems for primary schools nationwide. And as a founding members of Packaging Recycling Organization, or PRO Vietnam, we are working on recycling and waste management initiatives to build packaging recycling culture. 2020 has been most unusual year. We began with high hope, coming off a year of very strong economic growth. Unfortunately, the coronavirus had a different plan in mind. The crisis has uprooted the way people work, learn, relax, and consume. Disruption caused by the virus has certainly impacted company, and there is no business, no sector, no economy beyond the reach of this pandemic. Even in this time of uncertainty and anxiety, so many companies continue to step up their CSR efforts to help address society, as well as financial and other forms of support, and we are pleased to have assisted Vietnamese organizations on front lines. As part of these efforts, Suntory PepsiCo Vietnam donated more than 7 billion dong to support frontliners, provided hand sanitizers and cloth masks for 15,000 students in 9 provinces. We also launched the Million Meals program, support 41,000 underprivileged people in 4 key cities. At AmCham annual meeting December 10, over 30 companies will receive Corporate Social Responsibility Recognition Awards, honor the actions and commitment of our many members who are assisting Vietnam and Vietnamese people during this extremely challenging year. As you have heard, today's summit celebrates 25 years of diplomatic relationships between Vietnam and the United States. We are standing on the road that we have all helped to build, and many of these people in this room and watching the live stream help grow the friendship between our two countries. It is now my pleasure to introduce His Excellency Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Nguyễn Minh Vũ. The Vice Minister joined MOF, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, 2 decades ago, after earning a master's degree of political science from London School of Economics and a PhD in economics from the Vietnamese Graduate Academy of Social Science. He has held various positions in bilateral and multilateral diplomacy, external politics, and international economic integration. He recently served as the Director General of Ministry's Policy Planning Department, and last year was appointed Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs. Please join me in welcoming our friend Vice Minister Nguyễn Minh Vũ.
Trần Huy Đông, Vice Minister, Ministry of Planning and Investment. His Excellency Ambassador Daniel Crinterbrink, Ambassador of the United States of Vietnam. His Excellency Mr. Đỗ Thắng Hải, Vice Minister of Trade and Industry. His Excellency Ambassador Hà Kim Ngọc, Vietnam's Ambassador to the United States. Mrs. Virginia Foote, Chair of the American Chamber of Commerce. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues and friends, let me say what an honor it is for me to be here to join our very distinguished panelists, and dare I say, they are towering figures. Many of them are here in this room for Vietnam-US relations. Ambassador Lê Văn Bang, who I used to work under, and also I have the privilege to listen to the upcoming speech by Secretary Albright, Secretary Kerry, Mrs. Cindy McCain, Ambassador Pete Peterson. I salute you and thank you for what you have done for our relations. In modern diplomacy, few state-to-state relations having been filled with mixed feelings of sorrow and joy, of up and downs, and of opportunity and challenges, but resulting very rewarding outcomes like the US-Vietnam relations. And for me, many of us and all of us, concerning the various aspects of our relationship in this room, the past 25-year journey has been the journey of intensive professional and personal development. And we have built so much effort, we have made so much effort in fostering this mutually beneficial partnership. And this very process of the 25-year self-learning, I would say, self-education and mutual understanding and mutual cooperation have left us with many interesting and useful facts and lessons for both sides. For me, I think there are 3 interesting facts and lessons that we have learned over the years as a watcher of the US-Vietnam relationship. It is the power of tolerance and reconciliation that have compelled us to put the past behind us and look forward to the future. It is due to the convergence of strategic interests that we have been able to overcome our differences, and build back better the relationship as it is today. I think the private sector, the business community who are in this room can attest to this. A booming two-way trade, increasing FDI flow from the US, and an increasing or dramatic increase in the number of students, Vietnamese students, pursuing undergraduate, graduate, and postgraduate courses in the United Nations. And we have seen a mutually beneficial partnership in various areas, from economic trade investment to science, technology, education, and political defense and security. It is a new realization on both sides that we mean much more to each other than we initially thought. And for the US, Vietnam means much more than a war. It is a strong country, a rich country, a thriving economy, and a responsible player and member of the international community, and also a positive catalyst for the Southeast Asian region and beyond. And now you are the chair of ASEAN and a non-permanent member of the Security Council. And we much appreciate the statement made by Ambassador Daniel that the US support a Vietnam that is strong, independent, and prosperous. And for me as a diplomat, it is a nice surprise for me to see that how the political will of both sides and the unceasing effort that has been made by successive generations of Vietnamese and US leaders and people and the business person that have been able to build a booming and mutually beneficial partnership between Vietnam and the US, which is beneficial to the business people and the people of our two countries. They say that the past is not indicative of the future, and the past doesn't define the future. The past is in our head, but the future is in our hands. Yet, looking ahead, we should not, in my view, take for granted what has come to pass, that our relation will continue on this path without continued effort. I believe that more than ever, now is a time when we need to broaden our vision, redouble our efforts, and quadruple our resolve. Why, we ask? First, both the global and regional geostrategic landscape and supply chains are shifting very quickly. Now it is more complex and challenging, but it also presents lots of opportunities. And as a superpower with global commitment, it is the interest of the US to join hands with other countries in the international community to foster and forge a sustainable, peaceful, and stable international order. And that requires greater foresight, responsibility, and appropriate recognition of the benefit of cooperation and working together to overcome differences. And second, like a person reaching 25, this is a period when a person normally faces a quarter-life crisis. Despite many growing and converging interests, we cannot negligent in our understanding and sympathy and empathy and respect for one another and for the various circumstances. And Vietnam will always characteristic welcome and appreciate the respect that the US has committed and expressed for our political system, your support for a strong, independent, and prosperous Vietnam. Allow me to share my thoughts on our bilateral relations. Vietnam welcomes the US continued sustainable and constructive and responsible engagement in the region that we work with big and small countries to have maintained peace, stability, and prosperity in the region and beyond. Despite the challenges posed by COVID-19 pandemic and the not so optimistic outlook for the global economy, I still believe that the foundation of the Asia-Pacific remains strong, and that strong foundation can and will be the groundwork for us to continue writing a prosperous chapter for the Asia-Pacific in the 21st century. And the private sector will be our indispensable partner in this process, making sure that the commercial and investment climate is free and conducive to growth and development, and the WTO reform could take a gunner at this model. With solid political relations and strong economic linkages, dynamic and prosperous businesses, and increased understanding and friendly to people relations, I believe that those will be the pillars of our relations in the next 25 prosperous years and beyond. And Vietnam remains strongly committed to reform and keeping our door open, transforming our growth model, and keeping a very conducive, easy to invest, easy to do business, business environment in Vietnam. And we are committed to working together with the United States to cross over obstacles and differences in order to build a prosperous business and human-centric future of not only for our own 400 million people plus citizens, but also for the Asia-Pacific and beyond, and for many of our partners across the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Minister Vu. The next section of our program coming up is going to focus on some very recognizable people, I think. And it's just a reminder of how much some of the former very senior American officials care about this relationship between the United States and Vietnam, and how much of an active role they've played in it. We have hundreds of people right now joining us through a live stream on YouTube and Facebook, and I want to say hello to them again. And just know that it's so many of the companies that would normally come here and join this type of a visit, but are unable to because of travel and corporate travel policies. But it's just a reminder of how much people do care about this commercial relationship and how much people are looking forward to getting back here. Our next guest is joining us virtually. I think you'll all know her. Madeleine Albright is chair of the Albright Stonebridge Group in Washington. She served as the first female Secretary of State in U.S. history under President Bill Clinton. And as Dr. Lopp said at the opening of this program, she was instrumental in having the first post-war visit of a U.S. president to Vietnam when Bill Clinton came here in December 2000. President Obama awarded Madeleine Albright the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 2012. I could go on because she has such a long and distinguished career, but I all know that you know who she is. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright.
Thank you for that kind introduction, Adam. It is a pleasure to join my friends at AmCham Hanoi and so many other people that have helped build the friendship between the United States and Vietnam. I took my first trip to Vietnam in 1997, and I was honored to be the first U.S. Secretary of State to visit since the war. We participated in the groundbreaking for the new U.S. consulate in Ho Chi Minh City during that trip, and it is truly incredible how much the relationship has blossomed from that small seed. In one of my visits to Vietnam, I talked about the need for our two countries to, and I quote, move resolutely towards a better future, unquote. Seeing the incredible list of participants today, it is clear that this future has arrived. In 25 years of diplomatic relations, the U.S. and Vietnam have built a deep friendship and a shared belief in mutual prosperity, and the importance of the global rules-based order. Business is an important part of the U.S.-Vietnam relationship, and this event is a testament to the enthusiasm that American companies have for Vietnam as a dynamic, vibrant business environment, and the contributions they have made to growing the economy and supporting the development of the Vietnamese workforce. But there is plenty of work to be done, from finding a way for Vietnam to meet its growing energy needs sustainably to help Vietnam find its place in the new landscape of global supply chains. And there are lessons for the U.S. to learn from Vietnam as well, not the least its very effective response to the COVID-19 pandemic. I know you who are gathered here today will work hard to address these issues. My congratulations to you on all that we have accomplished together. We look forward to the next 25 years.
Our next speaker is also virtual. He had hoped to have a trip here this fall. We're still trying to work on it. I don't think Secretary Kerry needs much introduction to this group. He and John McCain, as many of you know, had extremely different views about the war, but they came together about the peace. And they agreed to set aside discussion about the war and to work on what we needed as two countries to find our way back to a different future. I had the great fortune of working with both of them. John Kerry has continued to be very involved in Vietnam. He's been able to unite two passions, one of foreign affairs and U.S.-Vietnam relations, but also he's interested in a clean environment. And so he's been coming here and working here to look at ways to help clean the environment in Vietnam while providing the very necessary energy needs for Vietnam. So I'm delighted that he was able to make remarks, and we will show them now. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. It's a great pleasure for me to speak with my AmCham friends in Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City, albeit from afar. I want to acknowledge Ambassador Dan Crittenbrink. I had the pleasure of working with Dan when I was Secretary of State and he was with our National Security Council. Dan was instrumental in our effort to engage directly with the Communist Party of Vietnam, culminating in General Secretary Nguyen Phu Thop's 2015 visit to the White House. Dan, thank you for outstanding service to the bilateral relationship and also serving as an outstanding representative of our country. I vividly recall the day in July of 1995 when President Bill Clinton announced his decision to reestablish diplomatic ties with Vietnam. For those of us who fought in the war and then worked to lay the foundations of a new relationship, it was a particularly meaningful moment. And I will never forget standing in the White House side by side with John McCain in the East Room when the President made the announcement. It was emotional, it was meaningful, and it had impact, real impact. I regret, obviously, very much that my departed friend and colleague John McCain is not able to share in this remarkable milestone of 25 years, a moment that he worked so hard to help us create. In the 2.5 decades since President Clinton's decision, I've been fortunate to engage closely with Vietnam and to contribute to the bilateral relationship as a senator, as a Secretary of State, and as a private citizen. I've enjoyed a front row seat, as I know so many of you have, as the relationship has flourished, growing in depth and breadth and dynamism. During my long engagement with Vietnam, I've had the pleasure to speak to AmCham, I think, on many occasions. And those meetings have always been informative for me. The opportunity to see Vietnam and to learn about it through your expertise has given me deep perspectives on the Vietnamese economy, on the health of our bilateral economic relationship, and on those areas of the greatest future potential. American business has played a really remarkable role, a critical role, in the bilateral relationship since the earliest days of our post-war engagement. And I vividly recall how my Vietnamese counterparts, shrewd, patriotic revolutionaries like Win Co Tac and Vo Van Kiet, would eagerly express their hope that Americans and our companies would return to Vietnam. The business community stood by those of us who supported the establishment of normal trade relations, and then ultimately normalization of full diplomatic relations. It would have been so much more difficult, if not impossible, to achieve those goals without your support and your vision and commitment to this endeavor. Of course, given the size and the dynamism of the U.S.-Vietnam relationship and of the foreign invested sector in Vietnam in general, which I understand is in fact larger than the domestic private sector, obviously your support was very, very prescient and critical. During the remainder of these remarks, I'd like to just take a moment, if I can, to reflect on the future of the U.S.-Vietnam relationship. And I want to start with a quote from Senator McCain. In his last public comments on Vietnam, a few months before he passed away, John expressed the hope that our countries would continue to work towards a shared vision for a peaceful, stable, and prosperous Indo-Pacific region based on respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms. So how can we realistically embrace that vision, which I know is shared by many of you and articulated by many of you and by myself over many, many years? Well, first, U.S. and Vietnam should enhance further our emerging strategic relationship by pursuing new opportunities to deepen ties. This is a challenging time in the Indo-Pacific. There's increasing concern around the region and the world about China's increasingly aggressive posture, including in the South China Sea. I appreciate Secretary of State Pompeo's recent comments on the vital importance of the United States, or to the United States, of peace and stability in the South China Sea. And I will say for myself, when I was Secretary, we made it crystal clear that freedom of navigation exercises would never be interrupted by the Chinese assertions with respect to particular outcrops of rocks in the South China Sea. As an American, however, I want to see the United States do more to support our allies and partners in the region than just focus on a South China Sea challenge. The most important step would be for the next administration, whoever leads it, to actually reach out and revive the basics of the Trans-Pacific Partnership. You can call it something different, you can do something, who knows how that plays out. But the bottom line is what was contained in that was the essence of orderly, structured, agreed upon rules of the road for growth in the region. And I think it is important to have a bilateral agreement, a multilateral agreement going forward. For its part, Vietnam should chart a very careful course through the hazardous waters with its relationships in the Indo-Pacific's region great power structure. Vietnam obviously values its partnership with the United States, but obviously we understand it needs to avoid a rupture with Beijing, with its own friends, including the United States. And all of us need to remain cognizant of Vietnam's very complicated geopolitical calculus. Despite these challenges, there are significant opportunities for the U.S. and Vietnam. And they are opportunities which, if we take advantage of them, will absolutely advance our shared goals. In my view, An underdeveloped aspect of the bilateral partnership is the relationship between our militaries. Greater cooperation between our armed forces is necessary, and it will yield dividends within and beyond the security context. Second, the U.S. and Vietnam should put technology at the very center of our relationship. Since retiring from public service, I have engaged with Vietnam on the issue of renewable energy from both a public policy and a private sector perspective. Vietnam has a tremendous opportunity to unleash a flood of inbound financial and both financial and knowledge capital by opening up to the renewables and transmission sector. I have met with government officials. We've talked about this for a number of years. It's time, frankly, to stop talking and start doing. We need to get this done because the whole world has to move rapidly to address the challenge of the climate crisis. And Vietnam is blessed to have one of the most remarkable natural energy capacities. Vietnam has hydro. Vietnam has good wind in various places. Vietnam has ample solar in places. So Vietnam is structured, and it even has the ability to exploit some natural gas. So you have a bridge fuel that would allow you, with significant renewables, to be able to keep the engine of your economy moving, but without having to pollute the air and contribute to the problem of the climate crisis. Vietnam can be a real leader in this effort to battle the climate crisis. And it's a win-win proposition for the Vietnamese economy, for Vietnam's environment, and most of all, for the health and well-being and prosperity of the Vietnamese people who will breathe cleaner air and drink cleaner water and live healthier lives than they already do. My friends, I would say to you that I think you know well my view regarding the energy sector, that there is really, that the barriers to harnessing the full potential of renewables are frankly not barriers of technology. They're not the barrier of having to embark on multi-years of research and development in order to discover the technologies. We have the technologies. The barrier is political will. The barrier is policy. And we have to now move forward. I want to express my admiration for the leadership of Prime Minister Nguyen Xuan Phuc and Mr. Nguyen Van Binh, the chairman of the General Economics Commission, because they're embracing the possibilities of this future. And I think what we have to do now is decide we're all going to move faster. Of course, technology and human capital are symbiotic. They work together. And Vietnam's potential as a destination for technology, intensive investment, will be influenced by the quality of the educational system and particularly of its universities. That's one reason why I was very proud to champion U.S. educational partnerships with Vietnam. And I did so almost from the very beginning of the normalization. And thanks to Tom Vallely and Ginny Foote and others, we've had a spectacular series of initiatives that have grown the educational connection between our countries. Lastly, if I may, and particularly if I can just say quickly, I'm very excited about the prospects of the Fulbright University, Vietnam. This is a first-rate operation which the government has supported and endorsed, and it has the potential to make an enormous difference to link our countries as well as to find breakthroughs for the long term in solving a number of the different crises we face, from COVID-19, a pandemic, to whatever the next pandemic is, to the technologies that will give us longer lasting batteries for solar power or new fuels altogether. It's an exciting future. And I think Fulbright University and Vietnam's educational system is going to play a central part in it. So lastly, I want to express my hope that Vietnam will apply the vision and the foresight that has guided its pursuit of an independent path in international affairs. And I hope they will do so with focus on equally fundamental questions about the nation's future. That future will not just be defined by the products that you make, nor will it just be defined by the technologies that you embrace, but it will be defined by the inclusiveness of the representative institutions that you create and let flourish, and the robustness of the legal system that helps to support your economic ventures as well as your building of this strong nation of participating citizens. So I'm very encouraged by the openness of the public digital discourse that does now exist in Vietnam. And thanks to the internet and social media, Vietnamese today are able to share information, they're able to debate the issues that matter the most to them, and they are able to bring concerns to the attention of the public sector, and they do all of these things to an extent that I know no one might have envisioned possible 25 years ago. It's a remarkable journey. This digital public sphere is now enabling a vibrant national conversation among Vietnamese about their future. And the results of this conversation will shape Vietnam's national destiny and profoundly influence the future of the United States-Vietnam relationship. So in closing, I want to thank AmCham and its members for giving me this opportunity to speak with you. And most importantly, I want to thank you for everything that you do to make the promise and potential of the U.S.-Vietnam relationship a reality. I thank every single one of you in the audience who has had a part in this, and there are many of you who know the part you played, critical support structure. And I wish you continued success in your businesses. I look forward eagerly to the day when we are not meeting virtually, but able to meet in person and grow this relationship to win the future. Thank you.
Secretary Kerry, thank you for staying up late to join us tonight, and appreciate your kind words and your thoughts on the bilateral relationship. Thank you very much. It was our honor to have you.
Next up is Cindy McCain, the widow of Senator John McCain, who was Senator Kerry's counterpart for many years, working on building this new relationship. I wanted to, at the Senator McCain's funeral, the Vietnamese delegation led by Hakim Nop was given a very special place. The rest of the diplomatic community was quite impressed where the ambassador of Vietnam was seated, and some of us who have worked on this relationship. Senator McCain's chief of staff, Mark Salter, who many of you know, for the many years that he worked on this relationship, he has a new book coming out next week, which has really great stories about the Vietnam period. So I highly recommend that. It's a lovely tribute to John McCain and his many different issues and facets of his life, but there are quite a few special stories about Vietnam. Cindy McCain, John McCain's widow, came to Vietnam quite a few times with him, and she got very involved in children and medical and other issues, and didn't just come to Hanoi and do the fancy stuff. She went to various provinces and really got deeply involved in some of the issues in Vietnam. So she too is a fan of Vietnam and holds it dear in her heart for herself, but then certainly with pride of what her husband did to work on this relationship. So we're delighted that she has remarks as well.
I'm honored to join you to commemorate the 25th anniversary of the establishment of normal relations between the United States and Vietnam. Thank you for inviting me to make a few remarks. As you know, my late husband cared a great deal about the relationship between our two countries. He believed America's and Vietnam's interests were better served in friendship than in continued hostility, and the establishment of normal relations a quarter century ago which John and Senator Kerry and many others worked so hard to achieve, was one of the proudest moments in his public life. In a meeting in the Oval Office not long before President Clinton made the decision to normalize, John explained his support for normalization. "It doesn't matter to me anymore," he told the president, "who was for the war or who was against it. I'm tired of looking back in anger, and I'm tired of America looking back in anger. It's time to put the past behind us and do what's right for both countries." He remained proud of his contribution to normalization until the very end of his life, and committed to seeing the relationship flourish into the friendship he hoped it would become. He cared deeply about the people of Vietnam and the future of our friendship. That care brought him back to Vietnam again and again. I've lost count of how many times he traveled to Vietnam. I've lost count of how many times I've accompanied him on visits to your beautiful country. One of the last trips overseas in June of 2017, less than 2 months before his cancer diagnosis, was to Vietnam with Senators Chris Coons and John Barrasso. The highlight of their trip was a visit to the United States Navy destroyer, which was making a port call in Cam Ranh, the USS John S. McCain, named at the time for his father and grandfather, and now for John as well. I remember him telling me how moved he was by the experience, not just by the sight of the ship bearing his name in the country where he had gone to war, but by the affirmation it represented for his hopeful vision of U.S.-Vietnam relations. To the hard memories of loss and sacrifice borne by the combat veteran were added the happier memories of a statesman who found purpose and honor in building a relationship of mutual respect, interest, and committee to replace the ruins of war and address our common challenges. On a personal note, and on behalf of my family, I would like to thank again the government and people of Vietnam for the many expressions of grief and sympathy they offered in reaction to John's passing. We saw the mounds of flowers heaped on the monument at Truc Bac Lake. We saw the condolences from senior officials and those from ordinary Vietnamese citizens who saw John as a friend, just as he saw them. We saw the long lines of Vietnamese waiting to sign the official condolence book at the U.S. Embassy, and we were very touched, as John would have been. Were he here, he would look at the growing web of ties between our countries, economic, diplomatic, security, and humanitarian, with great satisfaction. And then he would tell all of us to get back to work and forge even closer ties. There is much more we can do for the mutual benefit of our peoples and for the security, independence, and dignity of all peoples of Asia. Long last our friendship, and thank you again for inviting me.
So it was just suggested to me that we have another tribute to John McCain. May he rest in peace, and for all his contribution to this relationship. This is the perfect lead-in to our next speaker. When I first came here in 1989, as a staff of my boss, Ambassador William Sullivan, who was invited here by Foreign Minister Win Kotak, the first thing that he talked about was he and my boss, we are old men now. We need to build a new generation who will work on this relationship. He said to Ambassador Sullivan, you and I failed to find the peace, but now we need to work on it together. And one of the people that he appointed to be a fellow in Washington to learn about Congress, the administration, the business community, how complicated politics are in Washington. And Foreign Minister Tak appointed Le Van Bang to come and, without diplomatic immunity, not acting as a diplomat, but to come try to learn more about Washington and what it was going to take to work on normalization. And Le Bang started as a fellow, he became chief of mission, he became ambassador. He's worked on this relationship tirelessly. He knew John McCain, John Kerry. We are utterly grateful, Le Bang, that you're here today and for all the work you did over these many, many years.
Well, I very much want to present my speech in English, but I think that I should come to my mother tongue. Kính thưa đại sứ
Excellency Ambassador Daniel Crittenbrink, Excellency Ambassador Hakim Ngok, Excellency Deputy Minister, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a great honor for me to be invited by the organizing team and address the US-Vietnam Business Summit 2020. This event takes place at the 25th anniversary of diplomatic ties between Vietnam and the United States. And it also takes place in a very significant trajectory of international relations due to COVID-19, pandemic, and economic competition between major powers, and all of them are posing greater challenges for both Vietnam and the United States and our business community. With that, the summit today is of great significance and on an excellent right time. We are looking forward to a brighter future of Vietnam-US relations in the years to come. But allow me today to take a flashback on yesterday, on all the people who devoted all their heart and mind to the Vietnam-US relations that I so admired. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to have such an excellent comprehensive partnership with US-Vietnam, today we all recall the words of our founding fathers on that relationship. At the end of the 18th century, in the years of 1789 or 87 and 89, President Thomas Jefferson, who was back then the counselor of Minister Counselor of the United States in Paris, are seeking for the rights to grow back home in Virginia. And since the very first day of the Republic of DRC Vietnam, President Ho Chi Minh of Vietnam has sent a letter to welcome the American firms to Vietnam for doing business. However, unfortunately, those initiatives was not successful, and history will turn to another trajectory. During the 80s, when things went right for Vietnam and the United States to resume our diplomatic ties, Foreign Minister Nguyen Co Thach had invited Dan Sullivan, an American friend, to Hanoi, and to discuss the way to resume diplomatic ties, and both of them agreed on establishing U.S.-Vietnam Trade Council to gather American firms and Vietnamese local companies to work on normalization of trade relations. And Jeannie Phuc was appointed the chairwoman. But the Vietnam symptom was so much haunted in the American society back then, and there were still anti-Vietnam Americans in the community. And in 1993, when President Bill Clinton took office, both sides again talk about the normalization. And in Washington back then, there was a document saying that Vietnam sends American prison to this USSR, the Soviet Union, and that was just like a bomb that destroyed everything, every devotion, every efforts of it in trying to the normalization. And the American side have to send envoy to Vietnam so many times in just to prove that is the counterfeit document. As such, by end of 1994, we managed to talk on removal of sanction. So it is such an upheaval journey for both Vietnam and America. In June 2001, when I prepared to conclude my tour of duty, the BTA was yet been in effect, and the U.S. Department of State back then held a meeting with 10 ASEAN's ambassador, and it was joined by Colin Powell, and the Secretary Powell only got 2 minutes for each ASEAN ambassador. It took me days to think what to say to Secretary Powell, and I talked just 3 points. I thank you very much for meeting with 10 ASEAN ambassador. Second, this year Vietnam assumed the ASEAN chair and will hold a meeting between ASEAN's foreign minister and other ministers. So I invite you to come to Vietnam, and I hope that you will bring gift to Vietnam when you travel to Vietnam. And Secretary Powell smiled at me and saying that I understand what you mean. What you mean the gift would be. The BTA is on the table of President Clinton, and I should do my best to bring it in. And in October, Secretary Powell visited Hanoi with an announcement of the U.S. Congress approval of the BTA. That is such a gift that he given to the Vietnamese people. But in February, November 19, the Twin Tower was bombed, and the United States contacted us at our embassy and how to give the diplomatic note so that the BTA could take effect. And in November that year, Prime Minister Phan Văn Khai summoned me, saying that you have to be back to America again. And your duty, your mission this time is to convince the U.S. Department of State to organize, to arrange the visits to America by Prime Minister Nguyen Thanh Dung in order to make the BTA come into effect. And I just say that I just joked to them that I cannot find my dear friend Jeannie Food to help me get into the U.S. Department of State. I was so worried back then about my duty, if I can make it possible. So eventually I make a phone call to Senator McCain and telling them I really look forward to talking with the U.S. Department of State. And the day after, the U.S. Department of State called me and saying that they agree to welcome Prime Minister Nguyen Thanh Dung to the United States. And in December that year, the BTA officially took effect, and both sides has exchanged diplomatic notes. Senator McCain has passed away. I was deeply touched about his passing away. But all of us, the Vietnamese people, will forever remember him with all our respect, who devote all their heart and mind for our relation. After the BTA taking effect, the bilateral trade relations between Vietnam and the United States flourish. And I hope that our bilateral trade and investment ties continue to grow even stronger. Today's summit presents a good opportunity, or would it be a new chapter, a new milestone? Vietnam is expected to become the second Japan or the second Republic of Korea. Was that dream? Would that dream come true? I hope that all of us present here today shall join hands to help Vietnam achieve that dream. With that, I thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Bong, for those warm remarks and kind remarks. Everyone, we are going to take a coffee break. I know people have been sitting and listening and watching for a while. So out in the hallway, there's food and drinks and Coke and Pepsi and coffee and tea and all the things that people need. So please try to do it relatively quickly, and in about 10, 12 minutes, come back in and we're going to resume the program with our first panel. Thank you very much. Economic environment here. Membership in AmCham offers strategic connections and unparalleled access to opportunity. We welcome anyone interested in promoting business and trade links between the United States and Vietnam. Please visit us at amchamhanoi.com to learn more. Thanks for watching and have a great day.
Tôi tên là Quyên, sinh ra và lớn lên ở Hội An. Người sống theo cuộc sống rất là đơn giản. Nhưng mà sau khi gặp anh Bình, từ đó mới thay đổi một cái cuộc sống hoàn toàn khác.
Mình tên Bình. Mình ngồi xe lăn là bởi vì một cái tai nạn ở trong bệnh viện ở tại Đà Nẵng. Với ba mình đã đem mình tới để chữa cái mồ hôi bàn tay. Lại có một bác sĩ ở ngoài Đà Nẵng được thực tập tiêm huyết thanh nóng nó sát ngay cạnh cột sống, cho nên nó quá liều, và cái tai nạn đó làm cho mình không tiếp tục đi lại được. Thì đó là cái thời gian tự hỏi mình lý do mình tồn tại. Quyên đem đến những cái có nhiều cái niềm vui hơn, những cái cảm giác rất là khác biệt.
Từ khi mà gặp chồng của tôi và lập gia đình với chồng của tôi thì tôi bước chân vào cái thế giới của người khuyết tật. Một cái thế giới mà trước đây tôi không hình dung là tôi sẽ bước vào đó. Tôi nhận thấy rằng là con người ta khi mà bị khuyết tật thì là khó để tìm một công việc làm lắm. Thì mình mới cùng anh Bình mở cái Reaching Out do cái mong muốn làm sao mà có được công ăn việc làm cho nhiều nhất cho những người khuyết tật và họ cảm thấy hạnh phúc.
Họ có thể tìm được một cái nơi để học nghề, họ mưu sinh, thông qua việc làm. Quán trà được thành lập là cũng đã trải qua cái thời gian có kinh nghiệm với Grab Shop rồi.
Nhà trà là một nhà trà tĩnh lặng. Các bạn gái ở trong đó là người khiếm thính.
Với cái doanh nghiệp nhỏ, Google cho chúng tôi sử dụng cái công cụ này miễn phí. Khi mà chúng tôi list cái nhà trà lên trên Google thì số lượng khách hàng tìm đến chúng tôi qua online đã tăng lên gấp nhiều lần. Chúng tôi đã có thêm khách hàng từ nhiều nơi trên thế giới. Và có thêm khách hàng là chúng tôi có thể cung cấp được thêm nhiều cơ hội việc làm.
Đôi khi mình không muốn làm nữa, nhưng mà mình nghĩ là nếu như bây giờ mình dừng lại ngay cái chỗ thời điểm này thì 70 cái bạn đằng sau mình á, rồi 70 cái gia đình đằng sau họ sẽ như thế nào. Điều mà mình cảm thấy tự hào nhất về cái nhà Reaching Out là bởi vì các bạn làm việc ở Reaching Out đã coi cái Reaching Out như là gia đình thứ hai của họ.
Già không phải do tuổi mà do chúng ta ngừng học. Tôi tên là Nguyễn Tiến Nghĩa. Mình sinh ra và lớn lên ở Hà Nội. Công ty của mình thì giúp cho các cái doanh nghiệp lập ra cái phòng marketing online.
Tôi tên là Trần Văn Sơn. Tôi sinh ra và lớn lên tại thị trấn Phú Lộc. Tôi đang quản lý công ty Vinanter chuyên về thiết kế website, phần mềm cho doanh nghiệp.
Tôi tên là Trịnh Thị Hồng. Tôi sinh ra ở Quảng Nam. Nhà tôi sinh sống khắp nơi trên cả nước. Ý tưởng khởi nghiệp của tôi bắt nguồn từ cái việc rác thải không được xử lý. Bởi vì không ai nghĩ rằng cái vứt đi có thể trở thành một sản phẩm.
Nhà mình không có hộ khẩu và muốn học thì phải bị xin qua bán trú, mà điều kiện mọi thứ thì không có.
Cả ngày đi làm, ban đêm thì cắp sách tới trường. Tôi muốn vừa đi làm đi học để có cơ hội tri ân những người đã chỉ bằng tay ra giúp mình.
Lúc 2 tuổi thì anh bị liệt cái chân. Tôi cũng nóng nóng một điều, đó là làm sao để sau này mình phải trở nên nó độc lập hơn. Mình có thể tạo công việc cho người khác, chứ không phải là mình đi xin việc. Và tôi thấy rằng cái cách mà nhanh nhất để nhân rộng mô hình đó là thông qua việc giảng dạy.
Qua những cái mà tôi nhận được từ công nghệ, tôi muốn thay đổi cuộc sống của mọi người.
Tôi tới lớp công nghệ 4.0 ấy, tôi gặp được rất là nhiều người có những cái ham muốn học hỏi.
Có nhiều người nghĩ là digital technology nó cái gì đó rất là cao siêu. Nhưng mà khi anh hướng dẫn cho mọi người làm thì họ cảm thấy rất là đơn giản. Nhiều doanh nghiệp họ áp dụng đã thành công và họ quay trở lại cảm ơn mình.
Tôi muốn doanh nghiệp tôi phát triển, xuất khẩu các sản phẩm của mình ra thế giới, là một doanh nghiệp toàn cầu. 2 năm qua, tôi đã giúp được trên 600 hộ ở 4 địa bàn tỉnh thành. Đó là niềm vui mà tôi cảm thấy tự hào. Tôi chỉ có một mơ ước duy nhất, đó là giúp càng được nhiều người thì càng tốt.
Đây chính là thời điểm để chúng ta bứt phá và chúng ta nắm bắt công nghệ để bứt phá.
Rất là đón chờ đến cái thời điểm đó.
Điều gì đã tạo nên một STVB hùng mạnh và phát triển bền vững suốt 25 năm qua? Khởi đầu với một đội ngũ nhân viên chỉ gần 100 người, nhưng với hoài bão lớn lao trở thành công ty nước giải khát dẫn đầu tại Việt Nam, nhà máy Hóc Môn đã được thành lập. Năm 1994, PepsiCo chính thức gia nhập thị trường Việt Nam khi liên doanh cùng công ty nước giải khát quốc tế IBC với sự ra mắt của 2 sản phẩm chiến lược Pepsi và 7up. Đánh dấu sự mở đầu cho một trang mới trong sự nghiệp phát triển ngành nước giải khát tại Việt Nam. Năm 2003, công ty được đổi tên thành công ty nước giải khát quốc tế PepsiCo Việt Nam. Đây cũng là năm đánh dấu cột mốc công ty giành được vị trí dẫn đầu trong ngành nước giải khát năm 2010 đánh dấu một cột mốc quan trọng bằng việc PepsiCo tiếp tục đầu tư vào Việt Nam 250 triệu đô la Mỹ cho 3 năm và nhà máy PepsiCo có quy mô lớn nhất Đông Nam Á đã được khánh thành tại Bắc Ninh vào tháng 10 cùng năm. 2013, cột mốc quan trọng trong lịch sử phát triển của công ty thông qua thỏa thuận liên minh chiến lược giữa Suntory, tập đoàn nước giải khát hàng đầu của Nhật Bản, và PepsiCo, hình thành nên công ty trách nhiệm hữu hạn nước giải khát Suntory PepsiCo Việt Nam. Không chỉ tập trung đẩy mạnh tốc độ tăng trưởng và phát triển kinh doanh bền vững, STVP luôn thể hiện vai trò và trách nhiệm với xã hội và cộng đồng thông qua những chương trình có ý nghĩa và tác động tích cực. Năm 2015, chương trình Mizuiku Em yêu nước sạch của Suntory được triển khai tại thị trường Việt Nam với mong muốn lan tỏa giải pháp bền vững, giúp bảo vệ nguồn nước thông qua việc trang bị ý thức và kiến thức bảo vệ nước sạch đến thế hệ tương lai của Việt Nam. Song song đó, Helping Hands, vòng tay nhân ái, là chương trình từ thiện suốt nhiều năm liền được chung tay bởi nhân viên STVP cũng đã gây quỹ để giúp đỡ nhiều hoàn cảnh khó khăn. Chứng nhận cho những nỗ lực và đóng góp không ngừng của STVP tại thị trường Việt Nam, các danh hiệu đầy tự hào đã được trao tặng cho tập thể top 100 doanh nghiệp nộp thuế cao nhất Việt Nam, top 3 doanh nghiệp đồ uống uy tín 2017 và 2018, về doanh nghiệp phát triển bền vững tại Việt Nam do VCCI bình chọn. Nơi làm việc tốt nhất Việt Nam do Alphabet tổ chức cũng đã ghi danh STVP liên tục nhiều năm liền. Từ năm 2019, STVP tham gia vào Liên minh tái chế bao bì PRO Việt Nam để thực hiện sứ mệnh giảm thiểu tác hại của nhựa lên môi trường. Với tham vọng vào năm 2030, tất cả các loại vật liệu đóng gói do các công ty thành viên sản xuất ra thị trường đều sẽ được thu gom và tái chế. Về môi trường sống, có trách nhiệm với cộng đồng xung quanh, Suntory PepsiCo tại Việt Nam, vì Việt Nam, với Việt Nam.
Có mặt trên thế giới cũng như ở Việt Nam nhiều năm qua, Facebook đã và đang là nền tảng được nhiều người dùng tin tưởng và sử dụng. Sứ mệnh của Facebook là kết nối xây dựng các cộng đồng. Tại Việt Nam, Facebook đã tích cực đồng hành cùng các doanh nghiệp, chính phủ và người dùng để đóng góp vào sự phát triển kinh tế xã hội của Việt Nam, giúp Việt Nam sớm hoàn thành mục tiêu trở thành quốc gia số. Nhằm hỗ trợ phát triển kinh tế số, từ năm 2017, chúng tôi đã ra mắt chương trình bệ phóng doanh nghiệp và phụ nữ là doanh nhân. Mục tiêu của các chương trình này là hỗ trợ và đào tạo doanh nghiệp vừa và nhỏ, cũng như doanh nghiệp do nữ làm chủ trong việc áp dụng các thế mạnh của Facebook nhằm nâng cao hiệu quả kinh doanh. Trong năm 2019, chúng tôi đã mở rộng chương trình Phụ nữ là doanh nhân tới hơn 55 tỉnh thành và tiếp cận hơn 10.000 doanh nghiệp vừa và nhỏ, trong đó hơn 6.500 doanh nghiệp do nữ làm chủ. Trong lĩnh vực đổi mới sáng tạo năm 2017, Facebook đã khởi xướng sáng kiến Developer Circle dành cho các lập trình viên Việt Nam với mục tiêu kết nối, đào tạo và khuyến khích các bạn học hỏi lẫn nhau để thành công. Trong năm 2018, chúng tôi đã ra mắt 3 Developer Circle ở thành phố Hồ Chí Minh, Hà Nội và Đà Nẵng. Năm 2019, chúng tôi phát động cuộc thi thử thách đổi mới cho các lập trình viên Việt Nam tại thành phố Hồ Chí Minh. Đây là chương trình kết hợp giữa đào tạo và thi đấu dành cho lập trình viên kéo dài 18 tháng. Với mục tiêu nâng cao kỹ năng số và xây dựng thế hệ công dân số có trách nhiệm, Facebook đã ra mắt chương trình Suy nghĩ trước khi chia sẻ và sau đó là Tư duy thời đại số. Trong năm 2019, chương trình đã tiếp cận hơn 240.000 học sinh cấp 2 và hơn 1.200 giáo viên ở 13 tỉnh thành. Vào tháng 7 năm 2019, chúng tôi đã khởi động mối quan hệ đối tác chính thức đầu tiên với một thành phố tại Việt Nam là Đà Nẵng. Hợp tác tập trung vào việc tăng cường năng lực kỹ thuật số của các cơ quan chính phủ và hỗ trợ nỗ lực quản lý thảm họa của thành phố. 55 cán bộ từ các cơ sở ban ngành của Đà Nẵng đã được đào tạo về cách sử dụng Facebook như một công cụ truyền thông hiệu quả, nâng cao sự tương tác giữa chính quyền thành phố đối với người dân. Chúng tôi cũng tổ chức tập huấn cho hơn 60 cán bộ thành phố, Hội chữ thập đỏ Việt Nam, Hội chữ thập đỏ Đà Nẵng về cách sử dụng bản đồ thiên tai của Facebook và các công cụ sẵn có khác của chúng tôi trong công tác ứng phó với thiên tai. Tháng 11 năm 2019, tiếp tục sứ mệnh xây dựng cộng đồng mạng xã hội lành mạnh, Facebook đã phối hợp với nghệ sĩ Trấn Thành và công ty Year One thực hiện một livestream dài kỷ lục 4 giờ 30 phút để khuyến nghị người dùng về các chủ đề bắt nạt trực tuyến, thế hệ công nghệ, bạo hành gia đình, phụ nữ khởi nghiệp và chung tay cho cộng đồng. Với tên gọi Social for Good, chương trình đã hút 4 triệu người xem sau 4 giờ phát trực tiếp. Trong bối cảnh dịch Covid-19 bùng phát, Facebook đã có nhiều hoạt động kịp thời đóng góp vào nỗ lực ứng phó đại dịch của quốc gia. Ra mắt mô đun tìm kiếm thông báo và tin nhắn trên Newsfeed để hướng mọi người đến trang web chính thức của Bộ Y tế Việt Nam về Covid-19. Hỗ trợ Cổng Thông tin Chính phủ Việt Nam trong công tác truyền thông về dịch Covid-19 bằng cách cung cấp các khoản tín dụng quảng cáo của Facebook. Facebook đã tổ chức livestream Social for Good lần thứ 2 để nâng cao nhận thức cộng đồng về Covid-19 và kêu gọi quyên góp ủng hộ các bác sĩ và những người bị ảnh hưởng do dịch bệnh. Tổng giá trị tiền mặt và hiện vật đóng góp hơn 10 tỷ đồng đã được gửi đến Hội chữ thập đỏ Việt Nam nhằm hỗ trợ cho đội ngũ cán bộ y tế, người nhiễm và nghi ngờ nhiễm được cách ly để phòng ngừa và kiểm soát dịch bệnh. Năm 2020 sẽ là cơ hội để Facebook mở rộng hoạt động sang nhiều lĩnh vực và nhiều tỉnh thành hơn nữa, hỗ trợ các mục tiêu công nghiệp 4.0 của quốc gia cũng như của các địa phương theo đúng tinh thần tên gọi chiến dịch Facebook vì Việt Nam.
Thank you for the question. It's a shame I can't be there in person. I really would like to be back in Hanoi, and I look forward to the opportunity to be there in person. I think one of the challenges that other markets have with taking on some of the supply chain nodes that China has been so dominant in for the past 15 years or 20 years or so is a couple things. A, China has a very, very large and growing internal market that is a real draw for those that want to source in China. Many of our U.S. members are in China and producing in China for the China market. So it's very difficult for Vietnam and other Southeast Asian countries to completely supplant China as a supply chain node for that reason. The second reason is that China has gone out of its way to make production in China so very easy, both in terms of the creation of infrastructure, in terms of energy, in terms of roads, in terms of all the things that make getting your product from point A to point Z so much easier. And then also, despite the idea that China is is a relatively low cost country, it's actually
Hello.
Okay, if you can hear me out there, please come on back. Come back so we can start. Come on back, everyone. If I can invite Miss Lee from Coca-Cola to join the stage. Mr. Ha, I'm sorry, Miss Ha. Miss Ha from Bauer Group, who I know is there. She is, Miss Ha, and Mr. Tung from Vietjet to come up and join on stage, please. And we'll get people back in. Only you guys know that that bell means to come inside. Oh, you're cold? It's the good time of the year. Nice weather tonight. I hope you all join us at 5:30 for our outdoor reception overlooking the Opera House at the Hilton. Food, drinks, fun, and a virtual program to celebrate the 25th anniversary. Actually, there are 5 receptions that all link together virtually at the same time. It's going to be great. Okay, Mr. Tung from Vietjet, come join us on stage, please. Oh, he is on stage. Yeah, and you. Yeah, I'm not in this. Okay, Nguyen Viet Ha from Bauer Group Asia. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you to moderate our first panel. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, our panels are a mix of in person and live on the screen, which we see here. And for our 3 participants that are joining us, I believe 1 in Hong Kong, 2 in Singapore. You guys are all looking good. We see you, and I'm sure we're going to hear you loud and clear. Just a reminder to stay on mute when you're not speaking. And Ha, I'm going to turn it over to you for our panel on promoting prosperity to ensure sustainable development, economic and social development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to lead the first panel discussions with 5 distinguished panelists representing for 5 different industries. So I believe that this our panel is the most diversified panel of the event today. And like Adam just mentioned earlier, due to the travel restrictions, 3 out of 5 our panelists cannot come to Vietnam, and they are joining us virtually, as you can see on the screen. So let me start with the introductions of our panelists. I will start with the lady next to me, Madame Lê Tú Cẩm Ly, and she's the Public Affairs, Communication, Sustainability Director of Coca-Cola Indochina. Before joining Coca-Cola, Lee was a senior executive in the legal service, government affairs, regulatory, compliance matter of Vietnam operations of a global cosmetic company. She has been serving as the AmCham Board of Governors since 2001. She's been leading in the role of Vice Chair of AmCham Food and Beverage Committee, as well as she's the Chair of Corporate Social Responsibility Committees of AmCham. In 2016, Lee was elected to be the Chair of AmCham Ho Chi Minh City, and she became the first Vietnamese woman holding these chairmanships. Lee has received ASEAN Woman Entrepreneur Award for her leadership to contribute into the local woman business community in Vietnam. So please join me to welcome Lee in our panel. Next to Lee, I would like to introduce to you Mr. Vũ Phạm Nguyên Tùng. He's the Director of Project and Business Development of Vietjet. He's among the first executives who joined Vietjet right after the first flight of the airline in December 2011. Previously, Mr. Tung was the General Director of Long Thanh New International Airport Company, where he worked between 2009 and 2011. And he was the Director of the Airport Management and Operation Department of Civil Aviation Administration of Vietnam, CAAV, for more than a decade before his career at the Long Thanh New International Airport. And as the Director of the Project and Business Development of Vietjet, Mr. Tung has been working very closely with some American companies such as Boeing, GE, Honeywell, and Parsons, which are like a customer of Vietjet, I believe. And now I turn into the introduction of our three distinguished panelists that joining us virtually. Start with lady first, Queen Simon, the head of public policy in Asia Pacific and Japan for Amazon Web Service, which we also know short name as AWS. Queen is leading AWS engagement with government, policymaker, regulator across the regions in all issues related to adoption of cloud computing, like cyber security, privacy, personal data protection, standard technology outsourcing. Queen has been heading AWS investment project that aim at sustainable economic prosperity for countries in the region. She's the Vice Chair of US-ASEAN Business Council ICT Committee and sits on the Executive Committee of SG Techs in Singapore. So please join me to welcome Queen from Dixon. Next is, I would like to introduce Jeremy Stucho, the Vice President and Head of Government Engagement Asia Pacific for Visa Inc., the world leader in digital payment technology. Jeremy is based in Singapore, and he is responsible for driving both internal and external alignment between Visa business strategy and public policy objectives across the region. His team covers more than 40 markets in the region, leading the engagement and partnership between Visa and the local governments, regulators, and public service provider. Before joining Visa, Jeremy was based in Washington, D.C. and served as the Director of Speech Writing and then Executive Secretary of the Office of the United States Trade Representative, USTR. And finally, our last panelists that joining us from, I guess, Singapore or Hong Kong, right? Joe? Yeah. So Josh Siebengartner, who is the Managing Director of Government Affairs in Asia Pacific at FedEx. So again, once again, let's join us to welcome all the panelists for our discussion today. And as Adam mentioned earlier, that you know, our discussion today is going to focus on you know, sustainable development. As you know, that our world is facing major environmental challenges such as climate change, biodiversity loss, water and air pollution, resource depletion, and those are caused some serious social problems like health, safety, poverty, quality, and among others. These challenges require the business to address. So in the discussion today, we would like to hear from our panelists on how their company and how business has been doing to address those challenges. So let me start with a question to Lee from Coca-Cola, because I look up and found out that like every day Vietnam has generated about 20 million tons of those domestic waste. And the figures, it's projected to be increased to 20 million tons by 2025. So environmental pollution is becoming increasingly serious problem in Vietnam as well as everywhere in the world. So, and it's one of the biggest challenges for the sustainable growth of the country. As a manufacturer in the beverage industry, which we know that produce a large amount of plastic, metal, glass package released to the environment. We would like to hear from Ms. Lee what Coca-Cola has been doing in order to address this challenge.
Thank you. Sustainable growth is also a goal of in our Coca-Cola business. And with that, we have driven a very comprehensive sustainability agenda with all the objectives. And when we talk about sustainability or sustainable growth, in fact, in Coca-Cola, and I believe that in many American corporations, we have taken that to the next level that we call environmental, social, and governance. And when we see, the ESG, environmental system, are very important, and also the top priorities elements in the ESG, environmental, social, governance. And what Coca-Cola is doing with the ESG? So first, we have put in place a very holistic plan with specific goals and targets. So that's why, I just want to emphasize the governance here, because we have the plan, but we need to have the target and how to try the target, to achieve the target. For the environment pollution, particularly in plastic waste, and we all know that Vietnam is one of the top 4 or 5 countries around the world to be to have the most serious pollution of the plastic waste in the oceans. So in Coca-Cola, we have a very ambitious goal with the ambitious objectives that we call a world without waste, in which we put in the goals. First is 100% of our packaging to be recyclable by 2025. And right now, in 2020, we have achieved 94% already. So we just have the short way to go to achieve that goal. The second one is 100% of our packaging need to be collected and recycled by 2030. And right next year, in 2021, we will start right here in Vietnam to have 25% of our PET plastic packaging to be collected and recycled. Last but not least, in the goals of World Without Waste, we also have the targets that we need to have 50% of our plastic packaging to be reused for the recyclable plastic packaging by 2030. So we will also, we already this year have started to have little numbers of our PET recyclable plastic packaging for our products. And if you see the Dasani water bottles, this is here in Vietnam, right in Hanoi, is already used the recyclable packaging, plastic packaging. And this is for environment, the first one, environment pollution. But then when we talk about environment pollution, it's not only the plastic waste issue. In Vietnam, we also think about the water replenishment as well as the carbon reduction. And as the beverage facility manufacturer in Vietnam, we also set forth a goals. And our goals is, we need to have 200% replenish the water we use for our business by 2030. So meaning that every single drop of water we use for our business by 2030, we have to return to the local community where we have the operation, the double drops of water. So in Vietnam, in this year, we already achieved more than 170% water replenishment. And then for the carbon reduction, we also have the target. And our target is to have 25% of carbon reduction of the 2015 base by 2030. So we have started that since 2015. And every year from 2015 up to now, every year on our 3 manufacturing plants in Ho Chi Minh City, Hanoi, and Da Nang, we reduce around 10% of the carbon we use for our manufacturing activity versus the previous year. So this is all about we driving the environmental, social, and ensure that, that agenda to be compliant, to be committed, and to be governance. Thank you.
Hey, it is very good news to hear that all the Dasani water bottles are now recyclable. So please, if in your at home,
just a correction. It's not on the Dasani in Vietnam, but I said that in Hanoi.
In Hanoi.
Yeah.
Okay. So if at home, if you have a separate garbage bin for recyclable garbage, please put the Dasani bottle in there in order to jointly together with Coca-Cola to achieve their goal in recycling bottle and cans in the coming years. I would like to move on to another industry that is also under constant pressures to address sustainable development challenge like air, noise pollution, resource depletion, climate change, and social challenge of transnational management. So I would like to raise a question to Geoff from FedEx on what you have been doing, what FedEx have been doing in order to address those challenges.
Great, thank you, Ha. I hope everybody can hear me okay. I am in Hong Kong, by the way, just to answer that your earlier question, and it's great to be with you all. Wish I could be there in person. It is difficult to run an airline with the kind of pressure that you're describing to improve, sustainability and climate issues and performance. At FedEx, that's something that we're very aware of and have been for a long time. The strategy that we have in place is something that we call reduce, replace, and revolutionize. And it's basically about, and we apply that across our vehicle fleets. We've got about 700 aircraft that we operate globally. We have about 100,000 ground vehicles. We apply it to our facilities, and we apply it to the materials, like packaging materials that we that we use. So it's really about reducing our impact, replacing vehicles. So a lot of investment in either replacing vehicle engines or the whole or entire aircraft and ground vehicles, and then revolutionizing the kind of technology, upgrading the technology that we use, for example, in our materials. And so, as an example, in Canada, we're using electric bikes for delivery. The packaging that you send a shipment in, if you use FedEx packaging, it's all 100% recyclable at this point. It's getting close to 50% made of recycled content also. And we do incidentally have an entire packaging lab where this is just, what they do is develop kind of new technologies for people to use in packaging to reduce that impact. In terms of broader goals, on the aviation side, and at Vietjet, you'll appreciate this. What we're trying to do is reduce aircraft emissions by 30% from 2005 to 2020, which is a big goal, but is on target. I mean, it's something that we've been able to achieve, and it's in fact, if you look back to 2009, new aircraft engine technology like newer 777s from Boeing, they've been able to decrease CO2 intensity by almost half over the last slightly more than 10 years. So that's an example where investment and new technology can really pay off. For ground vehicles, we're trying to increase their efficiency. For buildings, we want to make sure that they're all LEED certified. And in jet fuel, we have the goal to make them 30% from alternative fuels by 2030. With the amount of consumption, the amount of fuel consumption that aircraft do, you can imagine the impact that could make. And my understanding is that's on target also. So a lot there, a lot that's happening around environment and sustainability. We just purchased about 1,000 electric vehicles that we're deploying across our fleet. And I think you'll see a lot of these coming to the streets and skies of Vietnam very soon. Thank you for that, Ha.
Thank you, and we hope so that we're going to see the change. And do you have any plan to have like a package delivery in Vietnam by electric bike or bicycle?
I think in Vietnam it makes sense. I mean, in addition to reducing emissions and increasing efficiency, of course, just congestion is a challenge, and that's an area where bicycle delivery can help. We're working with certain vendors on drone delivery too. Of course, those are electric, although in dense urban areas, I don't know that makes a lot of sense. But for the right applications, these are useful tools.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
And I would like to continue your discussion about the aviation industry, especially in this context of the COVID-19 pandemic. And there's some numbers showing that this is the industry that impacted the most, one of the industry impacted the most by COVID-19 pandemic, like billions of US dollars it's been lost just in a few months, in a year, and thousands of jobs has also been gone. However, from another more optimistic perspective, some people say that this health crisis actually provide an unique opportunity for the industry to rethink, reshape their strategies in order to grow more sustainable. For example, the pandemic may present the industry a chance to make sure that it's going to invest in the technologies that it can enable it to meet emissions targets or create a more sustainable future for itself. So I would like to hear from a representative of the aviation industry here, Mr. Tung from Vietjet, on how do you think about this kind of optimistic perspective out of the COVID-19 clouds or darkness for the aviation industry.
Thanks, Mr. Ha, and hello everybody. Regarding the aviation, so as Mr. Ha already mentioned that we suffer very heavily from that pandemic, and but in return, everyone in the room can feel the air quality in Vietnam, in Hanoi, Ho Chi Minh City is better than before the pandemic. It is because we have a less flight. Yes. Actually, you know that before pandemic, for Vietjet, we are the largest carrier in terms of domestic market share in Vietnam, and we have more than 500 flights a day. Now we have just about 1/10 of that. It is about 50 flights a day. It is really heavy, affected hit, a hard hit for our industry. So I think that for aviation, for hotel, for tourists, we also suffer the same things. Unlike the Coca-Cola and for other business, they still have a good business. So, but we think that just like Mr. Ham just mentioned, that we think that through the pandemic, we can have the time to restructure our company, and we do things like we have to review our process of operation to make it more simplified. So it is lucky that we have 4,000 employees, including the pilot and cabin crew. But through the pandemic, we don't have to fire any employer. But we have to restructure for them to modify it more simplified. Another thing is our company is use this opportunity to concentrate in the dynamic in the digital transformation. It means that we will focus use in the technology of AI or big data. We will focus in the more quickly digital transformation within the company in order to make the business more efficient, to provide for our customer, our passenger, more modernized and more interactive platform in order when they travel with Vietjet, and not only Vietjet, because we are the holding. We have the bank, we have the hotel, we have other facilities, so that we have the very big community, and our ecosystem is use this time to do the digital transformation. The other things is we also take this opportunity to strengthen our service. We introduced the very good service in our airlines like Skyboss, and of course in terms of sustainable development. So all the material we use for the aircraft is recyclable, including the Dasani from the Coca-Cola. For other service, we have to, in order to survive through the pandemic, we have to think more about the cargo. So we would like to have a very good cooperation with FedEx, for example, in terms of in terms of domestic logistic transportation, and for the charter, for the other charter. So I think that through the pandemic, the lesson can be learned is we stick in our strategic determination, but also we would like to have a very flexible in operation, because now is COVID-19. So who knows? Maybe next year will be another one thing. So it is very much learned from us. In term of sustainable development for the carbon emission, that you know that Vietjet, we have the placed an order with the U.S. partner like Boeing with the 200 aircrafts, Boeing 737 MAX. Unfortunately, because some struggle in the delivery, so until now we still not yet received the first aircraft that was expected by the end of 2019. You know that for other US partner like a Pratt Whitney, like a GE and CM and Honeywell, we own the aircraft like my fellow is just mentioned in FedEx. All the aircraft are very new, as new generation, and and we can enjoy the very benefit from the fuel consumption in order to cut the carbon emission according to the order from ICAO. Also in our company, we will look deeply in the fuel saving, because fuel saving can if you have the good strategy, so we can have a cost control, environment protection, as well as we can provide the lower airfare to our customer, also less carbon emission. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, it's very encouraging to hear that those industries that have been doing a lot in order to save the environment, as well as support for more sustainable developments, especially in the wake of like a pandemic. So now I would like to hear from another industry that is related also to digital technology. That is Visa with the digital, one of the world leading digital payment service. Question to Jeremy is how Visa supporting the economic recovery in the wake of pandemic. This is continue to, the topic of pandemic, the impact on the economy.
Yes, thank you. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Come on, Shiha, and thank you first to our hosts and distinguished guests, especially from the government of Vietnam and the U.S. Embassy. It's an honor for Visa to participate in this historic event. Visa's been in Vietnam for the past 15 years, working with local banks and partners to bring the best payment technology to market. And actually, to your question, Chia, in a general sense, Visa's business has always been well aligned with environmental and sustainability goals, because accelerating the transition away from actual physical banknotes and paper cash toward digital payments, that is our primary mission. That helps ultimately accelerate economic growth through digital commerce. So we are still committed to that cause, and even before there was all of this focus, and the relevance remains today. But in addition to that, now this mission's become even more critical during the COVID pandemic, as public health measures have required consumers and merchants to shift quickly to more mobile and remote commerce. And in the long run, this shift to digital payments will be a very positive thing for public health and for economic growth. But we should recognize, and do recognize, that in the short run, it does involve some significant changes for many businesses, particularly small businesses. And so we at Visa are doing everything we can together with our partners and governments to help businesses, and especially small businesses, make a smooth transition to digital commerce. And this is crucial to helping them recover and grow more quickly. Just to give you some data, some evidence to support this, research has found that once businesses begin accepting digital payments, their revenues increase on an average of 17% per year. However, the same study also showed that not all merchants are ready to capture this growth. For example, just 57% of businesses across Asia Pacific say that they've earned 10% or more of their revenues currently from online sales. Of course, as the trend continues, we expect more businesses to start earning more revenue online, and that's what companies such as Visa and others. I know Quint will say a bit about how Amazon is helping to do this as well. So that's sort of the overall picture. But then it helps to get a little more specific. And how are we doing that? How are we actually helping the businesses in Vietnam take advantage of these opportunities? Getting a business to go online requires both direct intervention, such as training business owners, upskilling them, giving them financial assistance or grants in some case to buy the equipment that is needed, although increasingly that cost is coming down. You can now accept a payment on your phone. If a customer has a phone and the merchant has a phone, you can just pay that way. So technology is helping in that regard. But there are other measures at a national policy level that are also relevant to this conversation and that are critical, because without them, these efforts won't succeed. So things like improving basic connectivity, making sure that internet is available throughout the country, not just in the urban areas, and also ensuring the free flow of data. So one of the things, and I know Quint will talk more about this, that e-commerce allows is for a business in Vietnam to be able to reach more customers than just the people that live in the local area. But in order to be able to do that, in order for the businesses to go from local to global in terms of the ability to reach the market, there has to be a free flow of data across borders, or else you're putting a limit on that ability. So that's just a couple of policy thoughts that'll help here. But then, more specifically, in Vietnam, what is Visa doing right now? And I'll just give you 3 quick examples. We've introduced, as I mentioned before, the new technology, the tap-to-phone technology. We think that can be really helpful, and we've seen evidence from other markets. Once tap-to-phone is introduced, it really accelerates the adoption of digital commerce, and accordingly, it increases the revenue for the merchants that are using it. Another thing we're doing right now is we're helping to build consumer awareness for small businesses through advertising support. We launched a marketing campaign in English called Where You Shop Matters, and this encourages Vietnam consumers to support local merchants in their communities. But we're also partnering with major e-commerce marketplaces and platforms, including, not just Amazon, but also including places like Shopee is another element, that we're working with our partners to help the small sellers in Vietnam get set up online more quickly. And as I said before, just coming back to the earlier point, the overall focus for us right now is on a smooth transition to the new way of doing business, hopefully very soon in the post-pandemic era. So Chi-Ha and everyone, thank you very much for the opportunity to share with you. We appreciate it. And this is a wonderful event today. I just want to say thanks to everyone. Sorry we can't be there in person.
Thank you, Jeremy. And actually follow to your, discussions about the pandemics, the technologies might change the way that people are doing business. But I believe that it's also changed the way that the government doing their service and providing their service as well. And the experience during COVID-19 pandemic has been showing that, like the governments around the world have delivered vital public service in a very unprecedented ways, and experiment with the digital technologies on a very large scale. We see that the cloud technology, for example, became a lifeline for government needing to provide the public service from, let's say, the hotline to online education. My question to Quint from AWS is, as one of the world leading cloud service provider, could you please share with us some of your experience working with the government around the reasons on how to improve their service using technologies? and also share with us like what your recommendation for the government of Vietnam, especially with what Jeremy mentioned earlier about free informations and flow.
Thank you so much, Chi-ha. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Fantastic, thank you. Well, it's an absolute honor and privilege to represent Amazon Web Services today. I share Jeremy's wish that I could be there in person drinking a Vietnamese coffee with all of you, but hopefully that will come soon. So I really appreciate the question with regards to how we've worked with governments across the region to respond to the pandemic and the crisis. And maybe just to sort of paint a picture for you, I recall very clearly back in early March and certainly in the middle of March, this moment where we convened as a regional team and thought to ourselves, AWS really does have an important role to play in supporting governments across the region to respond to this crisis. AWS as a cloud service provider, that means we have basically infinite IT capacity to offer governments. We have the ability to help them, analyze and make sense out of data. We have the ability to help them ensure cybersecurity as everything moves online during the pandemic. Really this ability to have infinite flexible IT resources as the entire world is moving online. We felt we had a clear role to play. So one of the things that we did at the outset was, to reach out to governments through the appropriate channels that were set up in each country to offer support. And I'll talk about a couple of the ways that governments took us up on that offer. For many governments in the ASEAN region, the number one goal in the beginning was making sure that citizens had access to information about COVID-19 and the situation and the lockdowns and the hotspots. And so, one of the things that we found is many ministries of health were still relying on kind of traditional on-premise compute power. And the COVID-19 websites kept crashing because everyone was trying to access the information at the same time. And so we saw a lot of governments, really understand then the value of public cloud and the ability to scale up and scale down as required. And so a lot of these, public-facing websites moved to the public cloud. As we all know, in the APJ region, a lot of healthcare and education is state-owned or has a big state role. And so we also saw a lot of governments, sort of take us up on the offer to support remote education, distance learning, the ability to do productivity tools online and collaborate online. This is less specific to sort of the public sector and government, but one of the more interesting challenges in this region was virtual call centers. There are these massive call centers that exist across the region, and suddenly everyone had to figure out how to do that remotely. So the ability to use cloud technology to suddenly scale and do this all remotely and still have a seamless experience for customers was really important. And to be clear as well, beyond working with the public sector, we reached out to all our customers, especially those impacted, for example, in the travel and tourism industry, including those in Vietnam, to offer, hey, let's figure out how to cut your AWS bill. Let's figure out how to do cost efficiency on the cloud. And then let's figure out how you can use analytics that are available on the cloud in order to set yourself up for the long term. And then, I think what's been really interesting and what I'm particularly excited about is sort of the long-term changes that I think will come from the pandemic. And, certainly our colleague from VietJet alluded to this, but, beyond the immediate COVID response, I see a significant uptake now in telemedicine, in digital banking, as the colleague from Visa, alluded to. The fact that, suddenly banks realize that they have to go online, that they have to make mobile available to citizens. All of that is very exciting. And, I think to even reflect back on the sustainability point where we started this conversation, one of the things that is not very well known about cloud is that it really does help accomplish sustainability agendas as well. So public cloud like AWS in particular is 3.6 times more efficient than sort of having traditional on-premise data centers. So we all know that the amount of data, the need to process data over time is going to grow. The quintillions of data of bytes that are produced every day, they have to go somewhere, and we should make sure that we're storing and processing that data in the most efficient way possible. In terms of policy recommendations, sort of my last couple of points. Yes, so absolutely, right? The governments that were able to benefit most from public cloud, from the resources that we can provide, there were some pretty clear trends. Number one, countries that had cross-border data flows had no issues, moving everything to the cloud in the first instance. There weren't sort of regulatory barriers getting in the way. And then secondly, we saw that governments that already had a cloud-first policy, so policies that specifically direct government agencies to use cloud, to move to cloud, and also that had procurement systems already set up to enable the shift to public cloud, those were really the ones that were able to move fastest, to move those COVID-19 websites, to set up the telemedicine, and really to drive forward the pandemic response. So that was certainly our takeaway. Cross-border data flows and enabling cloud procurement systems would be probably the two things I would put on the top of the list in terms of policy response. We've been delighted by our partnership with the Vietnamese government as well, and certainly look forward to continuing to deepen that partnership and really hope that public cloud and AWS can continue to support the many, many efforts that are going on in Vietnam today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Queen. And actually, I also have many other questions and want to hear more from you as well as other panelists. But I look at the time and I have only 1 more minute. So I very regret, but I have to close this discussion. Otherwise, Adam is going to be very upset with me. So I would like to close the discussion by thanking all of our wonderful panelists and thank AmCham for giving us this opportunity to share our experience on how to ensure the sustainable economics and social development. I would like end our discussion with acknowledgement of the corporate responsibility initiative and activity that all of these companies have been doing over the past years. And it's obviously a very business way of adhering to the concept of sustainable development. Thank you very much.
Thank you for moderating a great panel, and thanks to all of our panelists. Quint and Lee and Jeff and Jeremy and Tung. Thank you very much for sharing your wisdom. And now I'd like to invite our next panel up to the stage, please. It's going to be moderated by Ms. Virginia Foote from Bay Global Strategies. This panel is on addressing energy needs to fuel Vietnam's growth. So if I could invite Ms. Foote to the stage, accompanied by her great panels. Mr. Tuan, who is joining us from Institute of Energy, John Rockhold from Chiang Mai, Scott Kicker, who's going to join us virtually from Gen X Energy, and Dr. Zhang, Dr. Huang Zhang, who's also joined us. So welcome to the stage. I will take the labels away, and I will give you guys, John, this will be the 4th mic.
You sit in the middle. No, I'll sit at the end. No, the moderator.
All right, looks like maybe that's working now. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah.
you now, and we're about to start.
Okay.
Is it on now? Yes. Okay, great. Thank you all. And we understand we have 200 plus people online listening, so that's wonderful. The crowd is both here and virtually. This panel follows, I think, very nicely on the last panel. Our topic is an area where U.S. companies are quite knowledgeable, quite talented, quite involved, and look for further involvement in Vietnam, which is the energy space. And to help Vietnam in the transition to some cleaner sources of power and energy. We know Vietnam has energy shortages in different parts of the country, and that it's a very complicated between importing electricity, transmission, power generation, state, private, and the dollars involved are large. We are delighted to have, I'm going to introduce first Mr. Tuan from the Institute of Energy, which is the brain of energy in Vietnam. And they are currently working on Power Master Plan 8. To assess Vietnam's energy needs to 2035, including incorporating more renewable energy, and Mr. Tuan is particularly knowledgeable on the renewable energy space. So Mr. Tuan, thank you so much for coming today. Unfortunately, we didn't tell him where the event was, so he had to go to VCCI and then come to the Sheraton. So thank you for not giving up to find us somewhere in Hanoi. So, Mr. Tuan, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for a very nice introduction. Maybe I will switch to Vietnamese.
Oh, you know what? We don't have...
Okay. Rule of majority here. I think majority Vietnamese, so I think that would be the it's better. Yeah. Okay. Good. Thank you.
So first of all, I would like to thank AmCham, VCCI, for inviting me to join the panelists. And the topic of energy sector is now burning hot in Vietnam, and as you all know, I am in charge of renewable energies in Vietnam, including under 30 megawatt hydropower plants, floating floating wind power, solar power, onshore and offshore solar power, and other type of renewables that Vietnam are very much looking on to develop. So energy sector, to some extent, could be recognized as a think tank agency to the Vietnamese government, and in particular for the Ministry of Industry and Trade. And today we are very pleased to welcome the business leader and investor who have been so active in working with EVN Vietnam. And there has been a great support to Vietnamese government to building policies and research projects on the development of energy sectors in Vietnam, and of course the development of power plants in Vietnam in particular. And we work with them to study on the challenges and the upcoming risks that facing us in the future, as well as other expertise. And our department consists of 200 staff under the management of MOIT, Ministry of Industry and Trade of Vietnam. So I want to share with you on our vision toward the future. Vietnam is one of the fastest developing economies, and our demands are for power and demand for energies are on the rise. Of course, we have to differentiate the demand for power alone and the power for energy as a whole. We are working on the power development plan number 8 with the government, and we submit the draft PDP 8 to the government already. And we are working on the national power development plan, which is more inclusive. So we are working on 2 strategic mandates from now to 2030 and from now until 2045. So in this process, we are fully aware that Vietnam is really at a very fast and hard-growing journey, and the demand for energy are unceasingly on the rise. So it's required restructuring and rethinking of how should we develop our energy sector and how we can project the future demand for energy consumption in Vietnam. For example, in 2030, it is expected around 160 or 170 million tons of oil as standards. Of course, the figure shall be updated, but it is expected that Vietnam can only supply for around 130 million tons of oil equivalent. As such, how could we compensate for the shortage of energy? So from our very personal point of view, from now until 2030 or 2035, Vietnam needs LNG, imported LNG and renewable energies. But renewable energy, when we come to the expertise, our institute has provided a very detailed assessment on how Vietnam can make the most of its potential for development of renewable energies. Vietnam has onshore and offshore wind power, solar power, floating solar power, onshore solar power, and solar rooftop, to name a few. They are the main renewable resources for Vietnam in order to secure energy security in our country and to ensure enough energy to fuel the economic growth in Vietnam in the years to come. In addition to renewable energy resources, we still have biomass in Vietnam as another alternative for fueling economic growth in Vietnam. And of course, we cannot help mentioning small-scale hydropower plants. They are still another alternative. As such, renewable energies, particularly solar power, LNG, and wind power, will have a role to play in the PDP number 8, which means that we shall set up more priority, more room to grow for renewable energy, solar power, wind power, LNG, to name a few. But to that end, we still got a lot to do. I would say that the power system in Vietnam, to some extent, ranked the first and the largest one in Southeast Asia, with the largest potential for growth. And it is that is why we need more funding and capitalizing in the development of renewable energy sector. It costs us about 10 to 12 billion US dollar to back up the transition into renewable energy sector. And energy transition in Vietnam require us to act now and to be prepared right now. And the transition means we shall gradually reduce the use of coal for a thermal power plant and to increase the consumption of renewable energies. And it is really important to act on the right time, because renewable energies pricing is keep reducing. We can say that the technical maturity shall come, and it's time for us to take action so as to make the most of renewable energy potential. If we work immediately on the offshore wind power, the pricing should be a lot, because it is not really a right time for Vietnam to start working on the offshore wind power due to its high pricing. So we need to be flexible on selecting the right time to work on these particular categories of renewable resources. How many minutes, how much time I left for my presentation? So 3 minutes left. All right. Thanks. So in short, I would draw your attention into overall pictures on what is minding us on the energy transition process in Vietnam from conventional into renewable energy. And we got Mr. Sang here with us, who has been so active in renewable energy sector and the transition process itself. And I believe with such energy transition process based on the real consumption and demands in Vietnam, we need to use energy efficiency as we could. So energy efficiency should be the key for the transition of energy sectors in Vietnam in order to secure the energy security in Vietnam. With that, I would like to conclude my sharing. I want to save time for the other panelists to join us in this panel discussion, and I stand ready to take your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tuan. And I do hope that we can get to some questions. So I'm going to ask our other speakers to stick with 4 or 5 minutes so that we can then open up. One of the areas that AmCham with VBF has worked on is the Made in Vietnam Energy Plan, where we have looked, as you said, at the increased use of renewables, increased efficiencies, and increased investment in a sector that has been mostly run by the state, and that, as you pointed out, the need for investment for Vietnam's energy future is huge. So we have some companies, some American companies here today who are hoping to contribute to that energy future of Vietnam. And John, why don't I start with you? John Rockhold is working on an LNG project and has been quite active on our energy committee and some of the areas of input to the Power Master Plan 8 and working with the government on some of the areas where we think private sector investment can be helpful. So John.
Thank you, Jenny. In general, I'd like to say that we have been very encouraged with the work being done by IE in making a number of scenarios of how to move forward in the Power Plan number 8. We're also extremely encouraged in February when the Communist Party put out resolution number 55, which really we saw opening the doors to private investment, showing a pathway of how the private sector can come in. And we see that the Made in Vietnam Energy Plan is very much in line with the resolution number 55. So we see that the private sector is really now starting to agree. Of course, the big challenge, how do we bring in tens of billions of dollars a year that we need? How do we make these bankable to the international banks so that the international banks are willing to come in and support Vietnam in such thing. And as I say, we have a number of panelists here that are moving forward in this area, and in the different areas of renewable and LNG, and myself right now, I'm concentrating on LNG. So I'll speak a little bit about what the Chiang Mai LNG vision is. It's one of the things we looked at is central Vietnam, because the big growth areas are in the north and the south, but the government wants to get the growth going in central Vietnam. We need to get this area employed, especially when we start looking at the east-west corridors and how we share energy and share development. So when we looked at coming into this sector, I mean, there's key areas that you look at when you look at LNG. One, you need a deep water port. You have to have a deep water port unless you want to go offshore. In Chiang Mai, we were very lucky. 16-meter draft port already there. When we showed our interest to this, the government immediately started building a breakwater, which would give us 24/7, 365 days a week that we could bring in our tankers and offload in this. So we immediately saw that the government was also very interested in this area. Land. All energy projects need a lot of land. Here we also benefited because we're in an economic zone by the Prime Minister. So all land issues are already solved for us. We just have to actually purchase it and go there. The next, which is causing a lot of problems, is the grid, and grid connection. I mean, we're also extremely lucky that we have 400 or 500 kV lines just 5 kilometers away from where our power plant is being. So it's only about 3.5 kilometers from the port to our power plant for putting our gas supply, and another 4 kilometers and we're onto the grid. So it's a very economically feasible area to put LNG into. Next is, how do you make these things bankable and developing a PPA? We have a challenge. LNG is new to the country. It's how do we price LNG, which is on a world market in dollars, and it goes up and down, yet we're going to have a PPA that is on a fixed amount. So the private sector really needs to come in and help the government, and we're doing that now on how are we going to price LNG. And here I can say, some of our partners, Cheniere, Diamond Gas, 2 of the biggest LNG suppliers in the world, and we have recently just signed a mandate with the IFC to come in as the major financer for this within the first phase of $3.2 billion. That we're in a position to actually help the government in looking at how to do this. The other areas, of course, you have to have a real substantial power plant operator, one who knows Vietnam, knows how to operate. In our case, we have the Mitsubishi Group has come in to run our power plant. I don't think we can do much better. We have GE backing them with the GE turbines, which works extremely well with the Mitsubishi steam turbines. Gasification. How are you going to get this gasification done? Again, here we've been extremely lucky in signing agreements with the Accelerate, the largest FSRU manufacturer in the US and I believe in the world. They're coming in to operate and build the FSRU. So we feel that we have a very strong team. We have an excellent location. We're well financed. And what the IFC World Bank brings into such a project like this is areas of looking at how do we get over this hurdle of guarantees. Because EVN, most big projects like this would say, well, wow, we have to have a guarantee because EVN is a state-owned company. What happens, something happens to them, we have to go to the state for a sovereign guarantee. What the World Bank IFC is allowing us is the MEGA program, which will allow for us to put up a financial mechanism to support
the Ministry of Finance in case EVN doesn't able to, that we've been able to provide a very soft loan in these areas. So we're coming together. I can't say enough. IE is my local consultants doing the pre-feasibility studies and stuff like that. They're doing a great job. It's really fantastic to have a company who understand all aspects of this. So it's a very it's a challenging time, but we're in a good position where we can bring in. And I can only say we all agree that LNG is the right way to move. It's a clean energy. But we can also adjust it. As we have more solar, more wind available at a certain time of the day, we can turn the LNG down to bring in that. When at nighttime, when the solar is not working, we can crank the LNG up. So it's an exciting time, and I'm glad to be working with my partners here, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, John. One of the other areas that we have worked on is to help with the development of offshore gas, and to try to get the tax policy on offshore gas and the tax policy on LNG to be to attract investment in both sectors. But I wanted to turn now, I think, Scott, where are you? Are you in Singapore or where are you?
I wish I was in Singapore. I'm in Washington, D.C., and I've been stranded here since February.
Oh, so. My gosh, Scott. Well, I'm delighted you've stayed up this late, for goodness sakes. I should have called on you first. It's what, 1 o'clock in the morning in Washington. But Scott, the floor is yours for 5 minutes, and thank you so much for hanging in with us today and making this presentation.
No, thank you, Virginia. I appreciate that introduction. You know, just a brief introduction on GenX Energy. GenX Energy is a Blackstone portfolio company. So when we talk about access to capital, you know, Blackstone has over $450 billion under management today. So we have tremendous capital. Our focus is investing in energy infrastructure in Asia. We have offices, luckily, although I'm stranded in Washington right now due to the pandemic, we have offices in Singapore and in Vietnam and Philippines where our key focal markets are still in operation and things going on day to day there. And so we're very fortunate to have our people on the ground there and able to keep things moving. As we look at the region, we see Vietnam as a core market. You know, I've spent a long time there. I saw the progression of some of the first IPPs there from Phu My on through the Mong Duong facility that was done by AES. And you can see the market is continuing to mature and open up more. And now you see Vietnam is just a crowded market with investors and people running all over trying to develop stuff. So we're very excited about the market. I think John raises some very good questions on the financing side that will need to be addressed. They will not be easy challenges, but I think as I look at my history throughout Asia and having seen, you know, my tenure in Asia has spanned from 95 through present day. So I saw the Asian financial crisis in 98. I saw the development of markets in Thailand, Bangladesh, Indonesia, transitioning from periods where government guarantees were required to where entities were able to get done without having government guarantees behind them. Local finance markets matured so they didn't have to rely on foreign debt to fund the projects. I think those are all possibilities for Vietnam. They will not happen tomorrow, but you can see the market is changing very quickly on that front. And so I think if Vietnam can really chart a path where they can create success for a couple of these independent power projects that are on the board today with international financing and can set a precedent to get those done, then I think there will be a track record of success for other projects to follow and get done. And I think if they can mobilize the private sector capital, you know, in conjunction with what they want the state enterprise to do, I think that could be a great success. If you look at what was done in the Philippines after the liberalization of the power sector there, they went from having power shortages to today having excess capacity in the market and no shortage of investors there willing to invest. And we ourselves have a 1,000 megawatt, 3 million ton LNG import terminal there that's fully permitted and ready to go. And if all goes well, we'll start construction of that by the end of next year. So I think the promise of Vietnam looks very good. We ourselves, like John's project, are developing a project with the TNT group in just outside of Ho Chi Minh City in Barrio Vung Tau. Also, our focus when we looked at an LNG site was deep water port, easy access for ships to get in and unload. And so we've picked the Kai Mep Ha area, and our proposal is to build a phased up to 9 million ton import terminal there. We've also got on that an integrated power project. But I think our view on, if Vietnam is looking for LNG, as opposed to having 4 or 5 different projects in one area that are all building their own import terminal, bringing their own FSRU, is by having one central hub that can supply gas. The economies of scale are going to be much better. You'll be able to provide the gas cheaper. You'll be able to regas the cheaper. And you'll be able to provide storage so that you can manage the volatility of the commodity through the winter months when gas prices are going to be more expensive, through the summer months when gas prices are cheaper, and so you can fill the tanks and bring those benefits. But you have to have storage, and you can't rely just on FSR units to do that. So ours is a land-based terminal. I would say we're pretty excited about it, but we know the path ahead is very long, and it will take time in Vietnam to get there. But I think we're committed to do that, and we have our head down, and we're very excited about the opportunity. I myself am personally envious of all of you on the stage there and at this conference, because unlike the rest of the world, you seem to be free to go about and live your lives day to day. And I think Vietnam is an example of how to manage the pandemic. I think everything that's spoken about the world today and what we see, Vietnam stands out as an example for others to follow. So commend all the people there in the room and everybody in the government that have done such a fantastic job on that. And with that, Virginia, I'll turn it back over to you and let the others have their time.
Scott, thank you very much. And yes, it is true. Vietnam has done a magnificent job. I think numerically the best in the world, knock on wood. And we all know what to do if it comes back, and it has a couple times. But we are going to our offices and wearing masks when appropriate. But we are very proud of Vietnam for the work that has happened on COVID. I think one of the things that we learned during the COVID period and electricity use and motorbike use all went down dramatically for, 6 weeks maybe. The air was much cleaner. And I think the power of efficiency and both in consumption, motorbikes, cars, power, it's all part of the mix that we need to work on and take care of the environment, particularly for our young people, our old people. So I wanted next to have Mr. Zhang talk about renewables and the work that you all have been doing to bring additional renewable power to Vietnam.
Thank you. I hope that I will not disturb your starting lunch, right? I see that. Thank you, Food and John and Mr. Tuấn and panelists already give a very good brief to you about the energy development of Vietnam and the role of the U.S. company in this booming explorer now. There are many countries jumping in the energy section of Vietnam now, not including U.S. Only, like the EU people from Denmark, from Norway, from Netherlands, from Germany, from other countries. They see that Vietnam have the huge potential of the energy development, and actually the country is now in very big demand of the energy from now on. And yes, with the traditional way of the energy, I think that, as Mr. Tuấn already said, we now focusing to the future with the LNG as the base and with the renewable energy. But of course, we need to consider the good time to develop that. I am representing Pacifico Energy, $3.5 billion developer of renewable energy coming from California. And we are quite a big developer in Japan, quite successful so far with 1 gigawatt of solar and 1 gigawatt of the wind. In Vietnam, we already built the first solar farm 40 megawatt in Mũi Né, Bình Thuận province. Until now, 1 year we generated 70 million kilowatt hour, and we extend that maybe another 100 megawatt more. And at the moment, we are also now developing the wind farm in the Bến Tre province, which is another 110 million kilowatt hour per year. We expect it to produce, try to contribute more green energy to the country. This is still a small part if we see the whole country now development. I just only want to share with you some my understanding about the potential of the wind and solar only in Vietnam market now is actually very big. For your information, for wind, for example, with the coastline of 3,000 kilometers and 1 million square kilometer of sea, we have a very huge potential for wind. In the land, it is about 512 gigawatt, and in the sea, for the, it going to the 1,000 megawatt. For recently study, the offshore wind already go to the potential of 160 gigawatt, which is a lot of energy now. Potential is waiting us to develop. And from the U.S. company like our company, Pacific Energy, another developer like UPC, of course, GE for the wind, for example, and for solar, we hope that we can contribute a lot for the renewable development of the Vietnam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zhang. If Secretary Kerry was here, which he's not, one of the things that John Kerry is interested in helping Vietnam is, as John Rockhold mentioned, the enormous investment that is necessary in the grid and in transmission, and how to get private investment in to partner with EVN and the transmission company without jeopardizing national security. Many countries, including Vietnam, see the grid as a national security issue or a national security treasure that you do not want to hand over. And so I know that IE is working on some ways to attract investment into the grid that does not step over into jeopardizing national security. And as John mentioned, Resolution 55 talks about that and how to attract investment. And Mr. Tuan, I wanted to ask you, you know, this balance for Vietnam between the private sector involvement and public sector involvement, and confidence that the private sector can help Vietnam without creating fear of the price of LNG or the transmission line or other ways that Vietnam is part of a global pricing network and investment network. And I know this is part of the master plan, but if you could make some comments on that.
Vâng, xin cảm ơn cái câu hỏi của bạn. Đúng là cái vấn đề đấy thì
I thank you very much for your questions. The pricing of power is not only the matter for Vietnam to tackle, and we need a lot more consultation and advisor from the government policy. And we all know that power generators were mostly located at the central part of Vietnam and South Vietnam. And the demand is mostly located at the north in Hanoi and other big cities just like Saigon. So transmission grid is the key, and the capacity should be the key as well. How we can enhance further the transmission grid, we need to get back to the law on electricity and power in Vietnam, because the transmission grid is monopolized by the states. And it is until now, we got the 500 kilovolt north to north and south Vietnam, and the 220 kilovolt transmission line was actually connected to that 500 kilovolt. That represents another alternative for us. And Trung Nam shall be inaugurating soon the 220 kilovolt transmission line. It is a very good lesson for us to learn. The resource development of power in general previously was also monopolized by the state. There is no room for private sector to engage themselves into it. But the private sector now has a room to join the process on power development plan. And from now until 2030 and 2035, we shall engage more private sectors in the power development plans, particularly the engagement in renewable energies projects. There are the private sectors mostly. For that, we learn very good lesson and how we should engage the private sector in the future transitions of energy in Vietnam. On transmission grid, we pay due attention to this issue, and at this moment we still have some barriers to overcome. It is built by the private sector, but still under the overall state management and EVN itself. EVN still be in charge of maintenance and repair. So all in all, we need a very consistent policy on how to controlling the assets, how to controlling the funding, and how to utilize this funding. We got the funding from the investor, but it is until now the funding still need to be transferred in a particular form to the NPT, EVN, or other particular state management unit. So that is the fact that we need to further work further on in order to harness the opportunity, in order to usher in new room for engaging private investor to fund the projects on our transmission grid. Normally it is connected, closely connected to the investor power plants projects themselves, but it is essential for us to see the trends, because it is quite difficult to change the law on electricity and power in Vietnam. Could not be done it overnight, and the Prime Minister of the government shall be making his own decision in a proper way from now until 2030. But still, we need a lot of funding for transmission grid. And that is why the government is now focusing their support and assistance for MOIT to engaging more private sectors and investor on the transmission grid. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tuan. Sticking with the finance for a minute, Scott, can I ask you a question about did we just lose him? There he is. Can you still hear us, Scott?
I can.
Okay, great. On the pricing of LNG, there are a lot of countries that are looking to LNG to support their, to try to reach some of their global commitments on the reduction of coal and work with LNG as a bridge. What do you think the pricing of LNG is going to be as we go forward? Is there a lot of competition now for LNG? It's certainly the buzz in Vietnam, but I assume it's not just Vietnam that's talking about LNG.
You raise a very good point there, Virginia. I think this is the challenge for every market. It's getting comfortable with the pricing of LNG and how it will be priced. I think traditionally LNG has been based off the price of oil. That's what most people globally are used to buying LNG off of. And so they've seen volatility in line with oil prices. The emergence of shale gas in the United States has completely changed that dynamic now. And so globally, as John said, they're working with Cheniere. Cheniere is one of the Blackstone companies that they've invested in here in the U.S. We have a very close relationship. Now you're seeing U.S. suppliers offering gas or LNG priced off of Henry Hub. And Henry Hub is a very transparent index in the U.S. and offers people a different index than, say, oil, where oil is completely unrelated to gas. And Henry Hub itself is just a gas index in the U.S. And then you have also the JKM that reflects the price of gas in Asia today on a real-time basis. And so our general view is that we think people are going to move away from the Brent pricing for LNG. They're going to look either to JKM or they'll look to Henry Hub as a comp. I think the markets are deep enough now that the days when we were seeing $10 to $15 gas, not that it won't ever happen again, but I think the risk of that is much less today because there is an abundance of gas in the world today and more gas coming to the market in the form of LNG. And so I think what governments have to get used to is accepting the price risk of LNG just as they do with other commodities like coal or things that they've traditionally lived with. The benefit of the LNG projects is that they take up less than a quarter of the space of the coal plants. They have less than half the CO2 emissions of coal plants, and they're just cleaner, and you have none of the waste issues with the coal ash or any of that stuff. And they're very complementary to the renewable portfolio. So globally, I think you're going to see more and more of these projects. Having scale will make them more affordable. So as I said earlier, if you can have an LNG hub that can bring gas in, if you look at the markets that have traditionally bought gas when it's been very expensive, Taiwan, Korea, Japan, they've got large import terminals where they can basically bring in lots of cargoes and optimize the cost basis there. So I think Vietnam will benefit from that, and I think being an early mover on it, hopefully it will help them. But the rest of the world is quickly getting very comfortable with that pricing metric and accepting the price of LNG and the volatility with it. But I think if you look at it, LNG, if you use the JKM or use the Henry Hub index, is going to be a lot less volatile than oil, and doesn't have all the problems that coal has with it.
Great, thank you, Scott. I think that's an important aspect of this transition that Vietnam is looking at. I wanted to ask John Rockhold. We at the working group and with VBF have talked a lot about Vietnam's efficiency of the use of power, frankly, is terrible. The inefficiency is too great. And we have talked with IE and the Ministry of Industry of Trade. How can we help support the reduction of inefficiencies, whether through public education, the encouragement of not utilities, what am I thinking of? Appliances that use less electricity, and then also off the meter, rooftop solar and whatnot. I'd like, John, you to talk a little bit about some of our suggestions in that area.
Thank you, Jenny. Yes, when we talk about energy efficiency and we talk about the Vietnamese population, I think we are one of the highest users of energy per capita in the world, if not the highest right now. That's a bad thing. The reasons why: our energy is extremely priced low and cheap. And as long as we keep it cheap, you know, people will consider not to invest in energy efficiency. What we're suggesting to the government is coming up with a roadmap of where are the energy prices going as we move away from a state-owned enterprise and we privatize and really get EVN operating as private companies in the north, central, and south. This is extremely important. But we must protect what we call our most vulnerable people. You know, we can do that by setting a price where we know what rural farming industry families and people living below the poverty line and things, we know how much energy they use. So it's very easy for us to set an energy price low for them. But as soon as you go over that rate, and we start getting into middle-class Vietnamese industries and things like that, you bring the price up. So what we're recommending from the private sector is really a roadmap of where these prices are going to go, but to also show that we are going to protect our most vulnerable people living here in Vietnam. And I think as the Vietnamese, we have the fastest growing middle class population in the world right now. The middle class wants, you know, clean energy, clean environment, schools, health. They're looking at all these things. They also are starting to have a very big voice in what energy. But I can, you know, they're also smart and they're saying, well, look, I'm willing to pay more for energy as a middle class person, but I don't want to pay a higher tariff and still my taxes are being used to subsidize a state-owned company. So I think the IE and the government is looking at this. How do you balance this out? So we've also, a few years ago, you know, it was people were thinking, and it was a concern that, well, if you raise the price of energy, the industrial sector, foreign direct investment is going to stop. Well, we ran a survey, VBF ran a survey on this, and I can tell you the top, electricity wasn't even in the top 6 reasons for coming to Vietnam. Of course, they enjoy the low electricity, but corporates themselves now are having to move towards a more lower carbon, and that's just their corporate policy. I mean, last year we had a meeting with the Central Economic Commission of the party, and we got very big companies. We got GE, the Coca-Cola, Apple, Samsung, all of them coming forward and saying, look, if we're going to continue investing in Vietnam, we need low energy, clean energy to be able to run our factories in. And so that's also a message to us. So we have been pushing, and I think we're probably going to see some sort of roadmap, I hope, coming out. And when people see where this roadmap is going, they're going to say, well, maybe I better invest in that more energy efficient refrigerator or television or air cons. Maybe I better spend that extra 5–10% on building my factory or home and to make it a much more energy efficient home. And we can hopefully correct. If we do this, I think we agree with IE and others that we can probably save about 10% of the energy that we're using today if we go for energy efficiency. Personally, I believe we can save much more, but I'm willing to agree with government right now that we can really get 10%, and 10% is a lot in the amount that we're using. Thanks, Jenny.
Okay, I've been given the cut it off and let's have lunch. But Mr. Tuan, we are here to work with you. We have a very active committee. As you can see, many companies. We are very pleased that you're working on a new master plan and number 8. And we're here to be helpful, and thank you so much for coming today. Thank you. sorry you went to BCCI first. Oh, I feel terrible. No, it didn't say. I just looked at that. No address. I forgot to mention that. Can you stay and have lunch with us? Or? Good, good, good.
The Vietnamese economy is at the heart of the
từ thiện suốt nhiều năm liền được chung tay bởi nhân viên SPVP cũng đã gây quỹ để giúp đỡ nhiều hoàn cảnh khó khăn. Chứng nhận cho những nỗ lực và đóng góp không ngừng của SPVP tại thị trường Việt Nam, các danh hiệu đầy tự hào đã được trao tặng cho tập thể top 100 doanh nghiệp nộp thuế cao nhất Việt Nam, top 3 doanh nghiệp đồ uống uy tín 2017 và 2018 về doanh nghiệp phát triển bền vững tại Việt Nam do VCCI bình chọn. Nơi làm việc tốt nhất Việt Nam do Alphabet tổ chức cũng đã ghi danh SPVP liên tục nhiều năm liền. Từ năm 2019, SPVP tham gia vào Liên minh tái chế bao bì PRO Việt Nam để thực hiện sứ mệnh giảm thiểu tác hại của nhựa lên môi trường. Với tham vọng vào năm 2030, tất cả các loại vật liệu đóng gói do các công ty thành viên sản xuất ra thị trường đều sẽ được thu gom và tái chế. Về môi trường sống, có trách nhiệm với cộng đồng xung quanh. Suntory Mexico, tại Việt Nam, vì Việt Nam, với Việt Nam.
Có mặt trên thế giới cũng như ở Việt Nam nhiều năm qua, Facebook đã và đang là nền tảng được nhiều người dùng tin tưởng và sử dụng. Sứ mệnh của Facebook là kết nối xây dựng các cộng đồng. Tại Việt Nam, Facebook đã tích cực đồng hành cùng các doanh nghiệp, chính phủ và người dùng để đóng góp vào sự phát triển kinh tế xã hội của Việt Nam, giúp Việt Nam sớm hoàn thành mục tiêu trở thành quốc gia số. Nhằm hỗ trợ phát triển kinh tế số, từ năm 2017, chúng tôi đã ra mắt chương trình bệ phóng doanh nghiệp và phụ nữ là doanh nhân. Mục tiêu của các chương trình này là hỗ trợ và đào tạo doanh nghiệp vừa và nhỏ, cũng như doanh nghiệp do nữ làm chủ trong việc áp dụng các thế mạnh của Facebook nhằm nâng cao hiệu quả kinh doanh. Trong năm 2019, chúng tôi đã mở rộng chương trình Phụ nữ là doanh nhân tới hơn 55 tỉnh thành và tiếp cận hơn 10.000 doanh nghiệp vừa và nhỏ, trong đó hơn 6.500 doanh nghiệp do nữ làm chủ. Trong lĩnh vực đổi mới sáng tạo năm 2017, Facebook đã khởi xướng sáng kiến Developer Circle dành cho các lập trình viên Việt Nam với mục tiêu kết nối, đào tạo và khuyến khích các bạn học hỏi lẫn nhau để thành công. Trong năm 2018, chúng tôi đã ra mắt 3 Developer Circle ở thành phố Hồ Chí Minh, Hà Nội và Đà Nẵng. Năm 2019, chúng tôi phát động cuộc thi thử thách đổi mới cho các lập trình viên Việt Nam tại thành phố Hồ Chí Minh. Đây là chương trình kết hợp giữa đào tạo và thi đấu dành cho lập trình viên kéo dài 18 tháng. Với mục tiêu nâng cao kỹ năng số và xây dựng thế hệ công dân số có trách nhiệm, Facebook đã ra mắt chương trình Suy nghĩ trước khi chia sẻ và sau đó là Tư duy thời đại số. Trong năm 2019, chương trình đã tiếp cận hơn 240.000 học sinh cấp 2 và hơn 1.200 giáo viên ở 13 tỉnh thành. Vào tháng 7 năm 2019, chúng tôi đã khởi động mối quan hệ đối tác chính thức đầu tiên với một thành phố tại Việt Nam là Đà Nẵng. Hợp tác tập trung vào việc tăng cường năng lực kỹ thuật số của các cơ quan chính phủ và hỗ trợ nỗ lực quản lý thảm họa của thành phố. 55 cán bộ từ các cơ sở ban ngành của Đà Nẵng đã được đào tạo về cách sử dụng Facebook như một công cụ truyền thông hiệu quả, nâng cao sự tương tác giữa chính quyền thành phố đối với người dân. Chúng tôi cũng tổ chức tập huấn cho hơn 60 cán bộ thành phố, Hội chữ thập đỏ Việt Nam, Hội chữ thập đỏ Đà Nẵng về cách sử dụng bản đồ thiên tai của Facebook và các công cụ sẵn có khác của chúng tôi trong công tác ứng phó với thiên tai. Tháng 11 năm 2019, tiếp tục sứ mệnh xây dựng cộng đồng mạng xã hội lành mạnh, Facebook đã phối hợp với nghệ sĩ Trấn Thành và công ty Year One thực hiện một livestream dài kỷ lục 4 giờ 30 phút để khuyến nghị người dùng về các chủ đề bắt nạt trực tuyến, thế hệ công nghệ, bạo hành gia đình, phụ nữ khởi nghiệp và chung tay cho cộng đồng. Với tên gọi Social for Good, chương trình đã hút 4 triệu người xem sau 4 giờ phát trực tiếp. Trong bối cảnh dịch Covid-19 bùng phát, Facebook đã có nhiều hoạt động kịp thời đóng góp vào nỗ lực ứng phó đại dịch của quốc gia. Ra mắt module tìm kiếm thông báo và tin nhắn trên Newsfeed để hướng mọi người đến trang web chính thức của Bộ Y tế Việt Nam về Covid-19. Hỗ trợ Cổng Thông tin Chính phủ Việt Nam trong công tác truyền thông về dịch Covid-19 bằng cách cung cấp các khoản tín dụng quảng cáo của Facebook. Facebook đã tổ chức livestream Social for Good lần thứ 2 để nâng cao nhận thức cộng đồng về Covid-19 và kêu gọi quyên góp ủng hộ các bác sĩ và những người bị ảnh hưởng do dịch bệnh. Tổng giá trị tiền mặt và hiện vật đóng góp hơn 10 tỷ đồng đã được gửi đến Hội chữ thập đỏ Việt Nam nhằm hỗ trợ cho đội ngũ cán bộ y tế, người nhiễm và nghi ngờ nhiễm được cách ly để phòng ngừa và kiểm soát dịch bệnh. Năm 2020 sẽ là cơ hội để Facebook mở rộng hoạt động sang nhiều lĩnh vực và nhiều tỉnh thành hơn nữa. Hỗ trợ các mục tiêu công nghiệp 4.0 của quốc gia cũng như của các địa phương theo đúng tinh thần tên gọi chiến dịch Facebook vì Việt Nam.
The Vietnamese economy is at the heart of the fast-growing Indo-Pacific region. Everyone who comes to Vietnam, and those of us who live here, feel the vibrancy that's fueling this momentum. For more than a quarter century, AmCham Hanoi has served as the voice of American business in Vietnam, and our diverse membership is unified by a common commitment to the principles of free trade, open markets, private enterprise, and the unrestricted flow of information. We're confident in Vietnam's long-term prospects, and AmCham will continue to play a helpful and constructive role. to speak out on positions of interest to our members, and to be a strong advocate for a better business and economic environment here. Membership in AmCham offers strategic connections and unparalleled access to opportunity. We welcome anyone interested in promoting business and trade links between the United States and Vietnam. Please visit us at amchamhanoi.com to learn more. Thanks for watching and have a great day.
Well, there's a great life coming right around the corner. It just tastes better when we're home together. These are the moments together. Tastes better. Oh, 'cause when we get together, we just share this taste. Together, tastes better. Oh, yeah, when we get together, we just share. Together, tastes better.
Tôi tên là Quyên, sinh ra và lớn lên ở Hội An. Tôi sống theo cuộc sống rất là đơn giản. Nhưng mà sau khi gặp anh Bình, từ đó mới thay đổi một cái cuộc sống hoàn toàn khác.
Mình tên Bình. Mình ngồi xe lăn là bởi vì một cái tai nạn ở trong bệnh viện ở tại Đà Nẵng. Thì ba mình đã đem mình tới để chữa cái mồ hôi bàn tay. Lại có một bác sĩ ở ngoài Đà Nẵng được thực tập tiêm huyết thanh nóng, nó sát ngay cạnh cột sống cho nên nó quá liều, và cái tai nạn đó làm cho mình không tiếp tục đi lại được. Thì đó là cái thời gian tự hỏi mình lý do mình tồn tại. Quyên đem đến những cái có nhiều cái niềm vui hơn, những cái cảm giác rất là khác biệt.
Từ khi mà gặp chồng của tôi và lập gia đình với chồng của tôi thì tôi bước chân vào cái thế giới của người khuyết tật. Một cái thế giới mà trước đây tôi không hình dung là tôi sẽ bước vào đó. Tôi nhận thấy rằng là con người ta khi mà bị khuyết tật thì là khó để tìm một công việc làm lắm. Thì mình mới cùng anh Bình mở cái Reaching Out, do cái mong muốn làm sao mà có được công ăn việc làm cho nhiều nhất cho những người khuyết tật và họ cảm thấy hạnh phúc.
Họ có thể tìm được một cái nơi để học nghề, họ mưu sinh, thông qua việc làm. Quán trà được thành lập là cũng đã trải qua cái thời gian có kinh nghiệm với Grab Shop rồi.
Nhà trà là một nhà trà tĩnh lặng. Các bạn gái ở trong đó là người khiếm thính.
Với cái doanh nghiệp nhỏ, Google cho chúng tôi sử dụng cái công cụ này miễn phí. Khi mà chúng tôi list cái nhà trà lên trên Google thì số lượng khách hàng tìm đến chúng tôi qua online đã tăng lên gấp nhiều lần. Chúng tôi đã có thêm khách hàng từ nhiều nơi trên thế giới. Và có thêm khách hàng là chúng tôi có thể cung cấp được thêm nhiều cơ hội việc làm.
Đôi khi mình không muốn làm nữa, nhưng mà mình nghĩ là nếu như bây giờ mình dừng lại ngay cái chỗ thời điểm này thì 70 cái bạn đằng sau mình á, rồi 70 cái gia đình đằng sau họ sẽ như thế nào. Điều mà mình cảm thấy tự hào nhất về cái nhà Reaching Out là bởi vì các bạn làm việc ở Reaching Out đã coi cái Reaching Out như là gia đình thứ hai của họ.
Già không phải do tuổi mà do chúng ta ngừng học. Tôi tên là Nguyễn Tiến Nghĩa. Mình sinh ra và lớn lên ở Hà Nội. Công ty của mình thì giúp cho các cái doanh nghiệp lập ra cái phòng marketing online.
Tôi tên là Trần Văn Sơn. Tôi sinh ra và lớn lên tại thị trấn Phú Lộc. Tôi đang quản lý công ty Vinanter, chuyên về thiết kế website, phần mềm cho doanh nghiệp.
Tôi tên là Trịnh Thị Hồng. Tôi sinh ra ở Quảng Nam. Nhà tôi sinh sống khắp nơi trên cả nước. Ý tưởng khởi nghiệp của tôi bắt nguồn từ cái việc rác thải không được xử lý. Bởi vì không ai nghĩ rằng cái vứt đi có thể trở thành một sản phẩm.
Nhà mình không có hộ khẩu và muốn học thì phải bị xin qua bán trú, mà điều kiện mọi thứ thì không có.
Cả ngày đi làm, ban đêm thì cặp sách tới trường. Tôi muốn vừa đi làm đi học để có cơ hội tri ân những người đã chỉ bằng tay ra giúp mình.
Lúc 2 tuổi thì anh bị liệt cái chân. Tôi cũng nóng nóng một điều, đó là làm sao để sau này mình phải trở nên nó độc lập hơn. Mình có thể tạo công việc cho người khác, chứ không phải là mình đi xin việc. Và tôi thấy rằng cái cách mà nhanh nhất để nhân rộng mô hình đó là thông qua việc giảng dạy.
Qua những cái mà tôi nhận được từ công nghệ, tôi muốn thay đổi cuộc sống của mọi người.
Tôi tới lớp công nghệ 4.0 ấy, tôi gặp được rất là nhiều người có những cái ham muốn học hỏi.
Có nhiều người nghĩ là digital technology nó cái gì đó rất là cao siêu. Nhưng mà khi anh hướng dẫn cho mọi người làm thì họ cảm thấy rất là đơn giản. Nhiều doanh nghiệp họ áp dụng là thành công và họ quay trở lại cảm ơn mình.
Tôi muốn doanh nghiệp tôi phát triển, xuất khẩu các sản phẩm của mình ra thế giới, là một doanh nghiệp toàn cầu. 2 năm qua, tôi đã giúp được trên 600 hộ ở 4 địa bàn tỉnh thành. Đó là niềm vui mà tôi cảm thấy tự hào. Tôi chỉ có một mơ ước duy nhất, đó là giúp càng được nhiều người thì càng tốt.
Đây chính là thời điểm để chúng ta bứt phá và chúng ta nắm bắt công nghệ để bứt phá.
Rất là đón chờ đến cái thời điểm đó.
Điều gì đã tạo nên một STVP hùng mạnh và phát triển bền vững suốt 25 năm qua? Khởi đầu với một đội ngũ nhân viên chỉ gần 100 người, nhưng với hoài bão lớn lao trở thành công ty nước giải khát dẫn đầu tại Việt Nam, nhà máy Hóc Môn đã được thành lập. Năm 1994, PepsiCo chính thức gia nhập thị trường Việt Nam khi liên doanh cùng công ty nước giải khát quốc tế IBC với sự ra mắt của 2 sản phẩm chiến lược Pepsi và 7up. Đánh dấu sự mở đầu trong một trang mới trong sự nghiệp phát triển ngành nước giải khát tại Việt Nam. Năm 2003, công ty được đổi tên thành công ty nước giải khát quốc tế PepsiCo Việt Nam. Đây cũng là năm đánh dấu cột mốc công ty giành được vị trí dẫn đầu trong ngành nước giải khát. Năm 2010, đánh dấu một cột mốc quan trọng bằng việc PepsiCo tiếp tục đầu tư vào Việt Nam 250 triệu đô la Mỹ cho 3 năm và nhà máy PepsiCo có quy mô lớn nhất Đông Nam Á đã được khánh thành tại Bắc Ninh vào tháng 10 cùng năm. 2013, cột mốc quan trọng trong lịch sử phát triển của công ty thông qua thỏa thuận liên minh chiến lược giữa Suntory, tập đoàn nước giải khát hàng đầu của Nhật Bản, và PepsiCo, hình thành nên công ty trách nhiệm hữu hạn nước giải khát Suntory PepsiCo Việt Nam. Không chỉ tập trung đẩy mạnh tốc độ tăng trưởng và phát triển kinh doanh bền vững, STVP luôn thể hiện vai trò và trách nhiệm với xã hội và cộng đồng thông qua những chương trình có ý nghĩa và tác động tích cực. Năm 2015, chương trình Mizuiku Em yêu nước sạch của Suntory được triển khai tại thị trường Việt Nam với mong muốn lan tỏa giải pháp bền vững, giúp bảo vệ nguồn nước thông qua việc trang bị ý thức và kiến thức bảo vệ nước sạch đến thế hệ tương lai của Việt Nam. Song song đó, Helping Hands, vòng tay nhân ái, là chương trình từ thiện suốt nhiều năm liền được chung tay bởi nhân viên STVP cũng đã gây quỹ để giúp đỡ nhiều hoàn cảnh khó khăn. Chứng nhận cho những nỗ lực và đóng góp không ngừng của STVP tại thị trường Việt Nam, các danh hiệu đầy tự hào đã được trao tặng cho tập thể top 100 doanh nghiệp nộp thuế cao nhất Việt Nam, top 3 doanh nghiệp đồ uống uy tín 2017 và 2018, về doanh nghiệp phát triển bền vững tại Việt Nam do VCCI bình chọn. Nơi làm việc tốt nhất Việt Nam do Alphabet tổ chức cũng đã ghi danh STVP liên tục nhiều năm liền. Từ năm 2019, STVP tham gia vào Liên minh tái chế bao bì PRO Việt Nam để thực hiện sứ mệnh giảm thiểu tác hại của nhựa lên môi trường, với tham vọng Vào năm 2030, tất cả các loại vật liệu đóng gói do các công ty thành viên sản xuất ra thị trường đều sẽ được thu gom và tái chế. Về môi trường sống, có trách nhiệm với cộng đồng xung quanh, Suntory PepsiCo tại Việt Nam, vì Việt Nam, với Việt Nam.
Có mặt trên thế giới cũng như ở Việt Nam nhiều năm qua, Facebook đã và đang là nền tảng được nhiều người dùng tin tưởng và sử dụng. Sứ mệnh của Facebook là kết nối xây dựng các cộng đồng. Tại Việt Nam, Facebook đã tích cực đồng hành cùng các doanh nghiệp, chính phủ và người dùng để đóng góp vào sự phát triển kinh tế xã hội của Việt Nam, giúp Việt Nam sớm hoàn thành mục tiêu trở thành quốc gia số. Nhằm hỗ trợ phát triển kinh tế số, từ năm 2017, chúng tôi đã ra mắt chương trình bệ phóng doanh nghiệp và phụ nữ là doanh nhân. Mục tiêu của các chương trình này là hỗ trợ và đào tạo doanh nghiệp vừa và nhỏ, cũng như doanh nghiệp do nữ làm chủ trong việc áp dụng các thế mạnh của Facebook nhằm nâng cao hiệu quả kinh doanh. Trong năm 2019, chúng tôi đã mở rộng chương trình Phụ nữ là doanh nhân tới hơn 55 tỉnh thành và tiếp cận hơn 10.000 doanh nghiệp vừa và nhỏ, trong đó hơn 6.500 doanh nghiệp do nữ làm chủ. Trong lĩnh vực đổi mới sáng tạo năm 2017, Facebook đã khởi xướng sáng kiến Developer Circle dành cho các lập trình viên Việt Nam với mục tiêu kết nối, đào tạo và khuyến khích các bạn học hỏi lẫn nhau để thành công. Trong năm 2018, chúng tôi đã ra mắt 3 Developer Circle ở thành phố Hồ Chí Minh, Hà Nội và Đà Nẵng. Năm 2019, chúng tôi phát động cuộc thi thử thách đổi mới cho các lập trình viên Việt Nam tại thành phố Hồ Chí Minh. Đây là chương trình kết hợp giữa đào tạo và thi đấu dành cho lập trình viên kéo dài 18 tháng. Với mục tiêu nâng cao kỹ năng số và xây dựng thế hệ công dân số có trách nhiệm, Facebook đã ra mắt chương trình suy nghĩ trước khi chia sẻ và sau đó là tư duy thời đại số. Trong năm 2019, chương trình đã tiếp cận hơn 240.000 học sinh cấp 2 và hơn 1.200 giáo viên ở 13 tỉnh thành. Vào tháng 7 năm 2019, chúng tôi đã khởi động mối quan hệ đối tác chính thức đầu tiên với một thành phố tại Việt Nam là Đà Nẵng. Hợp tác tập trung vào việc tăng cường năng lực kỹ thuật số của các cơ quan chính phủ và hỗ trợ nỗ lực quản lý thảm họa của thành phố. 55 cán bộ từ các cơ sở ban ngành của Đà Nẵng đã được đào tạo về cách sử dụng Facebook như một công cụ truyền thông hiệu quả, nâng cao sự tương tác giữa chính quyền thành phố đối với người dân. Chúng tôi cũng tổ chức tập huấn cho hơn 60 cán bộ thành phố, Hội chữ thập đỏ Việt Nam, Hội chữ thập đỏ Đà Nẵng về cách sử dụng bản đồ thiên tai của Facebook và các công cụ sẵn có khác của chúng tôi trong công tác ứng phó với thiên tai. Tháng 11 năm 2019, tiếp tục sứ mệnh xây dựng cộng đồng mạng xã hội lành mạnh, Facebook đã phối hợp với nghệ sĩ Trấn Thành và công ty Year One thực hiện một livestream dài kỷ lục 4 giờ 30 phút để khuyến nghị người dùng về các chủ đề bắt nạt trực tuyến, thế hệ công nghệ, bạo hành gia đình, phụ nữ khởi nghiệp và chung tay cho cộng đồng. Với tên gọi Social for Good, chương trình đã hút 4 triệu người xem sau 4 giờ phát trực tiếp. Trong bối cảnh dịch Covid-19 bùng phát, Facebook đã có nhiều hoạt động kịp thời đóng góp vào nỗ lực ứng phó đại dịch của quốc gia. Ra mắt module tìm kiếm thông báo và tin nhắn trên Newsfeed để hướng mọi người đến trang web chính thức của Bộ Y tế Việt Nam về Covid-19. Hỗ trợ Cổng Thông tin Chính phủ Việt Nam trong công tác truyền thông về dịch Covid-19 bằng cách cung cấp các khoản tín dụng quảng cáo của Facebook. Facebook đã tổ chức livestream Social for Good lần thứ 2 để nâng cao nhận thức cộng đồng về Covid-19 và kêu gọi quyên góp ủng hộ các bác sĩ và những người bị ảnh hưởng do dịch bệnh. Tổng giá trị tiền mặt
Hello? So, everyone, please keep eating. But we're going to start with our next panel on digital economy, and Ha from AWS. I think she's gone to get her panelists, but if I could call up, Tenzin is going to be on video from Singapore. Sonia, I don't know whether, Netflix is in Singapore too, right? Mike Orgel is in Singapore also with Airbnb. Moon is here from Facebook. Moon, can you come on up? Is Tyne coming? Okay, and Mr. Zong from... Okay, great. Thank you very much. I'll hand it over to Ha. Mr. Tao? Okay, great.
Thảo cần hay không, hay là nghe tiếp tiếng Anh đầu tiên? Tức là chị chuyển sang đôi khi là em sẽ Good afternoon, everyone. I hope that you all have enjoyed lunch. My name is Ha Nguyen from Amazon Web Services. I'm responsible for public policy in Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. And in addition to that, I'm a member of AmCham's Board of Governors. And it's my pleasure today being entrusted by AmCham to moderate a very interesting panel to discuss about using technologies for Vietnam's economic recovery. And I'm very delighted we have a great panel today. And I'd like to introduce each of our panelists. I'd like to welcome Dr. Thanh. Dr. Thanh is a Vietnamese economist. He's a founder and chief advisor of Vietnam Institute for Economic and Policy Research, a think tank he co-founded in 2008. And he acted as the president until February 2020. Dr. Thanh was a member of Economic Advisory Group to Vietnamese Prime Minister during 2011 and 16. He has been publishing extensively in academic journals. He has been involved actively in the country's policy debates. He's a founder and chief editor of the influential Vietnam Annual Economic Reports, which has been annually published by the Institute since 2009. Next to me is Mr. Nguyễn Thanh Thảo, the division chief in the Authority of IT Application of Ministry of Information and Communication. The authority is responsible for developing the national digital transformation, digital government, smart cities, and digital infrastructure. Next to Mr. Thảo is Mr. Nguyễn Quang Dong, Head of Institute for Policy Studies and Media Development. Mr. Dong is an expert on governance and public policy. His recent research and consultancy focus on digital governance and regulatory policies for digital service industries. During the last 5 years, his institute and its umbrella, the Vietnam Digital Communication Association, provide in-depth consultation to the Ministry of Information and Communication and other policy-making bodies in developing Vietnam government's digital transformation strategies and leveraging digital technology for public sector reform. Next to Mr. Dong is Moon Nguyệt Nguyen from Facebook. She's a member in Asia Pacific Public Policy at Facebook. She's based out in Singapore and in charge of regulatory advocacy and strategic policy advice for companies across Facebook families of applications in Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. Moon has 15 years of experience working on regional and domestic political affairs in both public and private sectors. And I'd like to introduce our panelists joining from Singapore. Tenzin Noble. Can you say hello, Tenzin?
Hello.
Tenzin is Google's Director for Government Affairs and Public Policy in Southeast Asia, based in Singapore. Prior to Google, Tenzin was Director for Connectivity and Access Policy in Facebook for Asia Pacific. And before that, she worked as the ICT Policy Advisor in the World Bank in several countries across Africa, East and Southeast Asia. Before the World Bank, Tenzin worked for the Royal Government of Bhutan in the communications sector, in telecommunications operations, policy and planning, as head of the Telecommunication Regulatory Agency. Another great panelist is Sulina Abdullah from Netflix.
Hi.
Hi, Saluna.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Saluna
good
is
afternoon.
the Director of Public Policy in Southeast Asia at Netflix. Before that, Saluna spent nearly 2 decades in the Communication and Multimedia Regulatory Agency in Malaysia, working on innovative regulatory approaches for digitization of the environment through her extensive international engagements. She has held numerous positions in regional and international fora for Malaysia and is currently a member of the UNESCO Information for All Programs Information Accessibility Working Group, as well as Malaysia APEC Business Advisory Council. And finally, I'd like to introduce Mike Auger. Hi, Mike.
Good afternoon.
Mike is the Director of Public Policy for Asia Pacific at BNB, responsible for partnering with governments and stakeholders around the region. Previously, Mike was BNB's General Director for Southeast Asia, overseeing all aspects of Airbnb's business in the region. Prior to BNB, Mike held position at Google and the US ASEAN Business Council. So let's get started with stories from each of our US technology companies, how they have been supporting countries in responding to COVID-19 crisis, which is the core topic of our forum today. And I would like to start with from Facebook.
Thanks. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Facebook this year is very proud to support the Office of the Government and also the Ministry of Health Facebook pages during the first and second wave of COVID-19 in the country. So through Facebook support, the key messages from Prime Minister Phuc and the government of Vietnam have reached Vietnamese people over 363 million times and attracted over 8 million engagements from the public. And in partnership with Red Cross Vietnam, we work together with local businesses, local celebrities, and been able to raise $500,000, over 10 billion dong, to support people affected by COVID over the past months, and called for people in Vietnam to stay home during the social distancing periods. So these are kind of the highlights of COVID support. And the most important thing that we've done in Vietnam during COVID time is we're very proud about our Facebook for Vietnam campaign. which is the third of its kind, very comprehensive campaign from Facebook to Vietnam, covering 5 main pillars: Facebook for economy, Facebook for innovation, Facebook for safety and digital literacy, Facebook for cities, and Facebook for community. And we have received so much support and encouragement from government agencies, local businesses, and people of Vietnam. So very proud of that. And I would like to thank the U.S. Embassy here for your great support to us as well, and industry peers. Thank you.
Thanks, Moon. And Tenzin, can you share with the audience a few words?
Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can hear me clearly. First of all, I'd like to really congratulate the Vietnamese government for its whole efforts towards ensuring that, the COVID situation was very well handled. Through this period, we've had the privilege and the opportunity to really support Vietnamese citizens, government agencies, and businesses in a large number of ways. I think this has been an unprecedented time for everybody. So in terms of immediate support, one of the first things that we really tried to ensure to do was that Vietnamese had access to locally authoritative information on COVID. We created a localized microsite on COVID that had official content from the Ministry of Health, provided COVID-related alerts on search and YouTube, and really supported the Ministry of Health create and effectively use its YouTube channel. We also ensured that any misinformation on COVID had no place on our platforms. Most of you would know Google for advertisements. We provided advertising grants to key agencies to ensure that they were able to issue public service announcements related to COVID until the end of this year. We've also supported the accelerated publication of government-endorsed COVID-related apps on the Play Store, and I'm glad to see AITA sitting on the panel with us today as an important partner. I think across the world and in Vietnam too, we published community mobility reports that really helped provide insights into what has changed, really in response to policies aimed at combating COVID-19. These reports, they chart the movement trends of people over time by geography and across various different categories of places, such as retail and recreation, groceries and pharmacies, parks, workplaces, and residences. I think this is being used as a proxy by many economic institutions as well as multilateral institutions to look at the impact of COVID on the economy. Clearly, students were, impacted in the early days of COVID, so we were able to establish a Vietnamese Teach from Home hub to support students, teachers, and parents to move to home-based online learning together with Google for Education. I think in terms of economic recovery now, this is where we all need to focus, and we look forward to working closely with a large number of agencies, the people of Vietnam, and businesses on the recovery piece. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Tenzin. And over to you, Selina.
Thank you, Ha. Like Tenzin, Netflix would also like to applaud the government of Vietnam for their decisive handling of the COVID-19 situation when the pandemic first happened. There are two areas for Netflix. COVID has not stopped us from investing in Vietnamese content and bringing it to the world. And secondly, we introduced enhanced tools to help parents navigate their children's viewing choices, with everyone pivoting to homeschooling and working from home. I'll elaborate more about our Vietnamese content later, but I'll touch on the second point here. In April, we launched an update to our enhanced parental control tools, which give parents increased control over what the younger members of their families watch. By then, scores of school children were already getting their lessons at home, and because parents and their children are spending so much more time in the houses and online, these tools are increasingly important to help manage viewing choices. But we also know that awareness alone of these tools is just as important as building them. In July, we partnered with the Vietnam Internet Association and Mr. Dong from the Institute for Policy Studies, who's here on the panel, to arrange a webinar on digital parenting strategies. And we hope to continue on this track beyond this period. Thank you, Ha.
Thank you, Selina. And finally, I'd like to invite Mike from Airbnb.
Thanks, Ha. Airbnb is in the tourism and travel industry. And so as the COVID situation rolled out and borders began to close, obviously There's quite a bit of challenge for people that already had reservations, for people who needed to get home, or for people who needed to find a place to stay quite immediately. We worked with governments, including in Vietnam, to communicate out to travelers and people that are hospitality providers on the rules and requirements that were rapidly changing during that time. Through our extenuating circumstances policy, we allowed guests and hosts to cancel their reservations free of charge and also without affecting their status on our platform. Finally, we know that many hospitality providers really do rely on the income that comes from travel and tourism. And so we worked to create a tourism recovery fund where we gave grants to about 9,000 Airbnb hosts around the world, including in Vietnam, of $5,000 each to help tide them through the COVID period. Finally, with many of the spaces were not being booked by travelers anymore, we partnered with governments and with stakeholders around the world to allow frontline stays workers places to stay free of charge. And it was really amazing to see the way that hospitality providers and hosts around the world were able to open up their space and take some responsibility in terms of the recovery and to fight COVID. Thanks.
Thanks, Mike. And thanks everyone for sharing your stories about how you support your countries in responding to COVID-19. And from this crisis, Vietnam stands out to be the most successful in containing the pandemic. And one of the key success factors was adopting technology. And Aita from MIC leads this project. And I'd like to invite Mr. Thao from Aita to share with the audience here about how adopting technology helped Vietnam to be successful in the COVID containment. Thanks.
Well. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the MIC, the government of Vietnam, I would like to share with you some of the successes of Vietnam over the past time in controlling COVID-19 pandemics. The success of Vietnam has been highly appreciated by other countries in the world and the distinguished speakers here. I would also like to share with you some key measures that Vietnam has taken to better contain COVID-19 pandemic over the past time. First of all, I would like to share with you that the government of Vietnam is well aware of the severity of COVID-19 pandemic, especially in our Vietnam economic context, in our healthcare system, which is not good enough to provide good response as the developed countries. So we all agree with each other that the COVID-19 pandemic is a kind of emergency like the other emergencies that we had to deal with over the past, including the wars. So that we have the involvement of the whole political system from the highest level of the leaders and every person in the country. We are all determined to control COVID-19 pandemic. So there is an involvement and engagement of all the people. Secondly, the government identify a strategy and a principle that we try to detect, to isolate, quarantine, and contain the pandemic. So this is what we have been doing very comprehensively in order to spread the spread of coronavirus. So on such a principle, one of the key factors supporting us to timely detect and quarantine people is application of technology. In order to have a good application of technology, MIC of Vietnam is assigned by the government of Vietnam to call for the business community to contribute initiative and solutions. And we have taken two measures. The first one is nCoV and the second is a blue zone applications. So once we have good technological solutions, we try our best so that everybody use it. to help the timely detection of the cases. So the problem is how to encourage all the people to install these applications. It will be very important to the efficiency of technological solutions and measures in containment of COVID-19. So the solution taken by the government of Vietnam is to enhance communication, collaborate with enterprises. Take, for example, Facebook, to do communication widely on social media network and through the communication channels of the government of Vietnam. And we set up a network from the central to the grassroots level to do communication comprehensively to every person, to every neighborhood, so that everybody who has a smartphone will install Blue Zone application. It helps to early detect the cases, and once the early detection can be done, we can do the quarantine timely. Because sometimes if there is only one case, we do the quarantine for the whole area or region. That will not be very efficient, and it affects the socio-economic life of the people. So it is good for us to trace the cases, and it helps us to be more efficient in containing the COVID-19 pandemic. There are more than 23 million people who have installed Blue Zone application, and through that we have detected thousands of close contact and suspected cases of COVID-19, of coronavirus. So thanks to that, the business, the production activities will not be affected. It helps to stabilize the socio-economic life and better control of COVID-19.
In its success in containing the COVID-19, and for that reason we can gather today for the discussion. And looking beyond the COVID-19, policymakers now start looking at designing policy for economic recovery in both short and long term. And I'd like to switch our conversations where our US technology platforms will share with the audience ideas how they will have, what they can offer to the Vietnamese governments with initiatives that they've been rolling out or will be rolling out over the world and in Vietnam. And we will look at 3 areas out of 4 areas that McKinsey in its recent report identified where Vietnam will need to focus to achieve its long-term aspiration. The first area is to position as a preeminent international destination for tourism and foreign investment. The second area is education and productivity. And the third one is to focus on small and medium-sized enterprises and the informal sector. And with that, I'd like to invite Mike of Airbnb to discuss about tourism, how you see the future of tourism industry in Vietnam after the COVID, and what will be the key consideration for Vietnam if it wishes to be a tourism destination when countries open their borders.
Thanks, Ha. I think as we look at technology and its intersection with tourism, it's a really sort of fascinating area. I think across the board, tech platforms bring a number of benefits both to consumers and businesses. They make it easier to conduct business by lowering costs, increasing the availability of information, expanding the reach of a business, and simplifying business processes. In particular, what we see is that technology improves the competitiveness of SMEs. Typically, you have to be large in order to reach lots of customers. And what you realize today is that using the technologies that are represented even on this panel, a small business is able to reach anyone in the world. And I think that what we're going to see is that technology adoption by businesses, whether they be large or small in Vietnam, is really going to act as something that accelerates economic recovery. Now, speaking about the tourism sector, which is the space that I know probably best, as our space. What we know is that tourism is a major contributor to Vietnam's GDP and employment. Oxford Economics, which is a major economics consultancy group, estimates that tourism supports roughly 8.8% of Vietnam's GDP and 9.1% of its employment. So it really is significant in terms of what Vietnam needs to be thinking about as it looks to its overall economic recovery. So a few things that we're seeing in this industry more broadly, but also these things are true in Vietnam. First is that there is significant pent-up demand for travel, including international travel. We know that people still have a desire to travel, and every day that passes, we see more and more people looking to travel. We see it in the searches, we see it in the queries, we see it in the surveying that we do of potential travelers around the world. Second, we're seeing that in the past, affluent travelers would typically want to go very far away. They would seek exotic destinations. They would want to take long, extended trips. And what we're seeing now with COVID is that there is an increase in the amount of domestic travel. We're seeing people go near and explore their own countries or go to places that are close by. And so near is becoming a new far for travel. The next thing that we're seeing is that the countries that are at the forefront are really considering how do you safely reopen international borders. There's obviously a really important balance to get here. There's a public health imperative where we simply can't afford in any of our countries to see another wave of COVID. And so a number of measures, whether they be green lanes, where there's reciprocal arrangements between countries, travel bubbles, where a collective group, we're seeing ideas such as extended visas, where you make it possible for someone to stay longer in a space. Those types of things would lend themselves to different types of travel and different travel patterns based on COVID. The next thing that we see is that travelers are looking for different types of accommodation that is self-contained. You can imagine if you're traveling and you're worried about COVID for your family, would you rather stay in a crowded hotel or would you rather stay in a villa that's, you have your own space? And we're seeing a gravitational shift away from sort of big urban clusters to more rural or off the beaten path places where people can have their own space. The next thing is that travelers are increasingly going online. Whereas travel, has traditionally been a very offline industry, COVID has actually acted as an accelerant where more and more people are moving this industry online. The other thing that we're seeing more and more with the rise of platforms such as YouTube, Instagram, Netflix, et cetera, is that people are looking for destinations that are unique, authentic, and local. It's now easier than ever to find the most interesting and unique places around the world, and travelers really are looking for that. And so as Vietnam looks to come out of the COVID crisis and really brand itself as a destination, it needs to find ways to give people guarantees that Vietnam is safe, that they won't contract COVID by coming to Vietnam. They need to find ways to make sure that their businesses are digitally enabled so that they're able to reach this new wave of customers. And finally, they need to make sure that they're able to provide unique, authentic, and local experiences. I'm pretty bullish on Vietnam. I'm very confident that with its incredible culture, its natural beauty, and the entrepreneurial nature of its people, that Vietnam is very well positioned to come out of this crisis and become a top tourist destination globally.
Thank you, Mike. And I'd like to invite Sulina to continue to speak about the connection between companies' investment appetite and the development of regulatory frameworks.
Thank you, Ha. Following on from what Mike was saying, we are very proud of our content that displays Vietnam's landscapes, cultural heritage, cuisine. Sky Tour, for instance, the movie featuring Vietnamese star musician Sơn Tùng. And I hope I pronounced that correctly. I apologize if I didn't. We have subtitles for that in 10 languages. And there's also Street Food Asia, with an episode about Ho Chi Minh City, and the extremely popular film Fury, or Hai Feng, watched on Netflix more in South America than in Southeast Asia. So we're just getting started in Vietnam, but we've made significant investments in Vietnamese films to date, and we're continuing to launch more and more. We now have more than 70 Vietnamese films available on Netflix, which we and our members are excited about. The Sơn Tùng concert documentary was #1 in our top 10 in Vietnam, for example. We're delighted to have this increased catalog of Vietnamese content significantly since We released a Vietnamese language user interface in 2019. Of course, we couldn't be in this position without the partnerships with Vietnam's increasingly more productive film industry, and we're hoping to do more going forward. This is all happening in the context of the fourth industrial revolution, and we applaud Vietnam's digital transformation efforts. We'd like to see how we can make further contributions towards these goals, particularly in the online entertainment and content production ecosystem. The broader regulatory framework is critical in determining companies' plans for the country and their investment appetites. First and foremost, investors look for predictability, and the regulatory framework is a key determinant of that. This is also the case regarding the ongoing discussion around how best to approach the online professional curated content industry. Policy and regulation for the digital economy must be, and I call this my 4P formula: proportionate, practical, purposeful, or fit for purpose, and public-private led. Trade associations and companies want to share their experiences to get there. In fact, I'm taking a leaf out of the APEC Internet and Digital Economy Roadmap. This roadmap saw its birth in Da Nang in November of 2017 during the APEC Leaders Summit Week when Vietnam was the APEC host. So getting it right takes time and far outweighs getting it done quickly. From my time as a regulator and working within the APEC fora, in the digital economy, two things stand out. First, policy and regulation must be developed through a whole-of-government approach. And secondly, public-private engagement and consultation is critical to getting it right. Regulation should be to drive development, innovation, usage, and investment. Thanks, Ha. Happy to discuss.
Thank you very much, Selena. And I'd like to move on to the second areas to discuss about education and productivity. And on this to start this topic, I'd like to invite Dr. Thanh, as a very well-established economist here in Vietnam. If you could share your views why education is so important and identified as a key factor for Vietnam long-term success.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jiha, for your introduction and guide. I think for Vietnam, for this pandemic in Vietnam, as you just analyzed, that the impact is not so far, not much like serious as other country. This is a good luck for us, but I think that in the long run, the fundamental problem still here in Vietnam. So for that, we have the similar problem that before or after the pandemic we need to solve. One of them is about the quality of the labor force, and it came from the education system. And now economists say that there are kind of recovery in the like a K, yeah. That means that divergence of the, it's not like W or V, but it's like a K. That at the global level and I think also in the country level, that some very successful like technology sector and developed country that own the technology. For developing country, it depends on more the physical transaction of physical goods, yeah, like tourism, for example. We need people to come to have income. So for that, we have problem of diversion. Similar in the labor force or in the job market. And those who have skill and technology can, during the pandemic or after the pandemic, can be better off. But for those who don't have the skill and no access to the internet or technology, we have a severe problem. So for Vietnam, we need a better education in general, knowledge and skill, and at the same time with the technological knowledge. And for that, we also depend on how to provide the education in the new situation. We have traditional way for sure, but in the pandemic situation, I think like the system based on the platform is very important. Yeah, and I think many technology company provide such type of a platform or solution. And in Vietnam, I also see more and more parents let their kids to study like a homeschooling or based on the system already made, and they can access from the internet. So that's the way. And the government of Vietnam should be aware of that fact. We cannot just base on the traditional education or the traditional policy. For that, we will fail at the individual level and also at the country level. So the government need to open their mind in order to allow new kind of education, new kind of transfer of knowledge in based on technology and platform. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Thang. And following on that, on your ideas, I'd like to invite Tenzin from Google. We've been hearing a lot about innovative education initiatives that Google have been launching. So please, maybe Tenzin can share with us more information about the initiatives and what you'd like to bring into Vietnam. Thanks, Tenzin.
Yes. Thank you very much. I think many of you in the audience today, would be quite familiar with something called the Google Temasek Bain E-Economy Report. In 2020, we will actually be publishing the 5th report in a 5-year period. But the one from 2019, I think, had some headline messages. One was that Southeast Asia's internet economy hit $100 billion in 2019 and is still on track to reach $300 billion by 2025. And among the 6 countries in Southeast Asia that were surveyed, Indonesia and Vietnam are the 2 largest economies that are really growing at breakneck speed. Vietnam is the 2nd fastest growing internet economy in the region at about $12 billion in 2019, and it's growing on a compounded annual growth rate of 38% since 2015. And this internet economy is really driven, the growth is being driven by e-commerce, followed by online travel, online media, and ride-hailing. And I think that, despite COVID, I think we can expect to see this continued growth, at least in e-commerce, media, and media. With all of this, I think, it's clear that digital technology is also transforming almost every sector of the economy, and the skills of the workforce need to keep pace. As Dr. Tan mentioned earlier, education systems will really have a very key role to play in developing technical knowledge and soft skills that are required to compete in this digital economy. And given this rate of technology change, the growth rates at which the internet economy is growing, clearly adaptability and lifelong learning will be more important than ever, as well as more effective collaboration between the public and private sectors. So what has Google been doing, both globally and in Vietnam? In Vietnam in particular, I think Google's approach is really to look at it from a pyramid approach, where at the bottom, we're focusing on helping with digital skilling across for, the K to kindergarten to grade 12 education. So let me just give you some examples. And at the very top, we are focusing on the new skills for the future. So for example, there we introduced in 2020 the Quan Quan Google Cloud program and have trained 59,000 developers across Vietnam on machine learning and big data with Google content. I think this is really important for Vietnam, where you've got such a vibrant startup economy. And, we hope that this type of skilling will help bring relevant skills to the local market so that Vietnam can continue also increasing the exports of its own digital services to the rest of the world. We have a very marquee program that many of you might have heard about called Accelerate Vietnam Digital 4.0. And through this, to date, we've trained 334,000 SMEs thus far, and we expect that we will reach 500,000. It was initially planned for the end of 2020, but with COVID, definitely before the end of 2021. Recognizing the need to really ensure that coding is a skill for the digital economy, We also have a program called Coding for the Future. And in the last year, this year itself, we've trained 150,000 students and 390 teachers. All of these programs, because of COVID, which were otherwise offline, have been brought online. And it's used many of the tools that are already available on the internet, including the Google for Education. As you know, you might have heard about google.org. So we have invested in the Go Digital ASEAN initiative and are working through the Asia Foundation to help ensure that entrepreneurs and youth in rural Vietnam can be digitally skilled, both with basic digital literacy, but with more important financial digital literacy, among others. I think one of the things that Dr. Khan also talked about was matching skills with the job opportunities available. Recognizing the need for this, Google, at least in the US, has launched the Google Career Certificate in order to provide job-ready skills to start or advance people's careers in very high-demand fields. These certificates are developed by Google and will support people get a pathway to high-paying jobs. We really look forward to bringing this program to the rest of the world in the next few years. However, today, if somebody in Vietnam wanted to, for example, go on Coursera, they would have access to exactly the same courses that are available under the Google Career Certificates to the rest of the world. So we hope that we can continue to partner with Vietnam in really helping with workforce transformation. Finally, I think when we talk about the way education is delivered, clearly going forward, it's really going to be a mix of online and offline. Many companies, in the region, across the world, have been supporting education systems, and we have been doing that too. In the Southeast Asia region alone, something as simple as, education content. So when teachers, some of the best teachers in, say, Manila, teaching students in the city of Manila, today we're supporting them to really curate this content and make it available on YouTube. So for the entire K-12 curriculum, all of this content will be curated and made available in YouTube. What this means is that people in really rural areas or in like tier 2, tier 3 cities actually have access to good teaching methodologies as well as good engaging teachers. Similarly, with the Ministry of Education in Malaysia, Google for Education is a key partner to help support home-based learning. And this is also happening in Thailand and in parts of India. So we look forward to continuing to do such work and bring it to Vietnam in a more meaningful way. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Tenzin. About speaking about productivity, we know that IPS have done extensive research on how Vietnam has leveraged technology to improve the productivity in important sectors of the economy. So may I ask Mr. Dong to share with us about the findings, observations from your research work, and do you have any recommendations for Vietnam to leverage the technologies that U.S. companies can offer for Vietnam? Thank you.
Cảm ơn chị Hà. Đúng là vấn
Yeah, thank you, Madam Ha. Productivity is one of the things that the Vietnamese economy has to deal with, and this is a wide discussion over the past time. I'd like to put productivity in a broader picture. This is a year in which Vietnam organized 70 years of independence. So one of the things that we recommend to the political report of Vietnam in the coming time is to set a vision for Vietnam. Because by 2045 we will organize a 100-year independence of Vietnam. So we will set a vision in which Vietnam will become a medium level power, and technology is a very key factor, the dynamism, the leverage for the development of Vietnam. and also in the context of the context between China and the U.S. Trade tension. So all of these factors play very pivotal role. Digital economy can help Vietnam to escape the middle income country trap. You can see that the speakers have emphasized the technological help for Vietnam to overcome COVID-19, but also help Vietnam to improve productivity. According to the GSOs of Vietnam, the average productivity of Vietnam in 2020 will be increased by 1.5 times compared with the previous year. In the period 2016-2020, the percentage of productivity increase of the whole economy will be 5.8, nearly 6% in comparison with the period 2011-2015, which was only 4.3%. The TFP increase for 2016-2020 contribute about 45%, far exceeding the initial expectation. In 2016, we expected it only from 30 to 35%. However, for the TFP increase over the past time, according to GSO, it was about 45%. So it is also very close to our observations in some key areas of the economy. Other speakers also talk about the productivity increase in finance, in e-commerce, and in other sectors related to transportation and tourism. We can see it very clearly thanks to digital technology. It helps us to have a better connectivity, lower cost, and higher efficiency. And according to our observation, there are three other potential sectors contributing to the growth of the digital economy. They are the digital entertainment, education technology, medical technology, and agriculture. So these digital platform and transformation play a key role in the growth of Vietnam in the future. It is highly significant in helping Vietnam to increase our labor productivity. Coming back to the thing that we mentioned right from the beginning, that is objective of Vietnam to become a middle level power by 2045 together with digital economy. It will be very practical in the coming time. In the first period of renovation, Vietnam set the objective of becoming an industrialized country. Maybe the manufacturing processing industry. Clearly, by 2020, that objective is not at all suitable for Vietnam. So if we base on a digital economy as a leverage to deal with the labor productivity, that is very suitable. And that has been well reflected over the past 5 years. And if we look farther in the long-term future, I strongly believe that we can achieve our objective with the digital breakthrough, the technology disruptions, as you can see. However, Vietnam still have to deal with two biggest challenges. That is related to education sector, especially equipping the new labor force with the digital skill, digital knowledge to prepare Vietnamese citizens to become digital citizens. Especially, we need to have the right policies and mechanism to promote that. Looking at the macro level, Vietnam set very clear objective and vision for institutional reform, and we talk a lot about IR 4.0, digital economy. However, in each sector, the barrier may come from the current regulatory framework hindering business. Usually it is at the level of government decrees. There is still a certain level of protectionism. I think that protectionism needs to be removed for Vietnam to better participate in the digital value chain and digital services. If we can deal with these challenges in terms of the labor force skill in this digital transformation time, with the favorable regulatory framework in each specific sector, and then the digital vision of Vietnam can be realized.
protectionism. And I know that we don't have much time left, but since it's a very interesting topic, I'd like to invite Dr. Tang to share a few ideas about what will be the cost of if countries pursue protectionism. We know that many countries have been doing that post-COVID to build their self-resilience. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think the protectionism in this new area, the area of digital economy is different as before. And Vietnam should have a strategy clearly to be aware about the situation, the new situation. I think for example, take the platform economy. Based on the new platform that Vietnam now quite free to use, yeah, we create a lot of job for individual and for SME. Like, for example, the system of email that Google provide for business, or we cannot imagine that if now we don't have Facebook, for example, because it's very easy to advertise and to communicate, and many other platforms that make that reduce the transaction cost of the business, of individual, and make all the people better off. So how the Vietnamese government involved in all of this process? If we think or we have the way of thinking like in the traditional protection, it will be simply increase all of the cost back as before, and it's not efficient. So I think Vietnam should think of the policy that can impact or affect the behavior of the players or of the user of the platform. So they should focus on that rather than try to, for example, to protect in terms of technical or technology. And if they think that they can provide some kind of alternative platform, I think is not very practical at this moment, because the platform need kind of a global connection, and that the new platform Vietnam, we cannot build that. But we can think of some kind of platform for some specific market, like in healthcare or aging care for the people of age, and other kind of education at the local level, and then we develop from that. So that what I mean is that we should not follow China, for example, and of course it's impossible at this moment to have some kind of very crude protection of platform like that. Yeah. For another thing that because of the nature of the digital economy, we need to have everything connected, or the Internet of Things. So if we try to divide in our mind like that of the policy, we will fail in the nature of our policy. So we need to think other way. For example, how to have a policy to impact the behavior of the people using that, or the taxation. How to have a new way to deal with the situation. Yeah.
Very interesting insight. Thank you, Dr. Tang. I would like to move to the final session of our panel today, is to invite Tenzin to propose on behalf of all the US technology platforms here to give one top recommendations to the Vietnamese government, so that US technology companies will support best the government to achieve its long-term aspiration.
Thank you, Ha. I think US Tech is very committed to really supporting Vietnam's economic development and digital transformation goals. As you've heard from all of us sitting here today, and the others who may not be represented here today, we've all been very invested in the country. And I think what we really look forward to is a very transparent, predictable, and streamlined policy and regulatory environment that will allow us to continue working with Vietnam's government, businesses, and people to advance the overall digital ecosystem. I think one of the key things that we'd also like to request is, that at the end of the day, the clear and consistent regulatory frameworks that support the growth of Vietnamese tech enterprises and the vibrancy of Vietnam's tech ecosystem will also, should also be very open and outward looking. I think there's lots of advantages from looking at trade and digital services. If you look at what countries like Australia, New Zealand, Singapore, Chile have done in more recent times, I think there's a lot to be learned from there. I think in terms of three areas, I think when government of Vietnam looks at putting in place an effective regulatory framework, we really look forward to a good rule of law and legal clarity. And legal clarity largely to ensure that, there are no overlaps in regulation. As such, provisions and requirements that already exist in, say, one piece of regulation should not be replicated in another. The second area is really with regards to flexibility in the policy and regulatory framework to adopt and accommodate new technology. So while laws accommodate different, many of the relevant differences between platforms, given how fast the tech sector is evolving, laws and regulations should really be written in technology-neutral ways that address underlying issues rather than focusing on existing technologies or mandating specific technological fixes. And finally, I think we should also be looking at technical feasibility. As such, given how fast technology is moving, provisions and laws should be technically feasible for internet companies to implement and for the government to also enforce. So I'll stop there and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Tenzin. And returning to Mr. Thao, as a representative of the government here in this panel, if there's only one advice for the U.S. Technology companies here, what would you give us? Yes, from the perspective of MIC assigned by the government to promote digital platforms and transformation, we have just developed the national digital transformation, setting out the vision of the government of Vietnam by 2030 to become a digital nation based on the three digital platform, digital economy, digital society, digital government. And the digital government will be the platform to develop digital economy and society so that we can develop the data, master the data, enhance the transparency to promote social economic development. On such a basis, we set out some solutions and tasks. One of the solutions is to enhance training of the technical people and digital citizens so that they can become efficient citizens in the digital economy, and also develop the technical infrastructure, develop the technology enterprises as a foundation for digital economy to develop. I would like to come up with a recommendation for the U.S. business community. If you pay attention, we are willing to share the orientation, direction of the government of Vietnam. That is a national strategy on digital transformation. We are also developing the strategy for developing digital government, and we will develop some schemes to develop digital economy, supporting the digital transformation of enterprises. And I hope that the business community of the U.S. will continue to give a support to develop
helping the e-government of Vietnam with the support of big enterprises like Facebook or Google. You enhance your support for startup investment in startup so that we can have a better digital platform to promote the digital economy in Vietnam. And I hope that within the collaboration framework of the two countries and business communities of the two countries, you can better participate in the deployment of technology application in Vietnam.
That all the U.S. companies here, as well as Vietnamese think tanks like Dr. Thang, Mr. Dom, we are keen to contribute to the implementation of digital transformation strategy, and we look forward to working with you. And that will be my takeaway from this panel. Again, thanks everyone for your participation in this panel, and thanks for the audience for your attendance. And I'd like to close our panel here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Ha, for moderating that panel, and for our 4 in-person panelists, and for our 3 virtual panelists dialing in from overseas. Thank you very much. You guys, we're having a good day. Thanks to everyone for hanging in there. Actually, during the lunchtime, I went outside. It sure is nice out, but so we're in the good weather thing. We have another panel coming up, and actually, we thought we sort of saved the best for last here. One of the most interesting things happening right now is looking at how Vietnam can sort of capitalize on the expected supply chain shift that's going to happen, that's happening and going to continue after COVID. So if our next group of panelists can come up here to talk about that, Fred Burke from Baker McKenzie is going to moderate the panel. And we got a couple people that are going to be on screen, and a few more people joining us today. Natasha, if we can invite you up here, and Mr. Quing, if we could invite you up from Pam Farm, and Hans, and Mr. Tang. And then on the screen we'll have former U.S. Ambassador to Vietnam, Michael Mahalik, who is there he is right there. Ambassador, how are you? Thanks for joining us today for Singapore. That's a nice background you have there, and see the ASEAN flag. That's great. And we also have Charles Freeman from the U.S. Chamber that is going to join us from D.C. So, you guys, yeah, please. Although then we have one. How about you guys do that?
Okay, we're here for the stalwarts, the people who can survive, the Iron Man, Iron Woman of the conference circuit. Good to see you all here today. We're going to talk about supply chain disruption, what we're going to look forward to after the COVID era. Everybody's talking about COVID all the time. We do need to think about the future, because there is going to be a future. So we've got a great panel, really diverse, and hopefully we can cover off all the angles of the topic. In terms of supply chains and manufacturing landscape, there's few people as qualified as Charles Freeman, who's Senior Vice President for Asia at the U.S. Chamber. He'll be actually leading us off, and that will be a remote presentation. But we've also got, in no particular order, Ambassador Michael McCulloch on the internet there. We've got him on a good link. It looks good. We've got also Citibank Country Officer Natasha Ansel, who's no stranger to these events in Hanoi. We've got Mr. Nguyen Can Quinn, the CEO of Pan Farm, major exporter of sea products to the United States. We've got Hans, your last name? Yes. Hans Gesterns from Deep Sea. We'll talk about logistics and supply chain. And of course, from the Ministry of Industry and Trade, Deputy Director General of the Industry Agency Group, Mr. Nguyen Ngoc Tan. Thank you for coming. And so with that, we might as well get started. I think we're going to start, though, with Charles Freeman, as we have a question for him, which is, Adam, are we ready to go with this? Okay. Mr. Freeman, as a Washington-based observer, how do you see the U.S.-China trade conflict playing out? And how can Vietnam and other countries in the region best position themselves to capture investment and trade flows that may migrate out of China? So we'll hear Charles's intervention on that. Time lag from DC, huh? There we go. Hi, Charles.
Thank you for the question. It's a shame I can't be there in person. I really would like to be back in Hanoi, and I look forward to the opportunity to be there in person. I think one of the challenges that other markets have with taking on some of the supply chain nodes that China has been so dominant in for the past 15 years or 20 years or so is a couple things. A, China has a very, very large and growing internal market that is a real draw for those that want to source in China. Many of our U.S. members are in China and producing in China for the China market. So it's very difficult for Vietnam and other Southeast Asian countries to completely supplant China as a supply chain node for that reason. The second reason is that China has gone out of its way to make production in China so very easy, both in terms of the creation of infrastructure, in terms of energy, in terms of roads, in terms of all the things that make getting your product from point A to point Z so much easier. And then also, despite the idea that China is is a relatively low cost country, it's actually relatively high compared to Southeast Asia and other parts of the world. So there are advantages to companies that do want to source from Vietnam, from other parts of Southeast Asia, from other parts of the world. But it's difficult to do that, given kind of the relatively limited infrastructure development that exists in some of those markets compared with China, and compared, frankly, with challenges in terms of consistency of policies with respect to production and some of the incentives that are baked into producing in China that other markets are concerned about providing, both because it creates domestic challenges politically if you're advantaging foreign producers, and so there are some software challenges in addition to some of the hardware challenges in supplanting China. Where there are obvious advantages in moving from China, and where production on the margin has really been challenged in China. You've seen Chinese producers for the global supply chain already begin to move to Indonesia, to Vietnam, to Thailand, to Mexico, to other places. But I think, to the extent that other markets are trying to really present themselves as genuine alternatives to China as a market and as a supply chain hub, it's really getting a combination of focus on key sectors that you want to target, being smart about what they are, not overreaching in terms of markets that you want or sectors that you want to attract. It's starting small and building up, and then I think it's also making sure that you have consistent policies that provide incentives to foreigners to invest in those markets. You've seen China move some production to other markets already, It's certainly that, I think, for a variety of both resiliency issues connected with the COVID outbreak and with issues related to to costs generally, not just in terms of labor, but in terms of energy, in terms of environmental regulations, and in terms of other issues. China is not a low-cost market anymore, so other countries do have an advantage. They just have to be smart about deploying those and working with other countries, including the United States, to make sure that they're following the right path to attract more investment to become supply chain hubs. With that, I will stop and excuse myself. Again, I wish I were there in person. I wish I could stay throughout, but I am in the United States, and it's late here, although it doesn't look like it from the sun flowing through the windows. But I will stop there and look forward to the results, and hope everyone else has a very very successful event. And I look forward to being in Hanoi as soon as possible. Thank you all.
Fantastic. Still working? Good. Well, that was really one of the high points of that presentation was about how this actually, the whole migration of manufacturing and diversification of supply chain predates COVID. It predates the trade wars. Costs were going up in China a couple of years ago, and people were starting to look at Vietnam and other countries as alternatives. So this is nothing new. It's just that it's been really accelerated by recent events and by all of the upheaval in international supply chains. I guess the question for here that we'll try to address during our different presentations is about how Vietnam is positioned in really the vortex of all these changes in the region to take advantage of this migration and pick up the FDI that it wants. And so before our technology fails us, which it inevitably does, but right now it's working beautifully, so I want to capture Ambassador McCulloch is right here with us too. And let me just quickly introduce you and then ask you a question. Before I do that, though, I want to recognize in the back of the room, we have 2 rows of exceptionally gifted and talented bright young sparks from the Diplomatic Academy. Welcome you all to come today, and hope you find it worth your while to hear our discussion. So and to join these companies that you're looking at too in the future. Okay, our next speaker is Mr. Michael McCulloch, who currently serves as Senior Vice President and Regional Managing Director at the U.S.-ASEAN Business Council, where he oversees its 6 offices in the region, based in Singapore. Ambassador McCulloch's diplomatic career with the State Department spanned more than 30 years and included postings in Tokyo, Sydney, Islamabad, Beijing, and Washington, D.C. He served as ambassador in Vietnam from 2007 to 2011. We all remember him fondly from those days. So with that, Ambassador McCulloch, can I ask you, let's see, from your unique perspective as the former ambassador to Hanoi, and since then in your role as U.S.-ASEAN Business Council, how do you see the trajectory of U.S.-Vietnam relations? It's been a good run since the early 1990s when relations were reestablished, but looking forward, the U.S. may be falling behind Vietnam's other trading partners due to its absence from the TPP, the lack of a double tax treaty, and the growing friction over the trade deficit. How do you see this playing out, especially in light of the upcoming elections? Both elections in 2 countries. Over to you. I think you're on mute. Are you on mute? Yeah. Adam, we have...
Yes, I am on
there
mute,
we go.
and I'm
Okay,
off mute now. And I've been doing that all day in Zoom conferences. So anyway, it's great to be here. And xin chào các bạn. I'm really glad to be able to talk to many of my friends in Vietnam again. And it was great to see Charles Freeman, who's also a good friend from a long time ago as well. Well, in terms of the trajectory of the U.S.-Vietnam commercial relation and political relation and security relationship, I think the onward and upward is what I would say. The trajectory is going up, and I think that every ambassador since before my time has always built on what has gone before us and continued to move our relationship forward from being a good friend to being a good partner to being a strategic partner to being a comprehensive strategic partner, and I don't know how many other adjectives we can throw in there, but the trajectory clearly is positive. I think that some of the things that you mentioned, the TPP, the lack of a tax treaty, and some of the growing frictions are not really all that new, and we have managed to grow through those tensions. I think that Vietnam has been a great partner for the United States economically, and certainly it also gets to be a greater partner in terms of some of the regional dynamics and some of the dynamics within APEC. Charles was right when he said that many of the moves away from China were actually happening before COVID and before the trade wars, et cetera, and that's true. I believe that the trade wars and COVID have merely accelerated many of the plans that a lot of people had before those events happened. The trade with Vietnam has been growing very, very rapidly in a couple of ways. Not only has it been growing in terms of volume, but it's also been growing in terms of technology. Vietnam is gradually going up the technology curve. You all remember when I think when Intel came in at first a $500 investment and then grew up to $1 billion, and when Samsung came in with $1 billion investment and then went up to $4 billion. And at one point, I think Samsung was responsible for like 25% of Vietnam's exports. With all of this growth, we have seen issues spring up in terms of the trade deficit. When I was ambassador there, I believe that there was something like a $6 billion deficit, and today it's somewhere around $30 billion. The current administration, I have to have sort of truth in advertising here. I'm not a fan of the current administration, but the current administration certainly puts a lot of emphasis on the trade deficit, and as a result is taking a look at Vietnam. And you've seen the recent newspaper announcements about investigations into currency, quote unquote, currency manipulation and lumber and various other things. The currency manipulation is, again, it's not a new thing. We've had those kind of discussions before. And the one thing that Vietnam has always done is maintained that it is not a currency manipulator and has immediately gone to Washington in particular to try to make all of the arguments that it has made up until now, which have shown that Vietnam is not, in fact, a manipulator. It's a very tricky calculation, and in some ways it can go both ways. But I guess my point here is that even though we've had some of these bumps in the road, the overall trajectory of our relationship has gone very, very strongly. I think that what you're seeing now is Vietnam is somewhat the victim of its own success. Over the past 5 years, I would say that on average, Vietnam has probably picked up somewhere between, $15 to $18 billion a year in foreign investment. And all of that investment has gone into manufacturing. Well, much of that investment has gone into manufacturing, and a lot of it has gone into manufacturing that is connected in some manner, shape, or form through supply chains to the United States. So as the trade war begins to take somewhat of a toll on U.S.-China trade, what's happening is that people are moving out of China, and guess where they're going? They're going to Vietnam. So the Vietnam surplus tends to get bigger. It's just, it's pure mathematics. It has nothing to do with any particular secret sauce or anything like that. The secret sauce is in Vietnam's ability to draw relationships and to draw foreign investment. And I think its ability to actually sit down and to deal frankly and openly and honestly with foreign investors, and to be willing to give and take in terms of the kinds of negotiations that we have establishing these connections, has made Vietnam a very attractive destination. And I know we've got other people on this call, so I'm going to drop off, not drop off, but I'm going to stop talking now and turn the, well, actually, I guess I'm going to turn the podium back to you, Fred, and I'm going to stay on the screen. How about that?
Please don't go anywhere, because I hope we'll have time for some Q&A, and really
Great.
appreciate your remarks. Perfect lead-in for our representative from the Ministry of Industry and Trade, Ngoc Tan. What would you say on the Vietnamese perspective, following on what the ambassador said from the U.S. perspective about the trajectory, the future of Vietnam-U.S. trade relations, and how Vietnam can position itself to take advantage of the current situation?
Kính thưa
ladies and gentlemen, it's been a great pleasure for me to be invited by VCCI and the organizing team to the virtual US-Vietnam Business Summit. As such, I would like to share with you some of my personal point of view that you have touched upon earlier. As you all know, the COVID-19 pandemic had a strong impact globally and adversely impact our business activities. We are all aware that the impact of the pandemic has brought about the slowdown in the global economy, and the dependency on only one outsourcing hub or manufacturing hub like China is now no longer exists, because we are witnessing the shifting of investment from a powerhouse to another one, and the transition is now underway in order to avoid the adverse impact of the pandemic and to maintain the production line as well as the supply chain. With that, the Vietnamese government has been so responsive, firstly to the pandemic, and secondly to work our heart off to find out any solution to help the Vietnamese local businesses and the infrastructures in Vietnam could be able to receive the transitions of investment flow. Vietnam recently grew by nearly 8%, and even with the negative impact of COVID-19, we still have positive growth rate. So it is a bright side. And the Vietnamese government has been really active and made every effort to facilitate businesses community. And as stated by our previous presenters, Vietnam still have some limitation in terms of logistic and infrastructure in comparison to China. However, Vietnam still has some of our very own advantages in attracting more foreign investment flow. Because the Vietnamese government has been aware of this problem and paid due attention to improving our infrastructure quality, roads, deep sea ports are much improved, and we'll be prepared for receiving the new investment flow as well as commercial exchange at a greater volume with foreign investor and our counterpart. Additionally, our ministry is in charge of industries in Vietnam, and recently we paid due attention to supporting industry. Since 2015, we navigate ourselves in the segment of supporting industry development for automobile, for mechanical production, garment and textiles, and electronics. These are some of the supporting industry that we continue to work on with a view to attracting more FDI and major business name to Vietnam. Samsung stand an example. They are really careful in accessing to the Vietnamese market. But thanks to their study, their market study, Samsung found that Vietnam has been a good and the right fit for them to launch their investment in. So they came to Thái Nguyên, opening their manufacturing house. And the advantages of Vietnam could be listed as below. First, political stability. We really enjoy the social-political stability in Vietnam. The second thing, strong resilience against pandemic, against disease, is another plus point for Vietnam. And the Vietnamese government often given their directions and guidelines for related authority and businesses community to cope up with these challenges. And talking about policy incentive, the government of Vietnam advocates a lot for foreign investor in a quite level playing field when they do business with Vietnam and our local counterparts. So Vietnam are enjoying particular advantages in terms of cheap labor, quality workforce. We got cheap labor, but not low qualified labor. We still have skillful labor from manual workforce to the white-collar workforce. We are the bright learner, fast learner. And fifth, Vietnam have some kind of favorable geographical locations for shipping through waters, through the sea. We got deep sea port as well. That very much favorable for imports. And six, Vietnam has a quite good size of economy when you compare our economy to other regional countries. So we got a kind of impact in favor for the growth of the Vietnamese economy. But due to the time constraint, I would like to recap some key points and messages. And I look forward to receiving more FDI flows in Vietnam in the coming time, irrespective of the disadvantages that we're tackling on. With that, I conclude my presentation. I wish you a very nice afternoon. Thank you.
Excellent. So I think that leads very nicely to the next intervention, which would be from Mr. Nguyen Can Quinn from the Pan Farm Group. The question there is really out of the central role that Vietnam playing increasingly in regional supply chains and access to export markets. We discussed the point earlier that the U.S. may be falling behind a little bit, with the EU FTA and CPTPP and all these things. But nevertheless, when we spoke earlier, you told me that the exports of sea products into the U.S. market are growing very, very healthily. But at the same time, we also hear that Vietnamese enterprises are not quite getting their fair share of the export growth that Vietnam is enjoying nowadays. So from your point of view, again, looking towards the trend in the future, what are the things that we have to do for those Vietnamese enterprises to get a larger piece of the pie and to benefit most from that export trade?
Hello. Yeah, thank you. It's so interesting question, and Mr. Dung have just shared a very big view of the macro landscape of our trade relationship, and I agree with former ambassador in many perspectives regarding our competitiveness in compare with China, and we have a very firm point of view that the media and the government officers keep saying that Vietnam should be the number kind of China +1. Could be we can gonna seize the huge opportunity from diversification of other market into Vietnam. But in reality, is from our perspective, we don't think it's kind of favorable, it's kind of easy. And we, again, it's the ambassador point of view that we can no way to compete with China in terms of scale and competency in everything, particularly in manufacture. So we must be very selective in our competitive sector of the economy. And it's very much related to our company business performance. We focus on foods and agriculture. And in agriculture, we have a many competitive advantages in some sector, particularly coffee and rice and pepper and cashew nut, a lot of agricultural products. We have stronger competitive advantage compared with China. Yeah. So number one, we should kind of think in the next year. We don't try to expand our scale in terms of seizing the opportunity from China, but we should focus on very selective sector that we have strong point on that. It's a number one. And number two is that we have to shift the commodity-based business model into the consumer-based business model. Because for long, we have pursuing a larger volumes, but very low value export into Europe, into US. But it's very fragile, very volatile, particularly when the market have stress tests like a COVID-19. So we have to think of the other way to compete with other countries, equal countries like China or Thailand, Indonesia. We have to focus on the value-added, well-processed products. That's why we can survive at this time. That's why we can have a very good performance in a quarter two, at least in the quarter two of this year and quarter three as well, in the export revenue to US, to the US. Yeah. So it is a very important point that I think that there are some big things stand still between the US and Vietnam relationship, trading relationship, and even the other relationship is a kind of trust and transparency. Yeah. Why trust? We many times asking our US counterpart that why you did so well with Thailand exporter, and we didn't treat us that well. There's something different between us and Thailand. Yeah, and the true answer is that he simply explained to me is that because we didn't trust you. Trust is not about political perspective. It's not about the belief or ideology. Or it's not regarding the politics at all. Trust in terms of the business performance, in terms of transparency in our production, in our manufacturing. Because there have a lot of regulation, a lot of very tough requirements on our products quality controlling that we impose a larger cost and a larger monitoring and traceability cost, but we still didn't earn your trust. I don't know why. Yeah, so it's from our perspective, we need to be more transparent in terms of traceability, in terms of quality monitoring, in terms of honor, commitment we have made with the counterpart. Yeah, and we think that not many Vietnamese company, particularly small company, can honor the commitment, can honor the quality standard they commit with their client. So for a company like us, we put the reputation and commitment on the quality as the first priority amongst other KPI. Yep.
For the consumer to identify the product and the quality, they have to have a brand, right?
Yeah, the brand.
So how about the brand issue?
Yeah, the brand issue is a very long story and very long-lasting issue. That because we have been following so long, in many years, that build up the commodity-based business model. We don't care about our brands. We care about the cost effectiveness. We don't care about the brands. And just recent, in the last 5 years, that many companies, particularly agriculture and food company, now shifted to building the brands, equity brands. And I think that building the brand is take decades, not only in year. So as long as we are patient enough and we invested heavily enough, we could build the brand. And the brands must come from nothing in the thin air. It should be down to earth on what we are doing in manufacture, what we are doing on the farms. And the customer should be able to monitor what we have been doing. Yeah, that's the whole story. It is a whole system we need to build. Just only build one product or one brand. We build a whole process. For our client, for our customer can trust us. Yeah, that's the key point. Yep.
Okay, very good. Two really excellent points for the SMEs in particular in Vietnam. Hans, we heard a little bit about the infrastructure investments that the government's making, and I do think it's very encouraging that the government itself is investing in the expansion of airports, adopting renewable energy projects like we heard about this morning, building the metro in Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City. That's going ahead now. That's all great stuff. In your industrial park, there's also the element of renewable energy, and this is seems to be a key marketing point for international companies wishing to relocate their operations. Can you say a little bit about how that works and how it fits into your own branding strategy?
No, you're correct. What we've seen over the last couple of years is that the industries looking at Vietnam or investing in Vietnam are changing. When I arrived in Vietnam 5 years ago, we had a lot of textile companies still looking at Vietnam, and their requirements were far different. We were focusing on quality rather than on fighting for customers based on lowering our prices. So we had to find ways to diversify ourselves. What you then see on top of that in the market is that companies such as Apple, if they procure things, they're actually forcing their suppliers to work with renewable energy. If you don't procure renewable energy, you're not allowed to sell to Apple. So more and more this sustainability aspect is becoming key in choosing a manufacturing location. Whereas in the past everybody just looked at, okay, I'm going to a location where I have efficient logistics, where I can find labor, where my taxes are great. There's now coming different aspects in play. Energy is one of that. And if we then can say that they are producing with renewable energy, that's a big plus for them. So if you look at the park, we're currently developing 3,500 hectares. Let's say roughly 60% of that are roofs. These roofs over the past years were never used in Vietnam, and we are now actually asking our tenants that we are allowed to rent the roof back from them. So we pay them either a yearly fee or we pay them an upfront fee so they can lower their capex investment. And in return for that, we can use their roof for 20 years. We will install solar panels, we will maintain the solar panels, and that energy that is being generated, we will redistribute in the park. So if you produce and you have excess, your neighbor can take it, and so we make it a sustainable place. We do that for two reasons. One, the sustainability aspect, and secondly, we don't want to wait until there's a power shortage and our customers don't have energy to produce, because 1 minute you're not producing, you can never catch up. So for us, that was a big effort to put that in place, and I'm very happy that on the 6th of November we will start installing first panels, and by the end of the year, first windmills as well.
Congratulations. I know you guys are really the pioneer in that business model, but not the last ones to do it either. I see a lot of people lining up to do that same thing. They realize that these rooftops are an unexploited resource. It's like having gas under the ground that you're just leaving there. It's the same thing, like doesn't pollute, doesn't produce any CO2. So congratulations, and I hope that continues. The second question I want to ask you before we turn to Citibank is about the trade facilitation agreement. The only successful WTO agreement in the Doha round. Vietnam is looking to implement it to make trade easier, to all the bureaucratic red tape, getting goods across the border. What would you say, looking towards that agreement and how to implement it, are the most important things for Vietnam to pay attention to in its implementation of trade facilitation?
Well, I think looking at what our customers tell us, because we're not the ones that are doing the actual trade, but a lot of the comments that they have is that the laws are still, the laws are there, but are very complex. Also, different provinces are applying the laws in different ways, and then different people are applying the laws in different ways. As a result, custom clearance, for instance, takes very long. Entering Vietnam, going out of Vietnam, and it's adding costs for the customers. So I think what I would do if I were focusing on these things, just follow this chain of activities for once, and see how long it takes and how cumbersome it is. And then you really start to see where the difficulties are, because a law is something on paper, but it's really important to look at the practicality of the law and see how smooth it is for customers. We have some people that are in EPE businesses. They have to clear every single screw and bolt on a different paper and so forth. So it's very cumbersome. We have another company that is doing bonded storage facility. Because there's a change in law, now they have to pay 1% duty on every ton of metal that is coming in. As a result, overnight, their business is no longer useful to do in Vietnam, because if companies import, they might as well immediately declare it when they enter the products in Vietnam and don't use the bonded storage facility anymore. So I think there it's really important to look at the practicality of the law instead of looking at the theory. But as a lawyer, for you, that might not be.
No, we like to have practical laws too. The main thing is to allow the economy to grow, and I think the current Prime Minister has been a very strong advocate of administrative procedure reform, and that's hopefully something that will continue with this trade facilitation agreement's implementation. If Mr. Tanis, any more comments on that, that would be welcome to hear too. Jump up there if you think so. Yeah, but while we still have time, we'll come back to that with the Q&A. Citibank, we've got a burning question out there, of course, about two things. One is the 301 allegation about currency, is the currency artificially depressed? And then the second issue is really about longer term. Like many governments in the world, Vietnam has adopted stimulus programs to keep its companies alive during this hard time. It's not unique in that respect. Every country is doing it. Most countries are doing it in a big way, like the U.S. But the question is really, with the debt that it incurs and the losses that it makes now, how is that going to affect growth in the future? Is this generation going to lose more than just the 1 year of COVID-19, or will they lose, an opportunity in the future? How are we going to get back? You can take the two questions in whichever order you like. Yeah.
No, thank you very much, Fred. And I will take them in the order that you've asked them. On the first one, full disclaimer, I'm not a politician, and I'm not an economist. So I will answer this as a banker with 27 years of experience and 5 years of experience in Vietnam, where Citibank is one of the major banks servicing FDI companies, as well as local SOEs and private sector corporates. And I have seen in my life currency, not just manipulations, but artificial currency support and artificial currency weakening, right, depending on which way you go. And I worked in those markets. And as a banker, when you sit there, it becomes pretty obvious in terms of flows that happen in the market, what is driving it, right? Because at the end of the day, it is supply and demand. And the question is where supply and demand is coming from. Because that's ultimately what defines the price. And yes, of course, central bank can be one of the buyers, and for that matter, can be one of the suppliers, depending on what they want to do. But it's not a black box if you think about it from that perspective. And so what we see as a bank, what goes through our books, and we service again both exporters as well as importers, is that the volumes in the last 5 years that I've been here have been very stable, and they also have been very balanced. Because I'll be honest with you, I don't wake up complacent every morning. I wake up every morning pinching myself, feeling that I feel very good being in Vietnam rather than in many other markets, right? Because, look, we bankers like volatility, we make money on volatility, let's be honest, right? Foreign exchange, loans, wider spreads. We haven't seen that in Vietnam. But the beauty of Vietnam is that much as there is no volatility, it really comes with this sustainable, substantive growth that is happening. And what I see when I go to my country treasurer, when I go and look at where things are, I see this sustainable pattern in terms of manufacturing, export, import, flows meeting each other. Now, do I have full transparency like the central bank or the statistical ministers will have? No. But from the sample to which I'm privileged to have, I cannot say that we have observed anything that would say that there is anything major going on in the background to support this. So again, I don't call these things out. There's clearly, you know, a political stance on these things, and it is clear. It's a textbook. You don't have to be an economist to know that if you're an exporter like Vietnam, you will be benefiting from weaker currency. But equally, for Vietnam, it is really important to have strong currency because of the confidence of investor community to come into Vietnam. So you can't just say that they're riding the wave of export and benefiting from it. The currency gets too weak. There'll be a lot more questions in terms of companies coming here because, not to open up another can of worms, but you can't hedge here, right? There are no instruments when you're coming in. So you really are taking a risk, full risk on the currency, which had a lot of volatility for all the right reasons. In the last 20 years, 10 years, it's been one of the most volatile currencies, not in the last 10 years, but in the more distant past. So that's how I would answer that question, Fred. Undoubtedly, there is a political agenda to that. And again, I'm not claiming that I sit in that seat where I could be answering that as a regulator, but as a practitioner, I believe that this market is pretty well balanced and substantiated from that perspective. Going back to your second question, in terms of recovery in Vietnam economy, and for that matter, in the world overall, right? Because having the privilege of being an exporter, which Vietnam has earned that badge fair and square, transforming itself, from agricultural economy to industrial economy. And with 100 million people, domestic consumption is big, but importantly, it is a manufacturing hub for the globe, right? So we're not only dependent on Vietnam demand, but we're dependent on global demand, right? And from FDI perspective, two big industries, and I'm going to touch upon them only briefly, textiles and electronics, are going through some ups and downs. Textiles in particular, because people have been sitting at home, people haven't been shopping, none of that spontaneous, ooh, I see a beautiful blouse, let me go buy that, and what I don't need. And same with electronics. I mean, much as, if anything, it highlighted to us greater dependency. But people are not upgrading as fast, because we're not sitting in restaurants in front of each other flashing the latest Samsung phone or iPhone, etc. It will come back, but in the short term, that demand is slightly down. And the ambassador commented on Samsung. Samsung still is, in the government calculation, 30% of Vietnam export, total export. That's an official number that has been headlined by the government. So it's very, very substantial if you think about it from that perspective. So coming back to recovery, and you also asked a question there in terms of stimulus, right? And there is obviously fiscal stimulus and subsidy type of stimulus, right? Look, subsidy is important as long as it is a short-term support. Nobody should be supporting zombie companies, industries. And I think we all need to be candid that what is happening in the crisis, some of it is temporary. Again, we just don't know to what extent it's temporary and to what extent it will rebound. We all are having discussions, work from home, work in the office, real estate, do we need office space, will we travel, where will we stay when we travel, etc. But I think some of it we all believe, consensus is will come back. But some things will look very different, right? And so if you're looking at stimulus, what is really important for the governments is to separate what's temporary and for how long to assess what's temporary, right? Versus creating something that ultimately becomes a liability on the government balance sheet. And it really is very different country by country. Like all governments, virtually without exception, started supporting airlines. And that's understandable. Question is sort of for how long, right? Because we all know that that industry is overcrowded. And consolidation would have been warranted many, many years ago if every government didn't think that they wanted their own airline with their own brand on the airline. And again, you know, I'm not going into that rabbit hole, down that rabbit hole, but it is something that the world will need to figure out. But some of the others, it may be just pragmatically easier to let go now, with the caveat that do you have fiscal stimulus, and are those talents, people, labor, brains, capital, can it get recycled to go into new opportunities? Because it is not even a zero-sum game. If anything, there are more opportunities being created than being destroyed. Question is, can you pivot to what is being created compared to what is being ruined, right? And that is what the government needs to think. And from that perspective, in Vietnam, it is less of a fiscal stimulus because I personally am not observing shortage of access to loans. I know that there is a discussion on SMEs and some of the smaller local enterprises, but by and large, you can get access to credit here. It really is more opportunity to set up a company to try and be able to fail. Because you see, I think like all of us, we're willing to try as long as it is not a lifelong commitment, because some commitments are made for life, but some commitments should be destined to try and fail. And this is what, I mean, I love Vietnam, you know, dearly. I'm totally in love with the country and with how things work here. But this is one thing that I would encourage the government to think. Start to think about allowing some businesses to fail without considering it a drama. Because that entrepreneurial mind shift and infrastructure for businesses to be able to rise and fall is critical to be nimble, is critical to be agile, because if anything what this crisis is highlighting to us, we all need to be nimble, we all need to be agile, resilient, but not just, resilience in Vietnam has beyond anybody else, right? So that's number one badge. But it's the agility, and agility, I think, should be created on the back of that. And this is where administrative measures, and again, not just labeling failure as death. Failure is rebirth of something new, and that's the way to look at it.
Very good note to end on, since we are, unfortunately are out of time. I think any Q&A we'll have to do remotely by email, but I want to thank Ambassador McCulloch and our great panel of speakers. It really was a well-balanced and a lot of insights there. Thanks for your great points. I think our audience out there on the internet, I hope you all appreciate it too. Clap hard so we can hear you, and have a good evening. See you all at the reception later. Bye.
Yes, or elbows or something. Which one is still on?
You're the pro. You're the absolute pro.
I thought it was on time, so.
All right, I'm going to say goodbye so you all can. So we have come to the end of the program. Thank you all so much for being here, and all of you online, all of our panelists, our great group of sponsors. We have a bit of a break now, and then at 5:30 is the reception at the Hilton. The ambassador is going to come probably on the back side of the presentation. So from 6 to 6:30, there'll be a presentation from, I guess, a little bit from Washington, but the ambassador and some taped things for us to watch. And then the ambassador is going from party to party because we have to keep each party small-ish. So come to the Hilton. I also wanted to just remind everybody, next week on Tuesday is the Vietnam Business Forum. If you don't have tickets and you would like tickets, contact AmCham and we will plug you in. And then, as we talked earlier, the end of the month is the Indo-Pacific event, which will be at the Daewoo, and we will also start circulating information about that. But thank you all so much. I think it's been a great day. You've been great to stay here this long and take a couple hours, and then we'll see you at the Hilton at the reception there. So thank you all.